All I'm saying is that nobody spoke up to say that, though. I feel like I'm the only one, apart from AK, that even said that. So, I mean, that's kind of the problem I have.
Wait. Okay, you need
We can
nigga.
continue the
You need
conversation in
protection.
the new room,
Were you
guys.
No,
getting
it's
bullied, nigga? What's going on? You got a mod. Like you could have moved that nigga down. What are we doing?
Yeah.
but
Well,
Ryan,
You got a mod. You could have moved that nigga down so that the rest of the room could have the conversation. Like
Yeah, this
I
room
don't
is
understand.
gay.
well, no,
sometimes I
that's
think
fair.
Andrew wants
Yeah.
to be cussed
Ryan,
out, and so that for
Alligator,
some.
click the new room. Andrew, click the new room. Let's
I
go to
got.
the new room.
Okay, all
Stop.
right.
Finish it
Everybody,
over there.
click the room. It's right above my head. And join Chillism. Everybody, click the new room.
Well, Andrew, they're just saying. Oh, he's gone.
Oh my
Bro, I thought it
god.
was. Bro, I thought last game was the. I thought it was the last game of the season, bro. That's why. That's why I thought I lost. But bro, like, I sent him the money and everything, bro. I sent him the bread and everything. I thought I lost. Like, I legit thought I lost. Then I went to go check the playoffs to see like what our playoff, like how our positioning is in the playoffs, and all the games were to be determined. So I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So I look and I'm like, yo, there's a whole week, there's a whole nother week of football. I'm like, nah, bro. And we're playing the Commanders, bro. Oh my goodness.
Yo, bro, I was telling you that. I said y'all got the Commanders. That's the easy dub. I said you went against
Bro.
Eric.
I don't want to jinx it, bro, because our offense looks, I don't know, it's a lot to be desired, but like that's still a very winnable game, bro.
Yo, wait, you mean the Redskins?
I get the No, but he saw I told him and everything. He agreed to it. Yeah, he was like, yeah, you're right.
Knowledge calls them commanders because he's afraid of liberal white women.
Dog, they're not the same. Like we don't call the Steelers the Oilers anymore. You feel me? Like there are a bunch of teams that like they're not the name is changed since their inception, but we
The
don't
New
call them that
York,
teams anymore.
the New York Knickerbockers.
Yeah, I think that's still technically their name. Like it's like kind of like a shortened. I guess it's like a shortened version.
I mean, you don't call the Dolphins the best team in the world ever. I mean, again.
On 30.
Yeah, we don't really. I don't think we ever really called them that.
It was a very common saying. Don't do
Yo,
that.
Louis, you're still gonna call the Patriots gay though.
Hey, don't hate on the Patriots. No, come on.
Yo, the Patriots were always gay, will always be gay, in every conceivable version of the Patriots in any universe, if you believe in the multiverse theory, all conceivable iterations of the Patriots are gay.
What are you?
Yo,
What are you?
let's get it back on track right quick. Yo, I got a question for Andrew. Yo, Andrew, you there?
I am here, bro.
All right, so let me ask you a question. If
Yeah.
I'm at the office,
Mm-hmm.
I have a patient, someone who I don't know, they're looking for knowledge, whatever, and I tell my receptionist, "Oh crap, tell him that I don't know, tell him I'm in Mexico right now, that I'm not here right now." And they go tell the person that
Mm-hmm.
knowledge said that he's not here right now.
Yeah.
Did I lie?
You tried to. What you did is you enticed or put your receptionist up to lying on your behalf to cover for you or to do something like that. The person that it is the person who lied. Now, what you did is you encouraged or incited her to lie, right? So you would be accountable for inciting. That's fine, but you yourself did not lie. That's just not. That's just being straightforward with what the language means. You say that you lied. If I say, hey, go stab this person, you go stab that person. Did I stab the person? Well, no, clearly I didn't. I didn't stab the person. The person who stabbed the person stabbed the person. I incited them to do so. I encouraged it, whatever you want to say. But I didn't do it. It's just straightforward with the language. And so
Yeah, I have to
Lion is
agree
doing
with
his best
Andrew
here.
here. I do agree with you, Andrew. And I think Lions clearly, you can't continue to say, at least on that account, the God lie. And the reason that's important is because when God sends somebody, then he has a greater good. And that's how the Christians will defend. I mean, they could try and defend that God lied and he's got some greater reason, but it's easier to defend. And it is the case that he didn't personally lie, but he sent somebody else to do it. And he's got this
Right.
important reason, right? And we can come up with a multitude of reasons why we would do that in life, and we'd be judged and it wouldn't be wrong. So
Wait,
Right.
wait. So
I think
I
you
feel
just got to
that.
concede God didn't lie, at least in that
Yeah.
case.
Right.
Sure. Obviously there's a deeper sort of like underlying conversation to get to. But before we get to that, I think this is also an interesting point about like the idea of lying itself. So, Andrew, out of curiosity, do you believe that lies by omission exist
I mean, I don't
in
really.
principle?
I honestly, I never speak like that. Now, what I would say that is that somebody is obligated to some information, and there are different ways that that would be the case. But for example, if you cheated on your wife and you just don't tell her, I don't think I would never say lying by omission. Somebody might say that, but what they mean is that there's something that you ought to have shared with them. They have there's a moral obligation that they know what you did, and you not telling them that is not right. But I don't use the term lying by omission. I mean, I understand that's something that people say, but that's just like, oh, you lied to me by omission. No, a lie is an act of saying something that it's an untruth intentionally with the intention of them to believe it, not just like a gag or a
Just,
joke or something like that.
just to clarify, that wasn't meant to be like a gotcha question because I'm
No,
actually
I
inclined to
understand.
agree with
Yeah, I
you.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
and you and I actually debated this before, and
yeah.
I'm one of those people that subscribes to the idea that lies by omission aren't technically lies. We use that colloquially, but it's actually not a thing, right?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because the person didn't actively do something to,
Yes,
yeah. So
we're in
you and I are on the
agreement on
same
that.
page. So okay, I
Yeah,
was only asking you because I feel like if somebody was genuinely interested in pressing the point about the did God lie, because what knowledge was asking was essentially did God lie by proxy, right?
yeah,
Um,
and look,
essentially.
I'm not saying, and this is a different conversation, and trust me, I've had it about God being accountable, right? Is he doing something wrong here by sending a spirit to go and do something that the spirit, notice, the spirit already is a lying spirit. That's what it does. It lies. And God is
But
asking it, hey, what are you going to do? I'm
also,
going to go over here and tell,
just to close the loop
right.
on this,
Hmm.
based on the
That's
verses you
not
read,
true
it
at
doesn't even
all.
seem to me, it doesn't
It
even
is
seem
true, right?
necessarily true to me that like God told the spirit to go and lie. What God essentially did was that he said that you were going to be successful in any event. He asked him, how are you going to do this? The guy said, I'm going to do it by lying. And God said, go out and do what you need to do. Go out and get the mission done. That's not necessarily
Right.
the same as actually saying, go out and lie. So, which is why I was about to say
That's
it's a little
correct.
bit disanalogous with what
Read
knowledge was
That's
read
saying.
correct.
23. Read the very next
It said
scripture.
God put his spirit, that
Hey,
God
Andrew,
put,
shut up. Hey, Dr. G, read 23, the very next scripture.
Is that the one where it says God put the lying spirit in him?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Put can be, you're just
Yeah,
saying,
I still don't think that that's a strong enough case for that though.
yeah,
Dr.
It,
Girth,
you,
would you consider Charles Mason being arrested
Charles
the
Manson.
same Charles Manson, sorry.
Hmm.
You know, he didn't actually kill those people, but he told people to kill those people. But he's in jail, right?
My
So
my
wouldn't that be
baby mama,
analogous? Wouldn't
my
that be
baby mama
analogous,
brought this
Dr.
up too.
Girth? Dr. Girth?
Yes.
Wouldn't that
So
be
so
analogous?
it's analogous, but I'm one of those people that does. So if the charge that Charles Manson was arrested with, was charged for, sorry, convicted for, was something like murder, I think that's wrong. I think the justice system got it wrong if that's the case. Like
yeah,
you could charge him still, you could say he's culpable and hit him with a different set of charges altogether, but he didn't murder anybody. If we're being
well,
what
But
yeah,
accurate.
what
but
was
it,
and
but what
and
that's not the case though. Whether or not whether or not you believe that he didn't murder those people, he got charged with it. He got charged for murder.
No. What I'm
So
what
saying
wouldn't
was
is,
that be
charged for
analogous?
murder.
what I'm saying,
what
okay, hold on.
Yes,
What I wait,
seven
hold on.
counts.
Just to be clear, what I believe is sort of like irrelevant. The fact of the matter is he didn't murder those people. He wasn't he didn't pull the trigger. He didn't stab anybody. He didn't do that
Right,
shit,
but he
right?
got
did
charged for is what I'm
did
asking you,
did
Dr.
he
Yeah,
Girth.
hit did
And what I'm saying
Is
is
that
it's a
analogous?
bad charge. I'm saying it's a bad charge.
All
I
right.
think you could have
Well,
charged him with other things if you wanted to lock him up. So, for example, Jim Jones, right, might have like let's say encouraged
questions?
people to drink the Kool-Aid or whatever, but he didn't
but
kill
that's
those
not
people, right?
analogous
Those
to.
people committed suicide.
Hey,
But that's not
hey,
analogous to. Hold
Dr.
on.
G,
That's not
did
analogous. The Jim Jones thing is not analogous, right? That's why I'm saying Charles Manson, right? Him being the orchestrator of the murder, right? He was still charged with it, whether you believe it or not, will be analogous to what Lion and Andrew is currently debating.
thank you.
Because whether or not, right, that God didn't directly kill those people himself, he orchestrated something or someone, however you identify spirit, to go out and commit his dirty work. So,
Correct.
in my opinion, that would be analogous. Whether we believe Charles Manson should have been or been not is analogous, and I think that's what Lion is trying to point out.
But
Yeah,
Here's a
you're
respectfully,
here's a
talking.
Quiz,
here's
No, I
a
don't.
respectfully.
here's
I
a
don't
simple
disagree. I don't disagree that it's
here,
analogous. So I don't
here's
disagree with the analog.
You're
here's
just
a
talking
What I'm
simple
about
saying is
legal
that
okay.
like the
responsibility. You're
Here's a
talking about
simple
legal
open and shut case.
responsibility.
Watch this. Hey Andrew, is Andrew is
Thank
Adolf
you for being
Hitler
honest, Dr. Gert.
is Adolf Hitler responsible for genociding 6 million
Yeah,
Jews?
he's legally
Why?
legally.
Why?
Yeah, he's
Why?
legally responsible for what he did
Why?
there. He was
Why?
morally culpable for orchestrating and facilitating the deaths of a ton of Jews and all kinds of other
So
people
is
as well.
God legally responsible
You,
for
that's a different
orchestrating?
question. That's a different question.
Is God
That's a
responsible
different
for
question.
orchestrating the death
That's a
of a
different
king?
question.
Is
That's a
God
different
responsible? Hey,
question.
ladies and gentlemen, it's not a different question. You see
Yeah,
this
yes,
shit?
it is.
Come on,
Is
Because
Andrew.
God
God
quoting
Let
didn't
him just ask his
scriptures?
lie.
question. Just let him ask his question.
That's the
That's
problem with
fine.
that guy. That's the
Go ahead.
problem with this weirdo.
No, no, no. Go ahead and
Ladies and
ask me,
gentlemen,
Line. Don't get stuck on the
I'm
meta.
no longer
Go ahead and ask
asking
me.
you anything because you're biased and that's been proven. And
No,
Dr.
it hasn't
Girth
been proven. You don't know what you're
is
talking about.
Dr. Girth. Dr. Girth. Is Adolf Hitler responsible for genociding six
Hey,
million Jews?
Huey.
yes. Wait, who
He
was that?
is.
Who's that? Is that who I think it is? Wait, hold on, hold on.
Oh
Was
my
that
God!
Coco?
You all
Hey,
always do this shit.
Coco.
Hey,
You all always do
Huey.
this shit.
Hey.
All right, yeah. Everybody got
Okay.
their hellos. Get out the way now. Now the question is this: Is God responsible for
I'm
having?
fucking
Hey,
crying, son. What
is
the
God
fuck?
responsible for killing or having this king orchestrating the death of this king, Girth, by deception?
Is God responsible? Sure.
Okay. This goes against your last statement with Andrew.
No, it
How?
doesn't.
Wait, how?
It does.
Okay, no, explain
Because
it to me. Just
all
run me
right,
through what you think my last statement was.
so your last statement simply was that because he isn't the one with the knife in his hand, he can't be held responsible for the deaths of anybody because he technically didn't do.
No, 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 no. Hold on, hold on. That's not my last statement. So let's be clear.
Every I got a phone call.
Oh, but I think there's a misunderstanding here. So let's go back to what Carolyn was asking me about Charles Manson. What I'm saying is it would be incorrect to fundamentally say Charles Manson murdered anybody. Is he responsible? No problem. Just like how Jim Jones is responsible, or just like how any other cult leader is responsible for some of the stuff that like their members do if the cult leader necessarily like sanctions it. Responsibility is a different conversation though to like the actual facts of the matter. Like let's say the ontological reality of like who did what, right? So ultimately, if you're asking me, is God responsible? I'm always going to say yes, because God is responsible for everything that happens in the
Right,
creation of
I
His
agree.
universe, right? So it's like, so like circuitously, I'd end up there anyway. But my point is, like, what
So by
the
that instance,
my point. Wait, hold on,
is
Mm.
Lion.
God
My point is,
also evil?
okay, hold on. My point before we get there, my point is, Lion, you can get to the response argument and still concede that God tell. Or that God didn't lie, right? You can still have that concession and just move the conversation forward. Like your actual point, the thing that you're trying to get across, isn't contingent on whether God lied or not.
No, no, no. It is. And the reason why well, technically, it's kind of it leads to another point that was being stated earlier. I don't know if you were here or not. He was trying to say that basically God is all good all the time. That's Andrew's point. And so he brought up Andrew again brought up the point about God never lying and all of that. And that's what brought us to First Kings 22:21 to 23, where God is orchestrating, or not only is he orchestrating deception by convincing this man's counsel to tell him that he's going to be victorious in this battle, which he was not, but it was already perceived that he needed this king to go up there to be killed in battle. So
God did not lie.
he wanted this man to die in battle, and this was deception. Now he
Wait,
orchestrated
is
the
the core of what you're trying to get at, line that God is capable of, like,
He's trying to say God lied.
deception?
He's trying to
Hey,
say
shut
God
up,
lied.
Andrew. Hey, listen. I know he's black and you think you're better than him, but he can speak for himself. He doesn't
It's
need your
your
assistance,
goofball, and
Andrew.
you waste so much time.
It doesn't
No,
need
no,
your
but
no.
real
You're
quick.
the one who wastes time, Andrew. Get out the way, you fucking faggot. Go right ahead,
Yeah,
N word.
what is the core? Like, I guess,
Don't
like,
call him an
if we
N-word.
like, if we pull out all the way, pause. What's the broad scope
The the
idea you're trying to,
the broad scope is that God is capable of anything. He's the author of good and bad. He's capable of love and also hate. He's also capable of evil, doing calamitous things to people, terrible things to people,
So you,
and also raising them up. It's also written in the Bible in that very way. But his belief, in word, his belief is that just God does everything good. That the only way bad things happen to you is because of some creature with
That's
horns
not
on his
my
head and
view.
a
That's
pitchfork.
not my
That's
view.
that's
That's
the
not
Christian
my view.
concept. That's the
Yeah,
read.
that's
That's
not
how.
my view.
Hey, shut
Yeah,
up,
that's not
Andrew.
my view.
Shut up, Andrew.
God
Shut
cannot
up,
do
Andrew.
morally
Hey,
evil
Nathan.
things.
Nathan, where
God
you
cannot
at,
do
hoe ass
morally
nigga?
evil things. All kinds of
Nathan,
bad things
any
can
green
happen
beans?
to you,
Where
quote
y'all
unquote.
at? Where y'all
Yeah,
at?
quit
Okay,
misrepresenting.
come on, man. Let's keep it one at a time. One at a time.
I'm sorry, Nathan. You're just
Thank
so
you.
freaking
I'm
frustrating.
sorry, Nathan. I'm so sorry. It frustrates
Don't
me
get
so
on the
much.
meta, or I'll just start over
So
talking you.
anyway, the point still stands is this. I'm under the perception because of the Bible that God is all things. His views and opinions could change in any way. Because he is God, we have no justification to question his morality on anything. Whereas these clown ass niggas like Andrew are under the impression that they understand the inner goings of God to the point where they can say what he morally do and what he won't do without any scripture, just their own bullshit concepts that they come in their mind through endless hours of philosophical mumbo jumbo and nonsense. All you have to do is just read the scripture. It tells you these things. That's all I'm saying. And the reason I brought up First Kings 22 was to show exactly that point, which he did not really go against. All he did was just said, I'm stupid throughout a series of ad hominem attacks. And then after that, just read the scripture and it said exactly what I fucking said. It literally says here in 23 that God is the one who sent this lying spirit. By the way, the spirit became a lying spirit. It wasn't a lying spirit at first. It says, I will go and become a lying spirit in the mouths of his prophets. I will become, meaning it hasn't happened yet. It doesn't mean that it was a lying spirit in heaven. And if it was, it also opens up another book. Are you trying to say that God hangs around lying, evil, deceitful spirits now? That goes against your entire philosophy of heaven and God now. You don't understand how much of a hole you put yourself in because you're a fucking idiot. I'm done.
Okay. I'm not going to sit there and deal with every one of his points because they're wrong on so many different levels. Yeah, God can talk to Satan and all kinds of other stuff. And what are you talking about? You're just being stupid. That doesn't go against my view. You don't know what my view is on that. I'm just going to repeat what I said. It's as simple as day, clear as day. Okay. Lying is speaking, you, the person, you speaking something intentionally that is false for someone to believe it. That's what you want, right? God did not lie here. Simple. It's plain as day. Lying can say that God put the lying spirit in Ahab's mouth. Who cares? You want to argue that God's responsible for this? Okay. But that's not the same as saying God lied. And you are wrong. And you just need to take that lump, and then we can move on to your next stupid point. The point about evil, God doing evil. Lion is reading the King James Version because I think he's a KJV only goofball. KJV will say evil when it should say things like disaster or calamity. If you do a comparison with all the other translations, you'll see that they don't render it evil because it gives people the wrong idea. People start saying stupid stuff like what Lion says, that God does evil. No, God does calamities and disasters. I'm totally fine with that. I have no problem with that. God did the flood. God did all kinds of things that were disasters. Absolutely. The point is they're not evil. But you read a translation that unfortunately renders that, and it's caused a huge amount of harm. Because then people like you go around and say, God is evil, and the Bible says God is evil. The Bible does not teach that. The Bible says that God is upright in all of his ways. He is just in all of his ways. Light is in him. Darkness cannot dwell in him. There is no darkness in him. God is not tempted by evil, nor does he tempt anyone with evil. Just go down the list. There's just countless passages to point out that what he's saying is absolutely ridiculous. And people historically have never believed that God is evil, by and large, throughout the Christian church. It is not the case, and they have good reason to believe that. And like what Rob said, because the way this started, and I wish MJ was still here, but the way this started is that Rob was posing a problem of evil to people who believe God is all good. And so Lion just thinks he's going to come in here and be clever and go, oh, well, God's not all good. It's those stupid Christians that believe that, these stupid, uneducated, uninformed Christians. Because Rob's like, hey, anybody who's informed is going to say God is good. Rob is correct. Those that don't think that, Rob's just going to say, you don't believe in God, which I'm tending to start to think is true. Anyway, I'll leave
Can
it
I be
there.
added to the queue?
All right, hold on. So check this out. The word evil translated in the Greek, Koine Greek, points to a key biblical interpretation issue, especially in Isaiah 45:7, where the Hebrew word ra, R-A, with a comma, is translated as evil. In some Bibles, but means calamity, distress, or adversity in context, referring to God bringing hardship or judgment. Hmm.
Right.
Ain't that
Wait,
funny?
wait, wait, wait.
God.
Wait,
So
hold
wait. So everyone, let's focus
He
in.
thinks
Shut the
that's
fuck
making
up,
his
you
point.
weirdo. Shut the fuck up, you weird ass nigga. God is bringing calamity or distress. What is distress, stupid? Let's go to distress. What is distress? Let's do this. This is so easy.
I
Fucking
called after
dumbass.
Lion, y'all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's great. That's great. Extreme anxiety, sorrow, or pain. Number one, noun. Distress, extreme anxiety, sorrow, or pain. Anguish, suffering. Two, cause someone anxiety, sorrow, or pain, causing anguish. Number three, give. Oh no, let's talk about furniture. So let's go with the main one. With the text. First text. Anguish, suffering, pain, agony, affliction, torment, torture, discomfort, heartbreak, misery. So God is bringing about all of these things when this clown ass nigga is trying to say that evil is not synonymous. Well, let's do it again with anguish, suffering, pain, Pain, agony. Andrew, you moron. Discomfort, heartache, misery, grief. Here's another famous word, woe, W-O-E. W-O-E means destruction, ladies and gentlemen. Destruction. God is the author of these things. So when you read this scripture, God can do those things and he has done those things. So stop trying to make the argument that evil is not the same thing or evil simply means calamity. Evil means all of these nouns that were just mentioned, you moron. It's not good. It's a bad thing. God brings badness and evil into the lives of people who go against him, which, by the way, he created. Remember, you dumbass? When we
So I'm
go
going
to
to say
First
one more
Kings
thing,
2,
and then I'll let
so
the other person go.
when we go to First Kings
Oh my
22,
gosh.
when we go to First Kings 22, I'm sorry, 22 and 21. It goes when you go read the entire text here, which I'm not going to do. It says there right there in 21, I will bring evil upon thee and will take away thy posterity, and I will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall. It means he's going to kill all the men, and him that is shut up in the left of Israel. This is God talking about what he's going to do to the men of Israel because they were breaking the law. And he wanted an Israelite king to go and die. That's what you read in 22. God wants this king to die. And how did he do it? He was a lying a spirit came to him and said that I will go and lie to all of his prophets and tell him that he's going to win the battle. So he will go. That's the persuasion. He's persuaded to go and join his men in battle. And when he goes up there, he's going to die. That's exactly what God wanted. And then God goes, you will be victorious in your mission. Go. do so. I need you to go. Yes, yes, go. Go, Spirit. Go. Hooray, hooray. You're raw spirit. If you can't do it, nobody can do it. Yay, I want you to go and do it. That's him orchestrating, stupid, the death of a human being that you're claiming that God cannot do. You don't read the scripture, Andrew. None of you clown ass niggas do. If you did, you wouldn't have your perceptions the way you do, unless you're just being willfully ignorant. And that much I'll agree. You are. You are willfully ignorant. The scriptures are right there, you clown ass nigga. All you have to do, anybody can do, is just open the scriptures up. And this is not my philosophy. All you have to do is read it. Inward. You can do it yourself. First King 22. Start at 21. If you want to read the entire text, go to 21 and read all the way through
Yo, you're
22.
gonna have to drop
It'll
it in the
tell you.
you're gonna have to drop it in the chat. I can't
Yeah,
It'll
you've been
tell you
monologuing
exactly
for
why
quite
he
some
did it.
time, Lion.
That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Stop listening to these loud, faggoty ass, bitch ass. My Jesus lets me sit on his lap when nobody's looking, and puts lotion on my back and shit. Bitch ass, faggot ass niggas.
That's some
Andrew doesn't
degenerate
know the
stuff
hell.
you're talking about.
Andrew doesn't know the hell he's talking
All right,
about.
you're being a degenerate. Let me go now.
Andrew
All right,
is
all
a
right, you're
weak.
good. You're good. You've been
Andrew
going
is
for a
a
long
weak.
time, Lion. You've been
Andrew
going for
is
a
a
The
weak,
long
more you
time.
cut him off,
senseless
the more he's gonna
motherfucker.
speak, dude.
Andrew is a
Yeah, well, he
weak.
might need to be moved down if he's just going to
No,
continue to
Andrew
stop
talk.
is
mod
a
abusing.
weak,
Just let him finish.
I'm
senseless,
not mod abusing him, bro.
bitch ass
yo,
Hey,
motherfucker.
this dude's abusing Andrew.
Andrew is.
let him finish and then let Caroline get in after. I'm not trying to make
That's right.
excuses.
Carolyn after me.
Let
Carolyn after me.
let people talk though. Come on, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Andrew is a weak, spineless bitch of a man, and he can't really help it. He needs a God to be weak and spineless like him in order for him to serve him. He can't open these scriptures up, especially the Old Testament, and have the belief systems that he has. Hence why he only runs to probably Paul's writing, where it's just aloof. You can't really understand. It's very vague what Paul is or who's Paul talking to. So this is why these clown ass niggas exist. If they were to read the Bible in its entirety, he will most likely have my position. But because he doesn't, that's the reason why he's fighting points that he doesn't understand. I know for a fact that Eric has never heard of the scripture that was read today. He never seen this in his life. And that's the reason why he pushed so hard, so vigorously against it. Because this is new information. Because now Andrew is informed. At first, he was an uninformed Christian, Rob, and now he's an informed dumbass Christian. And now he's stuck. He doesn't know what to do with this except make up bullshit to justify it. Thank you.
You're an
Go ahead,
idiot. You're an
Carolyn.
idiot. You're an
Go
idiot,
ahead, Carolyn.
Lion. I've
Go ahead,
talked
Carolyn.
about this passage
Please don't
countless
cut off
times. No, you're done talking. You're done. I've talked about this
Isn't
passage
Caroline
multiple
supposed to go
times.
onward?
Yeah, that's fine. Hold on, Kang.
Ladies
Caroline, you can
first.
go. He just insulted me a bunch inward and said a bunch of nonsense. Is absolutely
Um,
stupid.
I just wanted to just
No, no,
make a
no,
quick
Andrew,
comment.
I do want you to have the opportunity to respond, but there's just a bit like you guys have been going back and forth, and there's been a few people who
Yeah, that's
wanted to
fine.
comment.
I just wanted to point out that calamity does not equal evil. Calamity in the Bible oftentimes gets taken out of context, right? Because something is causal or has a causation doesn't necessarily mean that it had evil intentionalities, right? So, for example, like something as natural as like a disaster or something like death or whatever the case may be, whatever harm, pain, suffering, all of those things that Lion mentioned doesn't necessarily align with it being morally attached to it, right? Because evil has a moral obligation or implication, right? And so in that case, because I used to argue with I used to argue with atheists all the time about that scripture about well, God causes evil, blah 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 blah. But calamity, it doesn't always mean evil, and in that context, disaster and all of that, that's not it. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah.
However, so I agree with Andrew on that. However, um, I understand that God creates a thing, but he doesn't necessarily causes a thing, right? Some people will argue that position. I say that God is 100% responsible for evil. And I also believe that God created evil. I just don't think that the example Lion gave about calamity is that example. I'll just keep it very simple. And then if y'all want to rebut or refute, whatever, I don't care. Um, if God creates a thing, right? And God creates a thing, giving it free will, the ability to choose, the ability to have options, et cetera, and that person has the ability to choose, meaning choose good or bad, good or evil, and that person chooses to choose evil, or I don't know if that makes sense, but chooses evil, that doesn't necessarily mean that God is the one that, create evil. That's what somebody would say. But why would God even give the option or give the person or the mechanism or the thing the ability to choose evil? I just think that it comes off like the analogy that I said about Charles Manson or Mason, whatever his name is, right? Like, just because you didn't cause the evil doings of the person doesn't mean that you didn't create the evil and to begin with for the person to choose it. So I think when we have these arguments, I think from the Christian perspective, they like to say, well, God really didn't cause evil. It is, sin. It's the fall of man. It was Adam. It was Eve. It was this. It was that. But I just think that it gives God a cop out because in a different world, in a different universe, it could have went a totally different way. Now, whether or not you say, well, we can't, go off of assumption of how it would be in a different way because we only have this world, right? But I just think that, and I'll land here, it kind of is irresponsible for a God who is all knowing, all powerful, and can cause things to happen and has caused things to happen. He caused us to be here, right? He created us, right? He knew prior to Adam and Eve being in the garden that he knew, right, that they were going to do that, right? I don't, and if he didn't know, then that means that God isn't all knowing, which some people hold that position. But I'll just land there. I won't be long winded. But I 100% believe that God created evil, right? Because without, and I'll say this: you can't know light without darkness. You can't know darkness without lightness or light. Evil is not a bad thing necessarily because you can't know good without evil. How do you know that evil is a thing if you don't know good to compare it to? So I think sometimes when we say, "Oh, God created evil," is a bad thing to say. Not necessarily. You need something to bounce it off of so you know the difference. And I'll land there.
Okay. So I'll just quickly do this. So lying is 100,000% wrong. God did not lie. Anybody here, Dr. Girth, Rob, and others who understand that, that's fine. If you don't understand it, lying, I'm sorry. Okay. You want to say that evil is synonymous, or disaster, sorry, calamity is synonymous with all these other words, anguish and sadness and all this other stuff. I don't know why you're eyeballing Girth. Sadness and all these other things. All of those things are completely fine. That's not the problem. God does those things. People get struck by God and they're like, oh, this is bad. Is it evil? No. Evil means sin. Sin. Does God sin? No, lion. That's retarded. God does not sin. Do you understand that? God does not sin. So that's what is meant by evil. Unfortunately, you have a translation that renders these things evil, and you like that translation because then you can try to make it, you can try to equivocate on evil and make it seem like God does moral evil. But no, God does not do moral evil. God doesn't sin. God does things that he causes disasters, sure. Calamities, sure. Floods, yep. Just, moral, not immoral, not sin. God is not immoral. That's the point. He's not a sinner. He's not an immoral person. That's the point. And you just wanting to say all this stupidity about anguish and sadness and all that. Yeah, I agree. All that happens. To the person it happens to, they might be, oh, this is bad. Yeah, but it's not morally evil. It's not sin. That's the point. Okay? Clear as day. God didn't lie, and God doesn't do things that are sinful. He's not immoral. Hopefully that's clear. What you
I,
said, Caroline, about God being accountable for evil, um, that's a fair point. There's a fair discussion to have there, and that's something that Rob pushes, and I think there's a lot to talk about there, because God creates beings that are free. They freely choose to do that which is evil, but God knew they would do it. So is God accountable for that? Well, we can have that discussion. But I just wanted to kind of get the small stuff out of the way,
I
the
understand.
stupid stuff of what Lion's saying out of the
Can
way.
you answer my last point? And
Wait,
I'm
hold
sorry
on,
for
hold on,
rambling.
hold
I
on.
don't know. I just want Andrew to answer my last point. Can you know good without knowing evil?
Yes, because God, when he was by himself without any other beings, was good, and they knew good, right? So God loved the
What is good,
triune.
stupid?
Hold on, Lion. The triune God loved. There was an interpersonal love between the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit for eternity past, and there was no evil needed.
What scripture says
So
that?
the point, hey Lion, there was no evil needed for them to understand each other's love. I think Rob wanted to
This
come in.
nigga is
yeah,
giving
And
some
get the
hang on
XRP
a
out of
sec.
your PTR.
Hang on a sec.
Swing me back in
Yes,
the
I agree with
queue.
Andrew.
I'm in the queue.
Go ahead, Rob.
It's really bizarre that people say you can't know good without evil. Of course, God knew it, and there's nothing in principle that says that a human being, a created being, can't know this either. So this idea that you
Thank
have
you,
to have evil
Rob.
to know good is clearly false. Please banish this from your idea. It's like really badly false. But then, and Line can get to this, Andrew. Maybe somebody else wants to speak in the meantime. But if he takes the view that not God is not all good, that introduces a level of moral skepticism that I think it's going to be near impossible for him to escape. So we can come back to that, which I even press with the all good God, but it's much worse. It's infinitely worse if you think God isn't all good. So we come back to that. That's a point that Lion would have to argue for if he takes to the view that God isn't all good.
All right, so here's the point, Andrew. You didn't actually say anything. You gave Carolyn a Christmas Carol, a storyline about some predestined life with the triune God that doesn't exist in the old text. But your failing problem here is that you don't really read these words. Also, Carolyn, you were wrong when you made the statement it could be this or it could be that. That was the new transliterations, the Greek Septuagint, where they're getting their information from, Carolyn, it literally says kakos, meaning bad or evil in context. And what this means is calamity, disaster, distress. Remember, I used the word distress and told you what that means? Pain, anguish, anxiety. Remember those nouns that I stated? That's in Isaiah 45 and 7. And here's so you'll understand in context what I'm saying. It says this: I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. You can change those words to calamity, distress, anguish, pain. You can do whatever it is that you want. But the idea of the word evil is is these things: disastrous conditions, distress, calamity means that. That's what it means. Just that define calamity. So where I'm getting mine from, like I said before, is the Greek Septuagint. I'm not sure if you heard of it. Greek Septuagint is exactly what Paul, John, and all of those other New Testament scriptures are basing their understanding from. Greek Septuagint was the Old Testament. That's where they're getting it from. And how they pronounce it is Kakos, meaning bad or evil. Kakos. That's Greek. Bad or evil. It bad or evil means calamity. It means disaster. It means distress. It means misfortune. And it says that God is the author of it. God is the author of the good and the evil. I want to show you also something else. This is Deuteronomy. I want to say Deuteronomy uh, 32 verses 39. Let's see here. And what this says here is this. It says, see now, this is God taking responsibility for his actions. See now that I, even I am He, and there is no God with me. Meaning, Andrew, your triune God. That's not true. It said the very next thing it says, I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. God is taking responsibility and authorship also for 1 Kings 22, what we have read before, in verses 23. Now therefore, behold, the Lord had put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and the Lord had spoken evil concerning thee. Evil has spoken calamity, has spoken distress, pain, anguish. He's spoken all of these what we call bad things on this king. This is how the Bible lines up, precept for precept. Not none of this Mary J. fairy tale Santa Claus. God was in heaven with Jesus and they was skipping on clouds bullshit that you're hearing from weird ass niggas like Andrew. The Bible is lining up to the actual personality of God. He's both. He's evil. He can do calamity. He can do evil ass shit to people, and he can raise people up to kingship and godhood on earth. He can make people rich and powerful, and then he can bring people really low. That's God doing that. That's God authorizing that. That's the Bible. He's not good all the time. That goes for you, Rob. Remember, good and evil are in the perception of the person that it's happening to. Remember, the Israelites being free, that was good. And God did it for. God freed them from the hand of the Egyptians. That's good for the Israelites. While at the same time, that very same action was bad for the Egyptians. Why? Because their firstborn children had to die. All of their crops died. Everything in fucking Egypt fell apart. They all went into poverty. Next thing you know, they were being taken over by other weaker nations that came later on. That's evil. That's calamity. That's bad. That's anguish. That's pain for the Egyptians. You fucking idiots.
All right. Good work, Lion. I think Rob should come in. I don't even think that needs to be addressed, Rob. He thinks that subjective assessments of what's evil is
Yeah, evil
objectively
and
evil.
calamity are not.
Yeah,
It's
he's completely
it's
confused, Caroline,
yeah.
and he thinks that subjective assessments on
Suffering
what
is not evil.
right. He
Disaster
thinks
is
that
not evil.
right, Caroline. He thinks subjective assessments on what like, oh, I'm distressed, I'm sad, I'm angry. Somehow that's objectively evil and tries to blame God. He's so confused. I don't even want to try to
Provide an actual
I don't even
rebuttal.
want to try to untangle what he just said. It is so confused. Rob, go ahead if I think Rob was trying to speak.
Can I go after Rob?
Yeah,
Well, I
sure.
think, well, it's going to be a little bit of backwards and forwards, some of us, but Lion, so you don't think God is the greatest conceivable being? If by greatest conceivable we mean great making properties, and evil is not a great making property. So just at the outset, are we agreed that by your light is not the greatest conceivable being?
That's a completely different argument. Who says anything about him not being great or the greatest being? We're talking
Well, I
about
just gave you.
we're talking about what's morally right in the eyes of human beings like and your buddy Andrew here, and what's morally wrong because he's the author of morality apparently, and
Well,
not God.
what I'm
That's
going to
what we're
attempt to
talking
show
about.
you is the problems that you have with your view. So that's why I want to see if we can agree on certain things. Now, with Andrew, he and I are immediately going to agree that God is the greatest conceivable being. Um, but I wanted to understand from your point of view, do you think
Okay, we
that,
agree. We agree there. What does that mean?
no, but I don't think we do yet, because I don't think that your conception is a conception of the greatest conceivable being. And so what we have to
Why?
get is some common ground. Because I think evil is not a great making property. So if
Oh
a
my
being
God.
has evil, it is impossible for that being to be the greatest conceivable being.
Is the word great necessarily a positive connotation, or could it
Yes, it is
also be
always a
negative?
positive virtue.
No,
It
really.
only
So who?
encompasses
So
the virtues
oh,
and no vices.
so
Yes.
so when they talk about the great Satan, is Satan now good?
No, that's a play
Oh,
on words. If somebody says that, they don't actually mean great in the morally good sense.
when the Bible refers to Babylon being the greatest nation at the time, is Babylon the greatest nation, or is it a good nation?
Well, greatest in comparison there to other nations, right?
Oh,
But
okay.
here we're
So
talking
great,
about the
great. So
greatest conceivable,
right, great.
not the
So now you
greatest
can't.
among
So
others.
so now I think I just debunked your position because you said that great is always a positive connotation when great can simply mean big, large, powerful. It doesn't
No,
necessarily
no, no.
mean
Slow down,
anything
Tiger.
negative or positive.
No, no, slow
Next,
down,
let's
slow
try
down.
again. Let's try again.
No, slow down. You've got way ahead of yourself. I said to you that God is the greatest conceivable. Nobody thinks that Babylon is the greatest conceivable. So
I,
it's a category error to appeal to Babylon. In fact, you cannot appeal to anything other than God to say the
all right.
greatest conceivable, at least by most people's lives. So no analogy there will work. It's going to be disanalogous. So I
No,
wanted to understand from
we
you
were building on the
whether
word
you
great.
thought, hang on a second, please don't try and jump the gun. It's not going to work. Please don't do that. If do you think that the greatest conceivable, not just among others, but the greatest that could be the case, encompasses vices that are not virtues?
I didn't hear you. Vices that are not virtues. That's all I heard. Do I think in
Let me,
great
let me ask it a
conceivable
simple,
something?
straightforward way. Do we,
Yeah,
do
please
you
do.
and I agree that the greatest being possible would only entail virtues?
No,
Okay, why not?
because the greatest thing is free from all moral constraints.
Okay, so tell me what your definition of greatest conceivable being is.
The greatest conceivable thing is larger than anything that we can conceive, more powerful than anything that we conceive. Not necessarily morally good or evil. They're outside of the bounds of, as I kept saying over and over again in this room. They're outside of the bounds of your little small scope of morality.
Okay, so let me ask you something because we just need to calibrate what great means here. If
Thank
somebody is
you.
evil, if
Didn't I
somebody
just
is
do that?
evil, if somebody is evil, are they greater than somebody that is good?
No,
Okay, all right. So there, at least we're calibrating that the good there means that
no.
you're great as opposed to
Now
evil.
you
Yes.
didn't ask the other question. If someone is good, are they greater than someone that's evil? The answer would still be no.
Okay. How do we assess greatness then in the
We're assessing
in the moral
greatness.
sense?
So now you want to speak on morals. So we're going to use the only way I'm going to use morals is the biblical text of what morality is, not my own perceived belief structure that I want to make up in my head like Andrew does. I'm not the arbiter of morals. The
I just want to
arbitrary.
understand what
I'm
what
trying
does
to
it
help
mean
you
to be the
understand.
greatest in a morally relevant sense?
The greatest in a moral relevant sense is to do what the greatest conceivable being told you to do. That's what it means
What
to be great.
what's the greatest conceivable being again in the
That
morally
would be
relevant
that
sense?
would be the Most High God.
Yeah, but how do we describe such a being in the morally relevant sense?
I just told you.
No, no, you didn't. It sounded circular to me, so maybe you can repeat it.
Okay, so I'll put it in a simple term that you can understand. So the greatest um, uh, standard of that you get comes from, let's say, your father and your household, and your father Rob told you to not do something. By you showing that you are a good upstanding person would be to honor your father's wishes.
But when he
The
told me not
same
to do something, is that good?
that in the household, yes, that would be good. That
Okay,
is the definition, the biblical text of what good is.
great, great. So whenever God, or in this case, whenever your father says something, it's always good. Is that correct?
You said whenever he says something, is it always good?
Yeah,
Yes.
your father,
In this
yes?
text here. In this
Okay,
text, yes.
is it the same with God or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, so then it seems to me you are conceding whenever God does something, it's always good. He never commands or can tell you to do evil or anything like that.
Now
In
you're
other words,
moving.
he
No,
can't
you're
be
moving
the
to the
author
point.
of
You're
evil.
moving. You No, he is the author of evil. Evil is sometimes good. I already gave you the analogy between the Israelites and the Egyptians.
No, but I've already debunked that, right? Because there,
You
it doesn't
didn't.
matter what the Egyptians say because they are in fact evil by God's lights. And if he's the arbiter, it doesn't, their opinion there is irrelevant, right?
But
God
what
is
about?
the moral arbiter.
All right. But what about to the other people watching, the other people in the audience watching the Egyptians go down by this God that they don't even know?
What about them? God is the moral arbiter, right? So if he does something, it's good. If somebody else says that it's bad, they're going to need a reason. Either they're going to show what they have to do is show that God isn't the moral arbiter. But if they grant that he is the moral arbiter and they grant, here's the important one line, that he's all good, because if they don't grant that he's all good, then he can in fact lie or deceive, and that would be good. And that, my friend, also means for you that you can't trust the scriptures, because you cannot
That doesn't
differentiate good from evil. Because if God says it's good, he could in fact be bad, and he
you
might just have a greater reason for saying that it's good, and it's actually being bad, and that's not beyond the scope. Now, Andrew
but
can answer
no
that by saying, no, definitionally, he can't do that. But since you're not arguing that, you don't have that escape route.
no. So you missed a few points. Number one, that doesn't take anything away from the scriptures, especially when he tells you that he will deceive for the sake of some sort of benefit um, toward his bigger point. He already told you that. It's in the scripture. He's telling you that he's going
How
to
do you
do
know
these
that the
things.
scripture is accurate and that he's not lying to you?
Well, how do you know that anything is accurate and it's not lying to you?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
How do you know that? How do you know that anything is accurate and it is not lying
How's
to
this
you?
a response to my question?
Because you don't know. Only thing you have, you weren't there when the shit was pinned down.
Oh,
Nobody was
no,
there
no.
when
You see,
anything
that's
was pinned down.
differentiates you and Andrew. Andrew can say he relies on the scripture because he knows God is all good, and God would
No,
never lie. And so, if God
Andrew,
says in the scripture, I mean, it's going
Andrew,
to be circular to some degree, but at least he's going to ground it on God's all
no,
goodness. You are
Andrew,
rejecting all
Andrew,
goodness.
Andrew is literally wasting his time because number one, he is suffering from arrested development. He doesn't actually need
Yeah, none of
anything to
this is relevant.
verify
Come on
anything.
now.
All right, no, it is relevant because
None
I'm
of the
about to show
matter
you
is
something.
relevant.
I'm going
This
to
is a
show you
substantive
something.
argument and not some other
I'm
nonsense. Come
going
on.
to show you something. Andrew isn't going to the text to read
That's
or
irrelevant, buddy.
validate
That's your opinion.
or validate. He doesn't or validate any of his positions. Whereas I'm actually going to the text, and in the text, Rob, it literally tells you that God is capable of lying, and He will do
That's your
so.
interpretation, my friend.
He had a he had he had Ahab lied to in order to die. This was deception. It even says the word evil right there. I even brought into the point what the definition, because they want to go to the definition. I took it to the exact source, the Greek Septuagint, where it tells you what evil is defined as. And when it tells you that evil is calamity, distress, pain, anguish, agony, and then we say in the scripture that God is the author of those things, we have nothing else to fall back on, Rob. It's telling you that God is saying that I take full responsibility for everything that happens on this planet. Thank you, Carolyn, for making that point. That was Deuteronomy 32 and 39.
Look,
He's telling
what you
you,
what look,
I'm doing those
lion.
things.
Please look, you're
Does that
appealing
make
to
sense?
interpretation. This is not going to be like the knockdown, because Andrew will have a different interpretation. Other Christians have a different one. This idea that you can read the Bible
Not,
and
and
you
it
have
won't be
like
out
the
of the
objectively
scriptures.
correct interpretation is not an easy thing to accomplish. I think what you've done is sort of skated
Rob,
away from the critique that I levy to you, which is we need to agree on what's good and evil. And I gave you a critique of your view. If you don't take a view that God is all good, then that plunges you into moral skepticism, because now you cannot know with any level of reliability that either the scriptures or anything that God says is in fact good, because now you're saying that he can author evil and good, and you have no way, if you appeal to God's nature, you have no way to distinguish the two. If he says it's
you
good,
don't.
he can lie, right? In Andrew's view, he cannot do that. Right, so he has an advantage that you do not have, taking this view. But now all you're relying on is this idea of the scriptural thing. Right. And that's just not going to get
That
you where you want to
what?
go, no matter how
Hey,
much you appeal to. My friend, I'm an
what?
atheist. If it was that good, I would be
Yeah.
using it. The reason I
Hey,
don't do what you do is because I think the Christians can answer this sufficiently well. So it's not going to be
they
strong enough critique.
hey, Rob, you're just giving your bullshit ass critique just like him. You don't have any other source outside of the scriptures itself to make the same points, or at least attempt to. Number one, and number two, what other source would you use outside of the book to say that God is good or anything?
Good
He
point.
will not use any scripture at all to make his point. He doesn't have an interpretation at all. All he has is his feelings, and
Of
that's what
course,
I
he has
think you're failing.
interpretation.
I know he doesn't.
I don't know if you know what interpretation means, my
Hey,
friend.
listen. If
Everybody
listen
who
what I'm
reads
saying.
something
If
interprets it. It's
look,
impossible not to.
hold on. Listen what I'm saying, Rob. If I'm going to the source, the Greek Septuagint, and and he wanted to go the definition route, well, the Greek Septuagint states that the word for evil in Greek, in ancient Greek, is spelled Cocas, which means evil. In that very same scripture, it means evil, and defined in evil means calamity. It means mischief. It means pain. It means distress. It means all bad things here. I want you to focus on that part. So his interpretation would, if he actually had one, he wouldn't be able to use it because the very same interpretation leads to my point, you moron.
No, my
Don't you
friend, he
get
can have
that?
a different interpretation because if it was this easy, then Christians would give up this idea that God is all good. I mean, look,
Christians
my
don't
whole endeavor is to show
read.
that God isn't all good, right? That's
My
my
God,
endeavor. So if it was as easy as you say, they would have given this up, right?
he
They're going to
doesn't get it.
interpret it differently. They're going to take the Bible as a whole. I agree that sometimes their interpretations is seemingly elastic, but they're going to do this. So you have a very fringe view. Maybe even I agree with your view, but it's not a point that I can press against the
Rob,
majority of Christians. It comes down to an interpretation dispute. And this is just not going
Rob,
to be strong enough.
I'm gonna say it really simple for you. I realize that you're not really listening. You're just trying to respond. So I'm gonna say it really, really slow. What I'm saying is, I'm reading the scripture, and the interpretation that I'm getting, it says evil means all of these different nouns, right? But Andrew and many Christians like him, they don't read the scripture at all, Rob. And
They do
they're
read it, they
saying,
interpret it
no,
differently.
they don't. That's what I'm trying to
Look, my
say
friend,
to you. Hey,
repeating your point that you have
Rob,
the
please,
soul
Rob, let me
understand
finish my
is just
point. Rob,
not going to go
please,
anywhere.
let me finish.
Please,
Rob, let me
yeah, you
finish.
just keep repeating
What,
yourself, though, so it
Rob?
becomes tedious.
I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to break it down so you can
I
finally get
just
Yes,
over
you
got
that
keep
back
hurdle.
repeating
from
yourself. You
moving.
think
My bad, bro.
All right, hold on. What I'm trying to
do I
say to
sound
you,
like I
Rob,
have
I'm trying.
some intelligence at least to
Yeah,
follow it? And if I don't,
no,
I'll let you know.
no. You just sound. Hey, Rob. I think what's happening here is you're dealing with a mental scotoma. Once we get to
Yeah, I'm
this
not. Look,
point,
I'm
you break.
interested in the opinions here.
You're
I'm interested
once
in
we get
whether, in
to
fact,
once we
you're making a
once
substantive point.
Rob. This is why I get loud on the big
And
mic.
shouting a lot is not going to make it any better.
I'm not trying to shout. I just want you to shut up so you can hear my point. So you can
I've
argue at
heard your
least my
point about
point.
3 times. You've
You did
repeated at
not.
least three times.
Well, you're repeating
And I've
yourself four
responded to your point,
times.
and then you just go back to repeating
No,
it
you
again. This
didn't.
is a
All you
common
keep
tactic that
saying,
I
hey
people
just, I
Rob,
do,
just,
watch this.
hold
but
on,
it's
hold
not
Wait,
going
on.
to
wait,
I
wait,
just
wait,
want to
progress.
say,
wait, wait.
I just want to say real quick that you're only successful with the
Kazi.
people you have conversations with for no reason. You're only
Thank you
successful with
for
the
that.
people who surround
Thank
you.
you for that enlightening
All right,
interjection there. We're
all
all
right. So
richer for
Rob,
hearing that.
what I'm saying is, all I'm saying, Rob, is you're repeating yourself. All you're throwing back up to in the room is the Christians will have a separate interpretation
Oh,
from what they
can
read,
we meet in the
and
middle? Can we meet in the
and
middle?
all
Lion,
and all
he
I'm
said,
saying.
what?
Oh my God, I know what
One
he's
second,
saying.
Lion.
I know what he's saying. I
I
don't
know
need
you
no
know.
help.
I know you know what he said. I'm not
Fucking
trying to
Kazi.
help. I'm trying to help the room. Just chill, bro. Chill. Just trying to help the room. Lion, you're saying, hey, when I read it, this is what I get. These other Christians, they don't read it, so they're not getting what I get. But he's saying that, hey, regardless of how you feel about it, they're reading it and they're getting something different. Just based on that alone,
What's the key
interpretation.
word there?
One one second, bro. One second. Just based on that alone, interpretation is not the best explanation for it. Because if they're reading it and they interpret something different, and you're reading it
Just
and
say that
you
again
interpret
and
something
again.
different, then it's not the best explanation. That's all he's saying. It's
Nathan,
not
I
the best
understand what he's
explanation.
saying. Hey Nathan,
Okay, then
congratulations,
respond to that then.
congratulations for literally repeating the same fucking thing I just said. What
I
I
know,
just
but I'm
said. What
saying,
did I
but
say? What was
he
my point? What was my rebuttal, Nathan?
I just repeated
To
it.
what it? What to what
Andrew
he
and
just
the
said?
other Christians don't. Yeah, you said Andrew and the other Christians don't read.
All right,
When
now
I
stop right
read,
there. Now what
and
is he
I have
saying?
this,
What now? Stop. Now what is he saying, Nathan?
he
That
said
they're
that
reading.
you're on the. One
He's
second,
saying
you're
that
on the
they're
same.
reading. I'm saying they're
One
not
second,
reading. He said,
one
wait, slow down.
second, 1 second,
Oh
Lion,
fucking
calm
God,
down,
man.
bro. Let's relax. He's saying that you and Andrew are on the same footing because you guys are both saying my interpretation says this.
All right, I'm gonna simplify this shit down. Hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen of the room. All I'm saying is this, and all Rob is saying is this. I'll say Rob's position first. So you understand that I understand, all right, Nathan and other dumbasses? Rob is simply saying is that I have a different interpretation than the Christians. He thinks that I have an outside interpretation from what they believe about God. That's all this dumbass is saying. What I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, is those Christians that he keeps talking about, they haven't even read these texts to even have an interpretation. All they have is somebody telling them that God is good all the time. all the time God is good. That's all. There's a difference. One of us is opening the book and reading the text. And then another is just saying what's on his mind.
Lion, you finna stop yelling in my ear,
God
bruh.
damn it, you
Stop
dumbass
yelling in
nigga.
my ear, bruh. Stop yelling in
Lion,
my ear.
Lion, I just repeated that, and he's saying,
No, you
Hold
listen,
didn't.
on.
regard. Can I explain, Lion? Just hear me out, bro. Hear me out, please, bro. Everyone in this room knows that you believe that, right? You believe that when you read, this is what you
Hey,
get,
help these
right?
niggas,
He's
man.
please, bro. Now, this is where you don't want to be charitable, right? Just like how you, as a
I believe
Hebrew
I've been more
Israelite,
than
read.
charitable.
Okay, just like you, as a Hebrew Israelite, believes that when you read it, this is what you see, and it's the fact that what you see, God is evil. He's saying that Andrew and other Christians do the same thing as well too, but because of interpretation, they have a different answer. And he's telling you that that's not a good way to explain that if God is good or God is evil.
Here-
Interpretation, because
Here,
when using interpretation, you get two different answers.
All right.
Where
here's
is
the
they
Wait.
getting
hold
their
on, hold on, hold on.
interpret? Hey,
Nathan, here's
Hold
the
on.
Nathan, where
Bro,
are
disconnect.
they getting? Wait,
Lion
I've been
mentioned
Nathan,
in
where are they
line.
getting their
I've
interpretation
been in
from?
line.
Where are they getting their interpretation from, Nathan?
because Lion
They're getting it from
Can
what
I
they're
just
reading.
ask him a couple
Where are they
clarifying
reading this?
questions?
Because it's not in the
The
Bible, nigga.
Bible,
That's
the
what I'm trying to
But
Bible.
tell
They're
you.
Nathan, you
It's
reading
had
it
not
in the
mentioned
there.
Bible.
looking up and being aware of the Greek Septuagint, and that's the importance, which is the
That doesn't
difference in the
matter. That
point.
doesn't
It
Yes,
matter.
does
That
oh
matter
my
listen.
because
fucking
That
that's what the
God.
original
please,
word
can I explain?
means.
No,
Oh
please.
no.
What
What
the
I
fuck
can.
is going on?
I'm done, man.
Hey,
King, bro, don't jump it. Look, all he's saying is this: if you're claiming that when you read the Bible, you interpret X, and they're claiming when they read the Bible, regardless if he believes them or not, they're claiming I read the Bible, I get X,
This
right?
is bad.
Regardless if Lion believes that.
yeah.
I read the Bible, I get X, right?
This
He's
is fucking
saying that
terrible.
because interpretation gets you two different answers, it's not the
How
best
can you
method.
interpret what you're
Yeah,
not
yeah, we know what
reading?
Rob's saying, Nathan. And Lion's
He
saying,
I'm
thinks he's
well,
telling no,
hey,
Lion doesn't.
I
Lion is saying
know,
that I reject
Nathan.
that. I reject it.
no,
Lion is saying I reject it.
no, Lion, no, Lion said that we would
Lion
accept
is
it.
saying that I reject the fact that they read the Bible at all.
No,
That yes, 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 yes. They're not reading the Bible at all. If
Okay,
they
so
were,
listen, who cares about what Lion feels in that point? The point is if they said it,
wait,
the point is that they're saying that's what they're doing, he has to accept that.
all right.
my fucking God.
Yeah, let
Like,
me go
can
after
we
This is
just
so
move?
Samoa.
fucking
Like,
stupid.
like, can I just ask Lion just a couple questions from what Andrew said, and
Sure.
then from what he said? So you made a point that God is outside of the bounds of our moral perception. So
Correct.
in this capacity, is God great? Is God the greatest conceptual being?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So then when you shift God to the moral perception that he's outside of, this is where God takes the evil attribute.
Correct. From the perspective of human beings. Hence
Right,
why I
right.
brought up the
So
Israelite and the Egyptian.
they were just
I
talking.
brought up the Amalekites and the Israelites when he told them when God told them to kill all of the children of the Amalekites, kill every baby, don't leave nothing alive. That sounds pretty from a human perspective. That sounds pretty evil, doesn't it?
Yeah,
He's
and
telling
and
he's
and and
telling
I
man
thought
to
that
kill
Andrew and
other men.
you, yeah. So I thought Andrew and you weren't actually on the same thread because Andrew was saying God can't sin, and I think God the what he's talking about at that point is what you just described as outside of the
Thank
moral
you.
constraint, and that's
But that's why I
where
keep saying over and over again that they make God like themselves. They turn around and make God's moral confines as their confines. And that's what I'm trying to say here. God is outside of that and you don't understand it. You don't understand these scriptures. This isn't about a private interpretation. You don't fucking read the Bible in the first place. You're just listening to some jolly fat weird ass nigga tell you that God just loves and loves and loves no matter what. You can't do that when you're reading historical texts where it says that God wanted these people killed. He wanted these people killed. These are people, human beings, just like you.
That's not the
yeah.
point.
He
So
wanted these people
I
killed.
think all you
Not
guys agree
the
that
point.
God is great, God
Can
is
God
sinless,
sin?
God is not evil outside in God's essence,
And
Yeah,
Nathan,
but
I
look
don't
at what you're
our
understand
doing.
why we
perception
can't
is
just
where it
apply the
drives.
same like
can God sin?
skepticism about evil. Like that's just our perception. Why can't we think the same thing about the love then?
I didn't
I,
hear what you
yeah,
said.
Huh?
you
What
kind
did
of
you
cut
say?
out, bro. Yeah.
Oh my bad.
No, what was your question?
It seems like, I mean, in that case, like why not just apply the same skepticism? Like,
So,
that's our perception of it.
No, the reason we can do that, but most people are taught or brainwashed to believe that just like God is like some one track creature, he only does one thing, and that's what I'm arguing against. I'm
Lion,
pushing back against that.
can God sin,
Oh,
Lion?
okay, got you.
Can God sin, Lion?
No, God cannot sin.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
What is
That's what
sin?
we're
I
talking
just
about when you
said
say
that,
Lion,
moral.
can I say
Andrew.
something real quick, Lion?
Wait,
You
wait, wait,
guys
wait,
are
wait.
just
Watch
on
this.
two different
Watch
That's
how
the
threads,
whole
stupid
Andrew.
it. Watch how
time.
stupid this guy is. What is sin?
Can't do evil, moral evil. We're not talking
No,
about
your
calamity.
no, no,
That's
no. All
so
right,
bad.
Nathan.
God,
You see
so
how stupid
stupid.
he is?
Yeah, that was really bad.
If hey Samoa, what did you say at first? I'm just gonna like just pick and choose certain people that said that was right on point of my position. Samoa, what did you say about God being what?
Yeah, so God is the greatest. God is sinless. God is the greatest conceptual being in God's essence, outside of the constraints of our uh, perception.
So who can sin? Who's the only
The
entity that can
us,
sin? All right, we are the
us,
only ones that
the
can sin.
flawed humans,
But can
and
God do exactly? Can God do the exact same things to us that He tells us not to do,
yes,
and still be good?
yes.
All right, thank you. I rest my
Yeah,
case.
I agree with that. That's the whole point.
Now you agree. Shut the fuck
Uh,
up,
Oh,
nigga.
we're well.
Shut the fuck up.
So Nathan, this
I
is
hate
where
you,
I think
Andrew.
being
Lion.
stupid. You're
This is the
being
part where I
stupid.
think people
We
didn't hear
can't
what
kill
Lion's point.
somebody. We can't kill
All right,
somebody in cold blood. That would be
Okay.
murder for no justifiable reason. God can kill somebody in cold blood. It is not murder. God is justified. He is the giver and taker of life. Yes, it is not immoral for God to do something like that. The whole point is you're trying to argue that God does evil. Moral evil is the only thing we'd care about. Who cares about calamity, disaster, anguish, sadness, despondency?
but
None
you
of
agreed
that
with
matters.
Caroline's point that
None
mentioned
of
that.
that
Wait,
matters.
but God didn't do random killing though. He
Okay.
didn't. He
None of
didn't.
that matters.
He
Hey,
None of
didn't. He
none.
didn't. No. He did not. He
Okay,
actually
I'm gonna be down
condemned a
for
Coco,
random
Coco, no
killing.
one's saying that, Coco.
Anytime.
No one's
Oh,
saying that.
okay.
I'm gonna
No,
be
we
down for
are saying
Oh,
that.
okay.
But I thought
what
Wait,
Lion was
did
saying the
someone just
evil
mute
is like
me? Did
Lion
someone
is
just
justifiable.
mute
saying that.
me?
hold on,
Did someone
Nathan. No,
just
no, no,
mute?
no,
Did,
no. Hold on, hold on.
did
This
someone
is
just
what
try to
Lion's
mute
been
me while I
saying.
was
Yeah, it's
talking?
crazy, Coco.
Did
No, go
someone
ahead,
just
go
try
ahead,
to
Coco.
mute me while I was
go
talking?
down, Nathan, please.
I don't know.
Other people can talk, but I can't talk.
Coco
Go
is
ahead,
just
Coco.
an obnoxious
Oh,
person.
oh yeah, I was
Go
just
ahead.
saying. I was
Obnoxious.
just I was just saying that
Um,
in regards to random killings, there were reasons why God wanted certain people killed, and in order to understand why He wanted those certain people killed, you would have to like do your own research and read the scripture. But God didn't just willy nilly like randomly kill people and it be justified. There were reasons behind killings. That's all I
Exactly.
wanted to say.
Exactly. And Nathan, this is the part that I think you didn't hear what Lion said about going back to the original fucking Hebraic and Greek text in which this book was written. Right? For example, in the Hebrew, right? When people oftentimes make this stupid argument, is God all good or is God all bad? It's fucking stupid, right? Because in Hebrew, the word tov means that he's good, harmonious, and life-giving. But he's not always seen as only benevolent in a human sense. He is also just and creates both good and what humans perceive as quote unquote evil or woe slash darkness for
Yeah,
his ultimate non-dualistic purposes as one God is the source of all things, as seen in verses like Isaiah
I think that's
45,
important right there.
verse
Is that
7. Thank
we
you.
perceive it as evil.
yeah, which I
Right.
agreed with. Which I
That's
agree.
all I fucking said. No, you didn't
That's
agree with
Well,
literally
that.
what he's been saying the
it's
whole
the
time.
perception. The
Hold
human.
on, just 1 second. Let me please
Well,
finish. Let
Nah,
me please
Nigga,
that's
what
like
finish.
people
the
say.
real big key
I,
component to that.
I said that it is the moral
I
evil.
wasn't even done speaking, Andrew. What's going on,
God,
brother?
God does not do moral evil. That's the whole point. God doesn't do moral evil. You're trying to say that He did. You're trying to argue
You
that that's
said no. Hold on, dude.
calamity,
Because you
etc.
had said that God doesn't sin.
God does not sin.
Once again, what does sin mean?
Going against God's nature. God doesn't
Okay.
do something contrary to His own nature.
Okay, that's true. But nonetheless, so like if you guys once again could have just literally looked at the interpretation of these
No,
words.
I told him this
Hold
from the
on,
freaking
bro. Hold
get go.
on, bro. Let me finish. I'm not here to fight.
Andrew, you
Right?
lost. Just deal with
Hold
it.
on.
That's boss.
If you guys could have simply gone back and interrogated what the original words mean. This is why I'm sorry to say this, but the Muslims really cook y'all, especially a lot of Christians on this. This translation of English is very ambiguous. You can say one thing and say it 5 different ways. And that's why I think a lot of Christians get caught up in these debates because once again, like Lion was trying to get at, You guys weren't looking at the original text, and because of that, that's where there's a lot of misinterpretation. So, Rob, when you were talking about, oh, all people like interpret things differently, well, if you look objectively at what the original wording of these books, you can get a more precise interpretation of what
Thank
the words mean.
you. He
So
Oh,
got it.
that's why you
please
using
say
that
that.
is horrible
Why don't you like King
because like for example, like in the New King
garbage?
James versus what is it, New Living Translation, right? Very similar. They're all both English, but they word things differently. The
Okay,
essence of the
fine.
word is the same, but it's just worded differently. And so because of that confusion that can cause because of how ambiguous English is, that's why I always say it's important to look at the Hebrew
Okay,
because
you
it gives you. Hold on, brother, just relax, bro. Fuck, just
Hey,
relax.
can somebody control Andrew? Put a
Yeah.
muzzle on him.
line shut up. Line shut
Nathan,
up.
anybody?
How about you following your own words and you please let me
Perfect.
finish too? I'm not gonna talk long,
God
bro.
morally
Just relax.
perfect, King? Is God morally perfect?
I'm not here to argue with you, Andrew, because
I'm
you're
not
gonna
trying
these
to argue
stupid
with you.
ass
I'm
these
just
stupid
asking a
debates are
question.
just dumb,
God
right?
perfect.
So once again, Rob, that's why once again it is important that
Well,
even though you
Rob,
might try to like belittle it to the interpretation
it
game, it's
told
important that you objectively look at the
that's
linguistics of
stupid. Doesn't
these
have anything
words
to
in
do
which they were used. That's why people
with
get
it.
confused in these debates,
Morally
and
perfect.
people will say stupid things like, "Oh,
Nathan, where
God
you
is
at,
just all
Nathan?
good." And they'll say things that, oh, God can't like, do evil and stuff like that. But you can make a different argument when you look at the Hebrew. So that's all I gotta say.
Is God morally perfect, King? Can you answer that with all that you just said? Is God morally perfect? Okay.
Maybe
So you
if you
don't
sit
even
with your thoughts and you mute up, you might be able to answer that question
okay,
for
is God
yourself.
morally perfect, King?
If you listened to my response,
God
maybe
perfect.
if you mute up
King?
mentally and spiritually
God,
and you think about what I said, you'll get an answer for that. Okay?
okay, is God morally perfect?
Yeah. So yeah, once again, converse with yourself and your thoughts.
All right, I'll converse not with
Good
myself.
job.
Good
I'll do it
job,
with line.
Good
King.
job.
Good job.
The line you just said that God. You said God lied.
I'm not
We
talking to you
that's
either.
we showed that that's false. You said that God did moral evil. God did
He
not do
never
moral
fucking
evil.
said that. What's wrong with you?
Yes, he did. He
He
tried to
never
say
said
that
God did moral evil,
he
dude.
said God. He the whole point. It's an equivocation because what we were talking about was
What
It's
is
an
evil.
it?
equivocation. You hear this shit? Just shut
It's an
up, Andrew.
equivocation.
You're a liar.
The whole point we were talking about God doing that which is good and evil. Does God do evil? We were saying he is all good. The opposite of good would be evil, which would be moral evil, not disaster, goofball.
Moral
You were,
evil.
you were equivocating the whole time. You
What
were
is a
equivocating.
moral evil? What does that
All right,
mean? What does
shut up,
moral evil mean? What does that
shut
mean if morality is subjective, Andrew? What does
up,
that mean?
shut up.
Good
What does
You
job,
that
were
mean,
King.
Andrew?
Good job.
you were equivocating the whole timeline, and
What
now
does
you're trying
moral evil
to walk
mean
that
if morality is
Answer the question,
subjective?
Andrew.
Andrew, what does that
you're
mean?
equivocating, and you were the whole
Hold
time.
on, Andrew.
What's
What
the
does
point?
moral? You asked me a question, so I'm asking you a
I
question
Unbelievable.
based
asked
off
him
of.
that. He read
I'm
it
God,
and
asking
said
you a
what I
question
asked him
about your
too.
question,
sinning,
Andrew. What does
sinning.
moral
Don't
evil
try
mean
God
if morality is subjective, brother? What does that mean?
subjective. What are you talking about? That's the whole
Morality is
point.
not subjective?
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh, you're cooked.
No,
Yeah,
Sit
no,
Andrew
down with the
doesn't
Time
think
to
philosopher.
Kang.
run.
Andrew doesn't think it's objective. He thinks it's
It,
based on God's nature. God's nature is objective, and it informs all of God's actions and desires that are of the
it
normative
is
type.
objective. It is objective, Rob. It's not subjective.
That's what Andrew and most Christians think. Yeah.
Right. Correct.
You believe morality is objective.
Of course it is.
Okay.
Hello, it's God.
So once again, right? So when you what the
Okay,
fuck are you
Morality
laughing
is
at so funny?
subjective.
Oh
talking
boy.
about King. What do you think so funny? This is stupid,
I
dude. You
think
guys,
your responses are funny, brother, but go
yeah,
off.
you guys
Go
are
off.
arguing for
Yeah, yeah,
retardation.
go off and
Look,
basically go on your rant, talk about how bad I am.
Kang,
It's
maybe
like
I
it's fine.
can.
It's okay. It's
Kang, can
okay.
I just clarify something with you? Perhaps I
Go
can
ahead,
do it
brother.
with you. Hopefully you and I think that gratuitous evil is gratuitous evil is bad, right? If we see something and like you're kicking a puppy and you go up and the person says, well, I just like to see the puppy yelp, we're going to go, that's bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all
You
Yeah.
will.
will. Yeah. Okay, if it were the case that essentially Jesus, as God, was kicking the puppy and we asked him the same question and he goes, because I like to see the puppy yelp, are we going to also think that that's gratuitous?
If Christ said that and he did,
Yeah.
yeah, sure. But he once again
Okay.
that opposes his nature, which I do, right?
Okay, but that's a separate point, right? But suppose he did do it, we could identify it in that way, right? And so the whole point is that the problem of evil targets an all good God, because what we don't expect from an all good God, just in the way that you put there, is that he would allow gratuitous evil. So the whole mission of the Christian, or indeed the Abrahamic theist that thinks God is all good, is to defend against this idea that there's an incompatibility between evil, i.e., in this case, gratuitous evil, and God. Because if it were the case that Jesus did this, then you and I would agree that he's not God. Right? So if we see him and he said, "Yes, I'm Jesus, and I'm kicking this thing," and he shows us that he's got a
Now
lot of
that's
power,
where I
but he kicks the
disagree.
puppy and he says, "Hey, it's because I love doing it." Hopefully, you and I are going to say, "Okay, but you're not God.
I
Yes,
Well,
you're
wouldn't say
powerful,
that.
but you're
so
not God."
I would say he's
here's
still
the thing.
God. I would say
Yeah,
he's
so
still God.
Okay, what would you say there?
so if there was a God that promoted gratuitous suffering with no greater purpose, then I don't think it's the God specifically, and so I wouldn't even follow that God, right? Personally.
Correct.
So
Okay, you
so
phrased it differently, but that's good enough, right?
yeah,
Then it's not
so
God, right? And by God, there you mean the greatest being, the being of the Bible, da da da, right? Whatever.
yeah.
Okay, but that's the point, right? So what the Christian has to defend against, and what they can't do, though, okay, is say, but God did in fact allow gratuitous evil. Then they've just undermined the whole case, right?
In which case would you make that argument that he
Well,
supported gratuitous
we'd make
suffering?
the evidential problem of evil, and that will include gratuitous evil, right? But that's a separate point. But if somebody granted that there was gratuitous evil and God was allowed that to happen, then it would
If the
undermine
Christian
God,
agreed
right?
with that,
You and
then
I
quite
agree?
frankly, yeah, the Christian would be stupid if they agreed with that, right? Because, and
Okay,
I think
good.
that,
Cool.
yeah, that would go back to once again the lack of reading, especially with their own Bible, right? Because technically, you could make an argument. The prime example of that would be the story of Abraham, right? When basically God allowed him to be tested to what is it, like kill his own son. Therefore, if God actually went through and did that, I think there'd be a lot of questions you could truly make as an atheist towards people or followers of the Abrahamic faith, which is not just limited to the Christians, but also the Jews and the Muslims, because they also believe in him too, right? So I think if that were to be the case where he did allow that son to just like randomly get killed, it's like, well, what kind of God is this, right?
But
But then
why
you
would
do
that
think
be
that,
random when it's just in the test of the faith? Like, doesn't that just complete the
no,
test?
specifically, he said gratuitous suffering, right? Which means that
Yeah,
like,
but why would this be an example of gratuitous suffering if
because it
there is
serves
an
no greater
actual
purpose.
wait?
No,
The greater
Samoa.
purpose
He said
is
if he said if the
hold on.
guy
No,
followed.
no, no.
He said if the guy
I heard him.
followed through with it.
Yeah.
Yes. It's still testing the faith of Abraham. So if Abraham were to just go through with it and kill Isaac, that would be not a gratuitous suffering. That because you're trying to say that there's no point there, but the point has just been made that Abraham is fully in faith and has passed the test.
So are you
One
saying that God,
hundred percent, Samoa. Good job.
so
But
hold on, but
that doesn't make sense to an all-knowing God that would know he was going to be able to do it anyways. So it's
right.
Yeah, but
pointless.
that's not the point, though. It's not
Yeah,
for
that's
God to
not the
know, it's for
point.
Abraham to know. But as
Yeah, so
Samoa,
we're
I
just
think
catching
that
Kang
point,
here.
The point is
I think Samoa,
the
that's not
point
the
is to
point that is
test a
typically brought
person.
up, right?
The point is to
So,
test a
grat-
Yes,
person. So
so
yes.
if you
So
know
then,
the
gratuitous evil is not
answer,
going to
if
be
you
of
know
the
what
sort of
what he's
Abrahamic
going to
type thing.
do,
yeah,
then it does
wait.
become pointless.
Yeah, but
All right,
Syke, that's a separate point. Please don't bring that up
that's
separately.
something
That's
different
an
from what Kang's
additional
I'm going to
saying.
bring up
side
anything
point.
I want. Don't fucking tell me what to bring up, dude.
We're on
Yeah.
a particular point at the moment,
I
right?
don't. No, no.
And
Oh
You
so,
yeah,
just
do your
need
Samoa,
thing.
you
accurate.
agree. Samoa, you agree that gratuitous evil is going to be something that appears to be without a greater purpose, right? And the
Yes,
whole Abrahamic story is not one that, at least by Christian notions, is without a greater purpose, right? The whole test, obviously, God knew what was going to happen, but the test was for Abraham and Isaac to
So you
recognize
bring it
what's
up.
happening and see whether they are faithful, da
yes,
da da, right?
yeah.
So there you could appeal to a greater good if you wanted to do that. And so that would never be a
Wait, hold
case,
on.
at
So
least as
if
far as
God
I can
knew
tell.
what was going to happen, what
The
would be the
critic is not
purpose
going to
of
bring that
starting
up
the test?
normally.
Hang, let's just move forward. Like that was a bad example. Just try to
No,
move
he
on.
brought it up again. After he said don't bring it up, he
No, I
actually
said
brought it
Kang.
up.
No, I said Kang.
I know he did. I know. But Kang
No,
was
that's
like, wait,
Rob.
because I no. Rob said it, and then Kang says, wait, right? Because it stands out, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it's pointless, could it be considered gratuitous?
Right.
No, it has to be pointless for it to be gratuitous.
Okay, but if you know the answer and he followed through with it, but you knew he was going to do it the whole time, is it then pointless to do?
No, because it's not for it's for Abraham and
Uh,
Isaac.
what do you mean it's for? He already knew the guy was going to be capable of doing it. When you say pass
Yeah,
the
but did they
test,
know?
yes,
Did
they all have
Abraham
to.
know?
Well, they would eventually realize it. Yeah, at
There
some
you go.
point.
And he would have
It
known
doesn't
that he
matter.
was. He wouldn't have known that
Wait,
if he
let me
was
ask you.
capable.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you this. The guy didn't kill his son, right?
No, because he was stopped. But would
Okay,
he have?
no,
It's
but
like
he
they're
knew he was
trying
going
to
to do
say,
it.
like, you know how people will
He
just like
wait,
bang
hold
the
on, hold on, hold on.
dolphins.
He knew he was going to do. Like, he knew he was going to do it enough to satisfy God's fucking test, right?
No,
No.
this I'm
No.
trying to give you an example. Like sometimes people will say to you, "I know I would do this if I'd like got into a situation," and then sometimes it actually occurs where they found out that they go into the situation and they chicken out
I know.
because
I
they actually
understand
are
that.
wrong about that.
Of course.
And
No, I
that's like
understand,
you could think of
I've
it
done
like
that,
that.
and I've done that myself. But
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I'm
me
saying is
too.
this: is that we're calling it a test, right? And someone, the subject is being
I never
tested,
did that.
right? where the subject is being tested and the evaluator is God, right? So now we're trying to make it seem like the subject is also the one that is testing himself to realize what he would do,
Yeah, the
right?
test is for
In
him.
reality, no, well, no, that's God made it for him. So
Yeah.
the thing is this: is that look, he was about to kill his son, right?
Yep.
Okay, and he didn't have to at some point because at that point, as he was about to do it, God
He was
stops
stopped.
him, right?
Yeah. But what if God
Exactly.
didn't
So at
stop
that
him though? What do you think
okay,
Abraham would have felt?
that's the whole point. That's the whole point. To
Yeah. Do
me,
you think
it's like
Abraham
that.
would have been sad if he would have killed Isaac if God didn't stop him? Or do you think that Abraham would have been like, I know I love God. Do you see what I was willing to do?
I think both could agree. You can do both. You can feel sad and also fucking say you love God. But the point is this: is that did he pass the test?
Yeah.
No, he never took it.
According to who?
God's
Who
test. But
determined?
Abraham
Okay,
never
so
took it.
God, hold on. So God determined if he passed the test. So the evaluator evaluated the subject based on the test that the tester created, and without killing somebody, he passed the test. Now let's say, hey, look, now he killed the person. So you know the tester knows that the subject is going to pass the test. But we're going to say, hey, look, it's this idea that like, this is just for the person to realize his own faith towards me, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
but
you're saying.
yeah, but is this gratuitous suffering?
When in reality, it showed that he didn't have to do that. The fact that, look, the very fact that the subject passed the test without doing it shows that it didn't have to be done in order to satisfy the fucking the test,
All right, but can we agree
right?
that this isn't an example of gratuitous suffering?
It is if it's pointless, right?
Right,
And it goes back to
and
this.
you just laid
And it
out two
goes back.
points.
And, yes, and I'm saying, look,
Okay, good.
if it's the case that he did kill the person when he didn't have to, because you have an example where he passes the test and he didn't kill him to a thing we're going to call God that already knew he was going to pass the test, then the whole killing was pointless.
But wouldn't that be a good point for Abraham if he did do the killing and
No,
then it
because if
wait,
it's
wait, hold on,
pointless,
wait. It's there's a point if Abraham went through with it because now he knows that he's willing to go to the depths of like the
look,
extreme.
that's the
Okay.
whole that's
All
the
right. Wait, hold on. So just real quick. So that's
whole
a point.
point of saying there's already an example. That's not a point.
That is a
That's
point.
not a point. Look, if you have a situation where the killing, right, passes the test and allows Abraham to know that he could do it, right?
Yep.
Was the killing necessary?
Yes.
Oh my God. Then
Yes.
why didn't he do it? Okay, look,
Because God stopped
if,
him.
no, look, okay, so look, he realized he was living without killing occurring, right?
He'll never know.
Or no?
Yeah, because God stopped him. Just
He
like
was
when you
about to do
said,
it.
just like when you
Wait,
said,
God
wait,
stopped him
hold
from
on, my
what?
psych.
God
Like
stopped him from what?
when
God
hold on,
stopped him
when
from
you
what?
said in your
Wait, God
experience
stopped him from
you've
what?
chickened out
from
before,
killing
you
God
know
his
if he
stopped him
kid.
did it?
from what? Wait, God stopped him from what?
Yeah, from carrying out the act
What?
of
Of what?
killing. Yeah, killing Isaac.
Okay, thank you. God stopped him from killing his son.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
when
can we
you
get
chickened out from the
Sumawa? Don't
situation that you just described, real quick, right? Do you know if
don't
he would have?
pursue it anymore. Come on, let's go back
Yeah.
to the
No.
other
Yeah. Yeah.
point because this was a
All right.
tangential
All right.
point that
So
wasn't
thank
even
you.
All
related to
right.
any of
Thank you
them.
very much,
Bro,
Kang, for
you
wasting your
brought it
time.
up. You gonna let this fucking guy control you,
No.
bro?
All
He's a
right.
No.
fucking.
Kang brought it up. Kang brought
There
it
was
up
original
as an
Kang
point.
didn't bring
example.
it up. The
Here.
guy said obviously God knew it was gonna happen. Kang's like, wait, and he responded to the obvious part after the guy fucking went on this thing. Let's not talk about it.
No. No. Kang brought up Abraham as an example of
Kang
gratuitous
responded to
suffering.
Rob saying, obviously, God knew it was going to happen. You want to ask Kang?
Yes.
100
let's ask
smart
Yeah, but
bucks
look,
Kang.
right
it's not
now.
gratuitous
Kang.
evil.
Go ahead.
Sumawa,
hundred
Yeah,
smart
Kang.
bucks.
so I
A
did
hundred
bring it.
smart bucks.
Sumawa.
Kang.
I did bring it
Did
up,
you
but then
bring
you are right,
Kang?
like that.
Did you
I
bring
did.
up
Hold on,
Abraham
brother.
as an
Let me respond
example
to
of
these guys.
gratuitous suffering?
No, don't fucking try to change it, bro.
Yeah,
Kang
What?
brought up the knowledge part because what Rob said in regards to the obvious, right, Kang?
that's true.
No. What,
Thank
bro?
you.
All right. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
No, you just
Hold
heard it from his
on.
mouth. You lost,
Hold
bro.
on, man. Hold on.
You
Kang.
lost,
Who
bro. You
brought?
lost.
Hold on. Who brought up Abraham and
Who
Isaac
cares? We're not talking
as?
about that. You're
That's
trying to
exactly
avoid the
what we're talking
point.
about. Is this a,
No, we were talking
example,
about the God knowing part. That's what got up. That was the last thing that fucking set me off. Was
bro?
because Rob tried to
Psych.
stop
Psych.
it from
Psych. Psych. Psych.
happening.
Psych.
And then what he tries to do is say, obviously, fucking God knew what was going to happen. So he
Psych.
brought it up again.
All right.
After he
So maybe
says
you
that,
got in
stop saying
later.
my name, bro. After he says that, then Cain comes up and says, wait, if he knew, and then he gets interrupted, and now you're trying to talk about fucking Abraham. The point is
All
this:
right. So you
are we
came in
talking
late
about
then.
God knowing? You guys are trying to say it's irrelevant. Obviously, we don't fucking feel that way, which is why we spoke up when we did, which is why King responded to Rob's thing.
All right.
Right,
All
Paul?
right. All right. All right. So I'll just point this out. So Cain brought up an example of gratuitous suffering. I pointed out that that's a bad example because you laid out two different points. Rob told him exactly what that was, and then you jumped into the conversation just to
Did
catch you
Rob
up.
say obviously God knew what was going to happen? Yes or no?
It's the justification for the gratuitous thing
Did
we were just
Rob
talking about.
say God knew what was going to happen? Yes or no?
Yeah, what do you think he was talking about, Psych?
Did Rob say God
Let's
obviously
just go
knew what
back
was
to the
going to
convo.
happen? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Clearly, the
let's just say
Abrahamic
yes. Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
say
example
yes.
is not
did he say
gratuitous
that?
evil, right?
Did he
So
say
let's
that?
just move
Right,
on.
right, right. It's not.
Did he
It's not a
say
good
that? I
example,
love how you
Yeah,
dodge,
so
bro.
that's
I love
fine.
how you
That's but
dodge.
I
You
bro.
didn't bring
I
it
dodging
up,
right
just
right?
now.
said yes 3 times,
Okay,
bro.
perfect. Now,
What the fuck?
So we don't need to
After
carry on
that,
down this route.
is that when Cain said, wait, if God knew, and then gets interrupted?
Oh yeah, you just got here late, bro. Like you just got here late.
Yeah, I
Right. So let's
love it.
just
Yeah,
go
yeah.
back to it, right?
That has
So we don't
nothing
need
to
the
do with
Abrahamic
me
story,
tracking
right?
as to what happened,
Samoa.
bro.
So it's like
All we need to see is
we're just trying
something
to
that
point out
appears
that
gratuitous, right?
I
Kang
don't
had a
care what
bad
you're trying to
example.
point out, dude. I'm trying to
Well,
point something out, and you're purposely avoiding it because that's what got us to this point now. Fuck out of here, bro. Now you're gonna go fucking listen to this guy.
no, I'm
Samoa,
telling you.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's
go do
carry
this,
on.
Samoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're
Let's carry
all
on.
right.
Samoa, not
Yeah,
to
Yeah,
I'm
worry.
carry
pointing
on.
out
Listen to him,
that
bro.
when
You better listen to him. You better listen to him.
hold on, bro.
Why is
I'm
this guy
pointing out. I'm just
shouting?
trying
He's a
to.
bit of a lunatic or
I'm just trying
something.
to paste this together so you kind of understand like the
Just a little
totality
bit,
of the
bro. Just a little bit.
conversation.
I can go more too if you want to. I'll
Is that
No,
I
scare
was
you,
no. You,
criti-
bitch.
you should be back in the padded cell. I don't know
Scare
what you're
you,
doing with
bitch.
a
I'll
phone on
scare you,
hold
Clubhouse.
bitch.
on, this
You're
Yeah, I
way
atheist
can
on
too.
tell.
atheist
You're
crime
way
is
too
like it
fucking
has to stop.
civilized. Hey, you fucking retard. You're way too
Yes, I'm
civilized for
sure
me,
you
bro.
think you're a tough
You're
guy.
way
Everybody
too
on here
civilized for me,
thinks that.
bro.
I'm
You
sure
don't even
everybody
fucking
thinks
know.
that.
You
Yeah.
fucking. I'll make you feel
Yes,
uncomfortable.
I'm sure
You
you are.
stupid
Yes, you
fucking
keep telling
weirdo.
yourself that. You're
I
boring.
will.
Right,
No,
let's
I
go
will. I
back
can
to it.
tell. I can
Andrew,
tell by
give
your
me mods
phony
here. I'll
ass
deal with some of
fucking
these things.
false nature, bro.
Yes, I'm
By your
sure. I'm
fucking
sure you're a tough guy in
phony
your own
fucking
mind. We get
pretentious
it.
fucking
Yes, I
voice.
know. All right,
You
keep
think it
telling
makes you
yourself
sound
that.
smart to talk like
Yes, keep
this.
telling yourself
That's
that.
what you
Right, let's move on.
think.
So,
Stupid. You see how
Samoa,
no
the
one
idea is
listens to you
supposed to
either?
be
No one listens
is
to
the
you.
Hey,
No one
gratuitous
gives a
move,
evil, right?
move
fuck.
That's what we're
him.
looking
No
for
one
here.
gives
So
a
all I
fuck.
need to present a case
Fuck
of
out of here,
that.
bro.
And what the Christian has to do then
Yeah,
is
listen
offer
to
a
him, Samoa. You
defense
better.
of that, right? That's the
He
point.
might not like you.
And that's this particular, at least, evidential
Yeah,
problem
no,
of
no, you
evil.
don't have
But
a
the
point.
greater problem
You don't
is
have a point.
really
The
is
point you
the
had was this.
amount of
Oh, let's
suffering,
not talk
the
about that. But obviously it's the
the
case.
quality
But
of the
I don't want to
suffering and
talk
the
about that, but I'm
distribution
going to
of it,
bring it
right? I
up.
wonder, Andrew, if you
I'm
could
going to
deal
bring
with
it up
this
because
lunatic.
obviously it is what
Could
it
you
is.
make me
But
a
don't
mod,
bring
or
up what is
otherwise
obviously the
just
case.
get rid of this lunatic, please?
He said
Yeah, sorry,
fusion
Just
bro.
because
You
he's
see
Dan.
how to do it? You see how you
I
can't
mean,
do
he's
it?
just carrying on
You're
like a bit of a
tapping. Oh,
lunatic.
just get rid of him.
So
Just
Samo,
him.
that's
You
the
see how you
basic
can't
sort
do
of
it?
overview.
You can't
Andrew,
do it.
can you help me
You
here?
can't do it. You're too civilized.
This guy's just like
You're too
has escaped from
civilized.
an
You're too up
asylum,
there.
and they don't know where he is. Maybe we need to get him back there.
Fucking fake ass
Anyway,
fucking dork.
so these are the three
Do it for
major
the room,
points about
Andrew.
the evidential problem. So Samo, I don't know if you want
Ah,
to
fuck
respond to
this
any of
fucking
that. It's
guy.
hard to
Fucking rob my cock,
concentrate
bro.
with this fucking loudmouth here. Um, but this is a serious problem, right? And
You
it's
can
a
hear the
problem specifically
discomfort.
for
It got
people who
weird,
think that
didn't it,
God is
for
all
you?
good.
It got weird, huh?
But Lion's problem is going to be one of
And now you're
skepticism,
just
right? That's
talking
at
as if
least one
someone's
of
paying
the
attention to you, but they're not. It's nervous.
one
That's
of
a
the
nervous
issues with
talk.
Lion's view.
Nervous. You can hear the
Andrew, are you
nerves.
there? Just add me. I'll
You can hear
quickly deal with this
Andrew.
guy.
Andrew, are you there? Andrew, I
It'll be
need
super
help.
quick.
Andrew.
Let's
Yes,
see.
you
Androidito,
Can
you're
we
do it.
block
mine.
this fucking lunatic?
Andrew.
Let me make sure I block this lunatic.
Andrew, this
There we
lunatic,
go. Get rid of
he's
this fucking
talking and
lunatic.
I can't do it.
Andrew, just add me as a mod
Yeah,
quickly, and
take
I'll
that
even
breath. You hear the
debug
And
again.
the
Do you
other
hear the
dude just
breath?
Nah,
keeps
bro. I'm
talking,
sorry.
You're
huh?
getting
This is
This
a
guy
nervous.
just
chill
won't
and cool
stop
space,
talking,
buddy.
right? And
Stupid
he's
ass
clueless,
fucking
so
bitch.
it's
This is a
like
chill
doubly
and cool
bad.
space.
I'm
If you get mod
bothering
in
you on
this space, and if you
purpose.
move,
Andrew,
if you
let's
move
just sort this
anybody
out,
in
shall
this
we?
room, Rob, and if you get mod, you will never be allowed in Chillism again. This is something
Th-
even Andrew knows,
No,
Yes,
right?
it's all.
So I
thank
Hey,
you
mean,
for your
it's a
opinion. Thanks
you're
for yours,
lucky because
man.
I'm fucking pulling up to work.
I
But I
wouldn't do
just want to
anything to
show
you, Ken,
you.
but what I
I
won't do
made
is
you feel
disrupt the
uncomfortable.
amenities.
You
Like
He
fucking
tried to
dumbass
get
this
one
bitch.
off
I
before
can hear
work.
your fucking breathing in your
Ken,
voice.
look, it's not a case
You
of
Chill,
dumbass
removing
fucking
people or whatever,
donkey.
but
You
it
got
is
nervous. Your
disruptive,
heart
right?
rate's
and you're both
elevated.
in
Your
This
breathing
fucking
has
chill.
increased.
lunatic
You
just
can hear
keeps
This
it.
babbling
room is
You're
away.
trying to
chillism.
sound normal, but you're
This
not.
is
That
not
Me or
pretentious
chillism.
you,
fake
man?
ass
You're right. This
calmness
is not
is
chillism.
done.
It's killism, nigga.
Fuck out
Yeah,
of
but I
here,
mean
bro.
that just shows that people aren't like wanting an intellectual discussion. They just want to shout as loudly as possible. It's
Oh
like a zoo,
no,
right?
no, we
Presumably you don't
don't.
want
We
that.
don't. We don't.
Well, I mean, I know this guy should belongs
You
in
hear
a zoo,
that
but the
deep
rest, at
ass
least some of
breath?
us don't want to be in a
You
Yeah,
zoo.
he
hear
getting
that
You know,
deep
thank
ass
frustrated.
goodness, right?
breath?
So, um, so,
He is.
so
He
Mo,
is
do you
getting
want to
nervous.
continue
I
with
told
this,
you, bro. I'm not civilized like you, you
or can you at
dumbass
least
bitch.
move him?
That's you.
Just move him to the audience, because otherwise we'll
Fuck,
never get any silence here with this
bitch.
fucking lunatic.
Move me for what? I didn't break any
But
fucking rules. I
because you
didn't
don't
break any
stop
fucking.
talking. Just
You
stop
need
Yeah,
talking. You've
just
help,
got
like Mr.
don't
nothing
you?
Regular,
interesting to
you're
say.
not.
You're,
What
You
makes
you're
you
need
just
what
like
makes
a
help,
you think
don't
that
loud
we're just
mouth
saying that
motor
he has
mouth
to get sent to
you.
that's
the
got
goo?
nothing of
The room has
interest
to
to
You
listen to
need
say,
you, Rob.
but think that the more you talk, the better it is. Just
No,
stop
but Rob,
talking.
you're
Help!
like respectfully, you're
Help
not a
me!
regular. So like, what makes you think that the room
I
has to
need
listen to
help!
you?
Do you want to hear this loudmouth
Shut
lunatic
up,
babble here for
bitch!
like minutes
I
at a
mean, I'd
time,
rather
I
Ken?
listen to him, you
do.
know, not gonna lie, because he's been
Would you
I
doing this
do,
rather
for like
Rob.
listen to him
7
babble
At
away
least
like a
some
lunatic?
people. Some people
Come
are
on, man.
laughing
I
at me
thought you
shitting
were
on you.
like a
Some
guy
people
that you
might
could
not
have a
like it.
discussion with.
But you know what? We're
It
used to
sounded
not
like you were
liking
a
each
guy
other
that
in
you
this
could
room
have a discussion
temporarily.
with
That's
on
the
this.
case.
But
Sometimes we
instead,
don't
you
like
want to
each
listen to
other.
this babbling
Yeah, it's
bastard.
cool in here. Sometimes we shit on each
Come on,
other.
man.
But right now, there's probably at least one person besides myself that enjoys you being shit on right now. And you're just
No, I'm
taking
just not
it.
listening to this BS. Ken,
Moderator,
do you want to have a discussion? I mean,
moderator,
or are you just going to be
No,
no,
I
the
like
don't want a
moderator.
discussion,
shouting
brother.
I need
lunatics?
my help. Oh, oh, I'm
Yeah,
getting
this ain't one of them
nervous.
other rooms, bro.
Fuck out
Please
of
don't
here. No, it's
explode there.
okay.
In
I'm
fact,
walking
please
into
do
work right now.
explode.
You
No,
got
I'm
It's a
saved.
telling
heart
them this
attack. It's
ain't
rare
one of
that
them
I
other
want to
rooms
visit a
where you
I
can.
know,
lunatic.
I
If he
know.
had a
saying
heart
this
attack,
to him.
I'd
I got
probably
to
go
show
Anyway,
away
Andrew
too.
this in the other room.
carry
He
on. I'm going to work.
Let's make sure we've got you on the block list for life, you fucking lunatic.
Are you blocking people
Ken,
now? Come
you sound
on,
like a
Rob.
guy that you can
wait.
have a
So hold on,
discussion with,
Rob.
right?
Why do you think
Do
blocking
you
is a
not want to have a
flex if
discussion,
you're just
Ken?
also
Or
just a
do you
random
want to hear
voice
some
in the
Rob,
lunatic?
that
background?
makes
Like,
you sound soft. Why are you blocking people because they
yeah.
annoyed you?
Yeah,
Oh,
Rob.
because
You
they're
know
If
what
you're
the
lunatics,
gonna
are
fuck?
they?
block someone,
They're
why do you
not
gotta
interested in
announce it? Like,
lunatics.
would you
Let it
think that
He
off,
be
you
like
little
blocking
that
blueberry
people in
doesn't
real
skull.
lend
life.
itself to
I wonder how
sympathy?
big his block list is. It's probably like, yeah, really
Look,
big.
if you've got
So when
something
someone
interesting to
disagrees with
say,
you,
Rock, if you want to
Rob,
step into the
when
spotlight,
someone
no problem.
disagrees
But
with
don't
you,
hide
you
in
block
the
them.
You
background.
better talk with that accent, Liz. I know that's right.
I like that.
You block
Yeah,
them.
same.
You're
Talk to me nice.
yeah,
Tell
you're
me
gonna
more,
block him.
Rob.
You didn't
Tell
even
me more. So when
you didn't
someone
even tell
pisses
him to
you
shut.
off,
You
You
didn't even
you
tell
blocked
him to
block
me on
shut the
them.
fuck up
Facebook,
yet,
and
Rob.
now you're
You
going
Yeah,
didn't
to
Rob. Like,
jail.
Do I
blocking
need to do
people
that?
use
Do I need to speak that
is a
low,
bitch
alligator?
move, brother.
use your words
The problem
before you block him,
with
Rob.
Rob, this
Tell
is
him
more
Sounds
He,
tell
hyper
him
like
to
a
no,
shut
this
the
is
fuck
this
man.
is
never going
up.
to
his
win at their
house though.
level,
Like
right?
this
They're
is
so
his
used to
room. You
battling
can't
in the
just come
mud
in
that you're
here and
just
start
never going to
blocking
win
people
there.
you don't really
So
go in here
what's
though.
the point?
You don't even
yeah.
go here.
I'm not interested in lunatics, though.
So
I
then why
have
are you
no
in the
problem
room?
Then
with
why
people
the
who
fuck are you
disagree,
talking
Oh,
then?
Why are
Like,
you
what
in
is
the room?
happening
lunatics.
right now?
Because
Robert.
technically we're all lunatics.
You
So then
don't
what
like
makes you
lunatics,
not
No,
but
a
I
you're in
didn't say
lunatic?
anybody else was a
Chillism,
lunatic.
I,
What makes you
Robert.
not a
I think
lunatic? So
Rob's
why are you
trying
in
to
the
we
room?
are
hold us
fucking
hostage with
Hold
his
crazy
on,
in
hold
this
on, hold
room.
on,
ramble.
hold
Like,
on.
You thing.
He is trying to hold us
Is
if
this
you
hostage.
all
don't
the
get Mike,
animals
you'll get
jumping on
Samoa,
together
or
here?
you'll
Okay,
get
Lunatic,
okay, let us
Concrete.
lunatic,
slop.
You'll
he's a
Let
get
us slop
somebody.
lunatic
here.
base.
Let us play in our slop. How dare you
He
call
Oh,
just
if
us
he
someone
just
don't
animals
block
playing
your
in
talks.
our slop? Is
concrete
that
right
fair
Yeah,
enough?
Rob,
now.
like you
Just so we
literally
know.
haven't stopped talking though. Since you got
Thanks
here.
for your opinion.
I mean, Rob,
Thank you
let's
very
be
much for your
objective. I
opinion.
mean, this convo has been going
All
on
right,
since
Ken,
like
let's do
what,
that. Go
7
ahead.
Oh,
a.m.
great. You want to be objective now.
So
All right,
like,
cool.
yeah,
Go
yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh,
I
good. We
mean,
got
Rob.
Samoa.
the
Let's
Hold
go.
fact
on,
is that
Rob.
this
I want
convo
you
has
to
been
Let's
spell
light
going
it up.
on since
objective.
7 a.m.
You're definitely going to
and
get
he's
your
been
chance
getting
to
cooked
speak,
looked ever
came.
since. Like, just let it go, bro. Just let it go. It's
I just
okay.
can't
Like,
believe
just
you
let it
Oh,
blocked
come
him.
on,
Oh my
Tang.
god.
Just show it though.
show
Hey,
what?
Don't say
Pocket,
it,
it's all
show it.
good. These
Show what?
people, they're too civilized
Come
for
on, King.
some fucking animal
Pockets.
like me.
Show the
You're
cooking. I don't
being a
think the match has
lunatic.
even been lit
I'm
yet.
an animal to
When
these
you're ready.
fucking donkeys. I'm an
Because
animal.
obviously the rhetoric
These
doesn't work
people
with
will
me or
fucking
anybody
call
else
the
that's
cops
paying
if I
attention.
walked by their house. That's how they are.
So
No,
go
I
for
think
it, King.
Rob's trying to hold us hostage.
Oh, yes, to a
Bro, do you
discussion.
smoke
Excuse me for
fags?
holding you to a discussion, right?
Oh my bad.
I mean, by all
Do
means,
you
carry on
smoke
like
fag?
lunatics. Don't let me stop you
Carry
acting like
on.
lunatics.
Carry on, Rob.
Yeah, bro.
Go
I
on,
don't think he'll
alligator.
survive in this space,
Let me not
man.
hold you
Hello.
That's
hostage
all
for
Hey,
one
hey,
Cheerios
further
hey,
and
Kang.
discussion.
that.
I mean, that might
Hey,
just
I
Kang.
don't
be
think he'll
too much
survive
to
in this
handle,
space.
right?
Kang.
Yeah,
Hello.
So,
Carry
hey,
Delicious.
Kang.
on.
So
it's
you know
okay.
how he said Jesus Christ told you that his intention was just to hear the dog yelp,
Yeah.
and you're like, "Ooh, that's not good," because he's basically verbalized his intent, and you can't see a justification there, even though it was God. You would say that's not God. That can't be God.
No, but hold on. What I'm saying is we know that Christ's character objectively was not that. Right? So once again,
Absolutely.
that's why I'm saying that him using that example, number one, it doesn't hold true. But if that were to be the case, where he would just to randomly kick a dog, of course, like people would question that, right? But that's not the Christ of the Bible, of course. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's what I
Like these
said to you, King. If it were the case,
these hypothetical situations don't actually target the actual God that these people claim to like worship. Now, if you're actually wanting to make a claim about like something that's actually biblical, I mean, yeah, I think that may have more merit would have more merit to your argument. But like, I think that really wasn't as strong. in my opinion.
No, there was a point to it,
Rob,
Kang,
he was
that if you
talking to
saw that,
Samoa.
then you would know that it's not God, right? That was the point. Not
Well,
that
yeah,
God
because
wouldn't do it, but
that
if
would
you
go
saw it,
against
it
his
wouldn't be
character.
God.
Like we God clearly has a specific type of character that's described, and it's pretty consistent that you see throughout the Bible, right? And once again, if you see something that goes against that, of course, I mean, even the Bible warns, like like be careful of like these false prophets and people who come with a different type of Christ. Like that's literally said in the Bible for a reason, right? So like once again, that's why I'm saying if you were to read that same Bible, it would already warn and shut down your already hypothetical that you're trying to impose. That once again, there are already different types of versions of Christ that people claim to believe that's not biblical, and that's why Christians don't believe it. That's
Yes, but
according
the
to their
point of
guidelines
this,
of their
Kang,
beliefs.
King,
no,
what
but
about
here's the
Muslims?
point, my
How?
friend. Let me explain to you the point. So the point is that if you saw gratuitous evil or you had no good response to it, then that would be a strong evidence against God. That would be the point. So if we saw a puppy being kicked, or in fact something where humans weren't involved, let's say, and it appeared to be gratuitous and there was no good response, that would be like Jesus, quote unquote, kicking the
No,
puppy.
because
And
Jesus
then
is
we
not
go,
just a
either he
regular
doesn't
human
exist
being,
or he's
bro.
not all good, in which case,
Yeah.
by definition, for most of us, he doesn't exist. Right? That's the
No,
point.
but here's the difference, right?
I
Christ was
told you,
not
Shash,
just
they're gonna be doing this for 3 hours. And
Hey,
who said it
I
wasn't
want
true? Who said it was
Don't worry
Andrew
about
that
hey,
said it
don't worry
wasn't
about the
true?
side comments. Just
I want to
respond,
say
Ken.
something that's
Rob, you
relevant.
are the side comment, brother.
All right, look, Isaiah
I'm
55
quite good
says
at ignoring side
for
comments if they don't carry on too
Isaiah
long.
55 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, my thoughts than your thoughts." Stop thinking that you understand God's ways.
Well,
Stop
then you're
thinking you
just
can
saying God is
compart.
unintelligible.
Stop,
That makes it
You know
even
stop,
what? I
worse.
stop.
blame
No,
Lion for
Yeah,
activating Rob,
Liam,
man. You
Liam,
activated him.
you're still waiting for
Stop,
Jesus,
stop,
so
stop
you can't
thinking that
really join this
Yeah,
conversation.
but that
stop
makes it
thinking.
worse for you, my friend.
No, it does
It's
No,
not
it
not.
better.
does not.
It does
You
not.
no,
Yes,
listen.
now
You
it just
keep
means
trying
God
to
is
come. Wait,
unintelligible.
stop.
That's not
No,
true.
all it means
Oh,
is that
Andrew,
you are
these people are
unintelligible compared to
exhausting, I tell you.
God.
I mean,
All it
you don't
means
have to
is
be
that
here.
you
These
are
people? What the fuck
unintelligible
does
to
that mean, you
God.
fucking
All it means
donkey?
is you don't understand God. That's all it means.
Yeah.
Stop
No, there's
thinking you can put
entailments.
Him
I
in
don't
a
know if you know
Oh,
what
box.
an
why is it
entailment
always
is.
donkey? What did a donkey do?
I
Rob,
guess you're right, yeah.
That's
Rob,
Sorry,
can you
Mojo.
even
donkey.
grasp
Sorry.
Rob, can you
That's the
even
problem
grasp
with
the
these men.
Andrew
concept
They
of
called
they
this place
so
a jungle. What does that mean?
Rob, can you even grasp the complexities of the human brain
I
yourself?
mean, I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of like a jungle. We can't really be mad at that one.
Wait, but hold on, Rob. Can you like really grasp? Is Rob? Oh, Rob's here. Rob,
It's
can you
I am
grasp
an
in totality?
alligator.
Hold on, Rob. Can you grasp in totality the complexities of the human brain?
No, but why would I need to?
So why the hell do you think that you'd be able to fully grasp God?
Who said anything about fully grasping God? Who said
Because
anything
you just
about
said
that?
that God is unintelligible. Because
No,
what
because
Lion
he
had just
said
read. Hold on,
that
no,
my
Lion
ways
just
are not
read.
your ways, right?
Hold
Meaning that
on.
we cannot
Lion
understand
just read a
God's
scripture
motives for
that said
doing
that my
something.
ways are not your ways, which hints that we cannot fully comprehend God Himself, who is the
All right,
creator.
great.
So if you
All right, so
believe that
Kenda,
God, hold on
what's
just
his
a
name?
second.
Kang,
If you
sorry.
believe that God Himself created the human body, including brain, which you can't even fully comprehend in totality, what makes you think you'll be able to fully comprehend Him?
We're not saying that. Listen again, please, Kang. I don't know why you
This
keep
guy,
doing
bro.
this. All we need is enough understanding to ascertain whether he's good and bad in any particular case.
But
And
the
if
good
we
and the
see
bad that you're
gratuitous
talking
evil,
about
it's
is
not a
a
case that we
I
polar
go,
thought he
I
opposite.
said
have
good
no
and
idea
bad.
what's going on here. That's the point, my friend. We
But
have
your
enough
problem
information to assess these things.
we're speaking in circles. The good and
You
bad that you're
understand?
speaking of is a confine of the human construct.
Exactly. And
You
that's what I'm trying.
idiot.
Yeah, just
Kang, let me
You
ask you
you
something.
need wisdom, understanding, and knowledge for him to reveal himself to you.
No, no, you don't. I mean, the Bible reveals himself, so you
You
don't.
need
Look,
belief,
Kang,
Rob.
if it's the case, are you saying
That's
that
dumb
when
as
God
fuck
does
to
The
something,
say. That's
Bible
dumb.
Kang,
reveals Jesus, not God.
That's dumb, Rob.
no, he revealed God to you, the
You're
Father and
saying
the
dumb
Son,
Mm.
shit.
apparently
You're
the Holy
saying
Spirit.
dumb shit.
Anyway, Kang, look, if it's the case that, do you think we can identify good and bad as God intended for us to do, or for intended the Christian to do, let's say? Do you
with
think
or
we can
without
do
the
that
Bible.
reliably? Okay.
You said with or without the Bible.
Well, with or without the Bible, some people, I mean, oftentimes you are going to refer to the Bible, but some people don't have the Bible and they have a natural inclination to be kind of godly, right? The sensus divinatus, if you've ever heard of
I
that.
would
You
argue
have a
no.
sense of the divine
Should
and
I
you act in
argue no?
accordance with the
Because the
divine
Bible says
without the
that.
Bible.
Yeah, so I'll even argue no. I'll take the unpopular opinion. I'll say no. We can't identify because we ourselves we were born in sin. If you want to take the biblical approach, right? So that's why the Bible says you got to renew your quote unquote mind in that regard. You cannot do it by yourself. That's the whole point, right? So that's
Oh,
why, once
okay, so
again,
just to be clear,
hold on.
you're
The
saying
Bible
that
advocates
absent reading the Bible, you cannot assess good or bad.
reading the Bible versus understanding the Bible are two different things, right?
So you can't
So
assess
understanding
good.
the
You
Bible is
cannot assess.
necessary
You
to
can't.
assess
You
any good or
cannot
bad.
assess.
Is that the idea?
You cannot assess good or bad because our society is based off of the mob rule, mob brutality. So if all of a sudden our society just decided that eating children on Saturday was a good thing, guess what? Everyone here, with the exception of maybe a small few who probably have some sort of health concerns why they won't eat kids, it would be a national delicacy or that. So you can't make that argument. The only thing that's keeping everybody in control, at least in the Christian concept of morality, is the Bible. That's why you believe that homosexuality is wrong. That's the reason why you believe that eating people or is bad, or lying is bad, or stealing your neighbor's stuff is bad and punishable by imprisonment. That's the reason why you do those things, you stupid motherfucker.
No, but I think some of those things you will get from the Bible, that's true, but not all of them. I think people intuitively know that murder is bad and they don't need to
That's
appeal to the
wrong. If
Bible.
that's the
And
case,
they're
then
not
why do we
going,
go
when
to
somebody just gets slaughtered
war?
for no reason or apparent reason, they go,
We
well,
go
I don't
to
know
we
what's
go
going
to
on there. I
war
can't assess
every
this. I mean, it's
single
just
year.
beyond me. No, I
So
don't
hold
think
on.
so.
So
Yes,
hold
the
on.
Bible will
There's a
enforce certain things,
difference.
but
There's
not
a
all.
difference,
We go
Rob,
to
between
war every year. We
right.
literally, America goes to war with somebody on planet Earth every year. Human beings are going to go kill other human beings and take their shit. And guess what? The rest of the human beings who don't go to war, we're looking the other way.
Look, they're
What
not
are
going
you
to think it's
saying?
murder
We've
in that
been
sense,
doing
then, are
that.
they?
Oh, because we're
That's the whole
deciding
point.
what.
We're
That's
talking about a
no.
case
You're
where no
making my
reasonable
point.
person would think it isn't
We are
murder,
deciding
not where
what's
you've got to
more.
assess
Hey,
whether it
listen.
is.
We are deciding what's morally right and what's morally wrong. Mob rules, as I said. All you do is
Well,
keep
it isn't
talking
a
in fucking
mob. And if
circles.
by mob, is that supposed to be a pejorative or something? Because
Mob
we can
rules.
use the
We
quote
are
mob in
deciding.
occasions. So it's
Can
not
he
the case
hear?
that you can just outright
Can
deny
he
the
hear, or
mob
is there
when
something
it
wrong with?
suits you.
Is there something wrong with my mic, or can he hear? Or
No, I can
is
hear
there
you.
something wrong with
I
him?
can hear you.
Look, the
Okay.
point, Kang, is that some of these
Something's
things you'll
wrong
get
with
from the
Rob.
Bible, but other of them are
Got
intuitive
it.
that
Okay.
virtually every human on the planet recognizes,
Rob
and they
can't
don't need to
respond
point to
without
a
hearing the
book,
other
right?
person's
That's the point.
points. So I don't know why.
You understand what I'm saying, Kang, right?
I'm just saying, if Lord of the Rings is better than Harry Potter,
He said, "You
Narnia is
understand
also
what I'm
better than
saying,
Harry
right, King?"
Potter.
Are you trying to say that there's
I notice that
complexities
people
with
speak
people's
up
morale?
that don't have anything substantive to say. They just want to
I
open their mouth
love
and
Lord of
talk.
the
I mean,
Rings
why
and
do
Hold
they
on,
Harry
do
hold on.
that?
Potter.
Are they feeling
Rob,
like I'm left
Well,
out?
Rob,
Narnia.
you
Hold on,
literally
hold on, hold
haven't
on, hold on, hold
stopped
on.
Narnia.
talking since you
Rob,
got
hold
in.
Then
on.
why don't you add
Narnia is a
something
star.
substantive then,
Narnia
Tia?
is a
Because you're
story of
desperate to add
Tartaria.
something here. So why
Yeah,
don't you add
Rob,
yeah.
something,
so
TA? You're
Narnia
being
is
let
a
me give
very
an
fucking
analogy,
banger. I
right?
think Narnia
Come
is
on,
so
then.
Nah,
fucking
dude, they
overrated.
killed
We
off
need to
The
that
talk
let
about
me
Come
say
on,
it
lion,
then.
like
brother.
this,
That
right?
Narnia
stuff
for
Narnia
a
way
sucks.
minute.
into the
Lions,
shadows
compile it with
again.
I think it
even
was
the
great.
Bible. To Lions' point, the Bible's like the foundation, right? The extra like blocks to actually build the you can't have a building without a foundation, correct? You need the foundation at the core of it, right? You would agree with that, Rob, right?
Sorry, who are you speaking to? Me?
You, yes, you.
God, King,
Sorry,
stop
you need a
activating.
foundation for the what?
All right, let me fall back.
Yeah, please stop.
What is he from? London, Sussex,
No,
whatever.
he's an Australian man.
He's
It's
an
awesome.
Aussie, and they don't
Oh,
really,
All I'm
you
looking
know,
for is
it's a lot
substantive
of,
Oh,
response. All the
Ozzy,
rest of
Ozzy,
this is just
Ozzy.
rhetoric. A lot of
it's a
Let me
lot of
noise
ask you
coming
this,
inbreeding
out.
Rob. Have
going
you
on
seen a
over there.
salty?
Oi,
So
oi, oi.
Well, I think the
I just want
point
to
is,
say,
Kang, you've got a lot of other
I just want to
people
say,
who
like,
like
this
to
is why
just
a lot of people outside
chatter
the United
away.
States
But if you put
don't
them on the
respect
spotlight, if any
American.
of them were to go up against me,
Why
you'd
is it
see how
because they
quickly
don't
they
they
sort of
don't mute
dissolve,
up,
right?
Kazi?
So
so,
instead, what they do is
No,
they
I'm
want to
saying
chatter
it's
in the
because they don't
background.
respect
so
other
is it
Use your
cultures
new,
outside
brain,
of
right, to
their own.
speak.
new
Oh
queen,
yeah,
new
Kazi, that's
queen?
true,
During a
that's true,
weekend.
that's
So you
true. I'll
can
give you
see
that.
how it just triggers everybody. It's easy to trigger
Pull up
people here,
during
it
a
seems.
weekend, right? Coming on like a
Hey,
Saturday
Andrew,
night or
free to
something.
go, Andrew,
No, I
free to
know, but
go.
probably a lot worse, right, Kang? Is that the idea?
No, I think it'll be a lot
You
better because during a
you
Friday
guys
night,
got
a
this
lot of people
guy.
will be
Better or
This
worse?
guy.
professional. So
You got
Better
this
in the
Andrew,
guy.
can you
sense of
bring up
having
Shy Shy, please?
productive conversations, or better
Look,
in
you
the
got
sense
this
that
guy
people
Well,
Rob
stop
fighting
are you
for
agreeing?
his
guys trying to
life.
have a
He's trying to
linear, like,
speak.
Thank
He's trying to speak.
you.
He's
conversation?
fighting
Thank
for his
you.
life, and you guys have disrespected this guy.
guy. He's like
Good
he doesn't even go here.
afternoon, everybody.
He
Andrew, there's a
doesn't
lot of
even go
shit that
here.
was
What?
Great
So
lost.
hoodie
what?
type
We don't
I
shit.
have
get
anything
it.
to
I
You
get
substitute
you
it.
for
from
But
New
Andrew. He
South
just
if
wants
he
to
Wales?
come off
doesn't
mic and
go here,
babble.
right? You guys are not even trying to listen to context. Like you are dogpiling him to disrespect
Wait,
him
wait,
for
wait,
no
wait, wait, wait,
fucking
wait, because he
reason.
hasn't muted up since he got in this room, Kazi. Don't do
That's
that. Look,
not
he's been
Yeah,
off
well, the
mute
Oh
reason
since
yeah,
he
Is
yeah,
got
that a
in.
problem for
yeah.
you?
Fuck
He's
is it?
holding us
He
It's
doesn't
not
hostage.
even
Wednesday.
know the
On
mute
Tuesdays
button. I don't even
we
think he
wear
knows how it
blue.
works.
yes, the reason he
that's not
probably
true.
hasn't muted up is
No,
because
it's
he's
just a burger.
probably trying to
Hey,
speak
Kazi,
some
happy
context.
anniversary for not
Mike,
paying
go
your
back to
fucking
work.
bet.
Mike, go back to
Happy
work.
anniversary.
Go back
This
to
is your
work,
See, look,
anniversary.
Kazi, look, he's
If
still
I
off mute.
dox
He's
you,
still
if I
off
go
mute.
and and I I fucking speak speak to to your your boss, boss, if I call Happy your boss right anniversary. now, How did it
Why the
that feel
fuck we
means to
talking
be
about
if I call your
doxing? What just
boss
happened?
right to be a now, you'll be non-bet fucking paying smiling fool at for a him right whole now. year.
Wait, why would
Mike's
y'all
Like,
his
call
I
own
us
got
boss,
you,
so
boss,
Mike.
you'd be
Kazi?
calling
All right.
Mike.
So what
Remember
I
when he
need
bet
to do
King?
is
Because
hold on,
of
everybody mute up.
Happy
One mic, one mic, one mic, one mic.
anniversary.
No,
Was it
Kazi, there's
five
no one
thousand
Mike in here
dollars
talking about
or
Oh,
like
doxing
10,
people. We're
okay.
10
not doing.
G's, 10
So
grand,
I
10
got
And if
you.
you
grand.
want to call Mike
incredible?
boss, you'll be calling Mike
So
So he
himself.
today,
So
started
you're
today
it.
we're
calling.
gonna be
Not going to
calling
pay up.
Mike's
Happy
What's the
boss
bet we're not
live.
going to pay
anniversary.
up this
We're gonna
year?
call
Mike,
Mike's
what is
boss
the bet we're not
live
going
Mike's
to?
boss
when he
is
gets back in
Mike,
Clubhouse.
What
stupid.
is it?
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
we're about to
exactly. I
do.
don't know. Let's see. Let's
Mike
let him
literally runs
figure it
his
out.
own business. You'd be calling him.
He doesn't run his own business. He fucking lied to you
No. I lied. How would you
Brother, you
determine that?
haven't, brother.
because I already doxed you,
It's
brother.
like the
You
pot
did?
calling
Say
the
In
what?
what
kettle
way?
black.
In
You're
what
a
way?
liar.
In what way? You don't even
Do
know
it
me,
again.
bro.
Admitted to
Oh,
Yeah, do it
we're
again.
doxing.
about
Do
to
it
Said
dox
to
again.
you
do
right
with
now.
him.
Do it again. Do it. Do it. You know, there's people in here that fucking know who I am. You know, the only reason why I fucking hide who I am is because fucking somebody said they wanted to rape my 3-year-old daughter. You fucker. You think it was me being afraid of my own self? It's because some fucking weirdo in this room that allows everybody fucking made a statement about that. And then I realized that people are fucking looking at my shit for different reasons,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's what happened. You think it's because of like fear? Is that what you think? I don't talk about myself much, but if you learned about myself, you would actually realize that like I'm probably more established than you are in the
Watch
sense of
this.
who's being who known.
Right, Mike. We're gonna
Yeah,
meet
you
right now.
fuck. Did you? Yeah, go ahead, see it.
Why are you
And this is
talking
going to
so
be
much?
another lie. Do it.
Yeah,
90% of this room
Look,
has
look,
seen Mike's
if it
business.
wasn't true, then why do you feel the need to prove
Heroes
yourself?
always wear masks to
Do it.
protect their family.
Well, if it
Waking
wasn't
up, shout
true,
out
why
to
do you need to?
Superman
Wait,
type
hold on. If
shit.
it's not true, why do you need to prove yourself?
I didn't need to prove myself. That's why I hit it, donkey.
I guess we'll see
I don't
then.
know why y'all go
If
to
I did, if I
doxing
did need,
though.
if
I
I
just
did
don't
need,
get.
if I did need to
Why are
prove
you going so
myself, then
hard to
that just
prove
means
yourself?
this. That means even though there's a risk to my
Hold on,
family, I
hold
would
on.
still have it up
Why is it
there,
so? Why are you going
right?
so hard to prove yourself right now?
Because you
To
just
prove
said
what
you
point? If
doxed
it's
him,
not true.
weirdo.
Because I'm,
What are we
yeah,
talking
bro,
about?
you're threatening,
Like,
you're quote unquote threatening to
I'm
dox me,
not
bro.
threatening to dox you. I already doxed you, and I know you're a fraud.
Oh, you did? How'd you dox me? Explain it.
Your IP address on
I think
Clubhouse.
he's
your
Okay,
confusing
IP address?
What
someone.
the fuck?
my IP.
Yo,
You
Kazi,
can't
you
get
a
shit
fucking
from that. What are
weirdo.
you
You
talking
was
about?
I sent him a
a
link
weirdo,
to his
brother.
bitcoin, and I know
Yo,
your IP
you don't.
address.
You need
It's
more
on
than an
there.
Kazi,
IP
you
address
are
to
a
get a
fucking
nigga's fucking
weirdo, bro.
exact
Geolocation,
location, dickhead. You think you talking to a
Hey,
room of idiots?
he's
Kazi, you need to
saying,
go to church,
Click on
man.
an IP
IP address. I
geolocation
you know
hate
link.
what's
when people
funny?
say that, bro.
That's that
You know how he's saying
simple.
you got it? He's saying that I clicked the link that he sent. Bro, you're dumb. I would never touch anything you touch. You're a
Clearly, I
fraud.
didn't send it from my profile, clown.
You're a
See,
fraud. I
you're
don't click any
upset,
links on
bro. That's
this.
so weird.
I don't click any links on
Which
this,
you
bro.
did.
So what?
You
What?
did, Mike.
No, I didn't.
What
But
information did you
but hold on.
aggregate?
Why are you
Yeah,
going
Kazi
so
want
hard
exactly.
to
that
What
prove?
did you
ass,
Listen,
man.
why are
What
you
did you
Kazi
trying to
want that
prove
determine?
to the
What did you
room?
determine? What did you
Why are you so
determine?
going so hard to prove to the
What
room?
did you determine? No, because I want to press you to see how
Look, I'm
truthful you're
about to
being.
show you. Your
Yeah,
life is gonna
I have a
change with
Good,
this
question.
show
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
information
Let me
that
Kazi,
see
you're
it.
you
about
Show
to
it.
you a
get.
Show
Show
us.
me.
stalker,
Yeah, show
brother.
it.
You are a stalker, Kazi. That's really weird.
Pockets.
Are we
He
in a
about to.
zoo or
He
something?
about to
Can
That's
show
you
the
really
guys
shit.
behave
weird,
yourself a little
He
Kazi.
talking
bit?
about some watch. I gotta
Yeah,
see
y'all gotta
this,
chill
man.
with
Ew,
that
I'm
doxing
about to
shit,
post on
bro.
your
Talk
Twitter
your
that you
pussy talk.
stalk people, dude.
Can you behave yourself, cuties?
Hey,
Don't
His
you
yo.
name is
ever call me
Kazi.
cutie, nigga.
The fuck?
I'm
Yeah,
a
who said
grown ass
cutie?
gangster.
Was that Phoenix
No,
kick?
it's
Cutie,
If
not
that was
cutie. You
cutie,
treat people how you want to be
cutie.
if that was
treated,
Phoenix kicking,
Miss Pocket.
Kazi just want to be activated, bro. It's
No.
He
If
sad.
you,
is.
Miss
Hey,
Pocket, you treat
happy
people how you want to be
No, you're
anniversary.
treated, and this
so
is how
weird,
Mike treats
Kazi. Like
people.
you're stalking people,
Hold
bro. It's
on,
really weird.
but
Pockets,
but
let him
Kazi,
get to the business. He about to post
Hold on.
something.
Wait. What's wrong
Post
with
it,
treating
post
people
it.
how?
Wait, what's wrong with treating people how they treat you? What's
No
wrong
one
with
tried
that?
to dox you, brother.
Yes, they have. What the
Hey
fuck are
guys,
you
Bro,
I have
talking
a
stop
You
about?
dancing,
did.
question.
bro.
I have a question. Do you think that testosterone is evil?
Yeah, we're not doing this shit here,
What?
buddy. Sorry, wrong room.
Yeah, my question is, do you think that
Kazi, don't you make too
testosterone
much money
makes
to be doing all this, man? Like, if you're rich, why would you be doing it?
I'm
do
retired
do
and I have
do you
nothing
think
but
that
time.
testosterone makes
You
Yo,
have
people
nothing
evil?
but
what are we
time.
watching for, bro? What you got us waiting
I'm gonna
for,
put it in
Hey,
the
man?
hey,
chat.
hey, that is Phoenix. Kick him.
You gonna put a link in the chat that you said
No,
that you be
I'm gonna put his
putting fucked
information
up
in the chat.
links? You
You're gonna
think
put
we
his
gonna click?
information in the chat? I'm so
Yes, sir.
ready. I cannot wait.
Yeah,
I
we're gonna
cannot wait. Do it
cross
right
check.
now.
We're gonna cross check
I
this.
can't wait to see
Yeah, 'cause we
this.
only know Mike's business. So go ahead, Kazi.
What's the
And Mike,
time? Wait,
your
how
middle
long?
name better be Farsi.
Hey, what's the time frame so we know? What's how long is it gonna take?
RC is fucking wild.
No, he gonna wait for
Dude,
another
that shit
conversation
was
to come up,
hilarious, nigga. What the
so
fuck?
he don't got to do it.
That's a fact.
God, this is gonna be funny.
Kazi, you're really creeping me out, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
But okay, let's say for example he doxes him. What makes you think that you can't be found?
Wayne County lawyer accused of assault now
Like, and I don't
facing witness
support doxing,
intimidation
but it's like
charges. Oh, excuse me. Wayne County lawyer accused of assault now facing witness intimidation charges.
Lawyer?
Hmm.
what?
He's
Lawyer?
not
Is that
Wait,
what
say
even
you?
a
that. Say that
lawyer.
one
What?
more time.
Hold on, hold on. Oh shit, he got me. He
Yeah.
got me. He got me. Oh shit.
He said, "Hold on." Oh shit.
No. No.
Wait, what did he read? A lawyer got
A lawyer
Charged with
got
assault
assault
Intimidation
and
charges.
intimidation.
okay.
No, Mike was a lawyer. What the
Wait,
fuck?
I got one. I got one.
Yo, Mike isn't even a lawyer though.
Wait,
Exactly.
hold
That's
on,
a
hold
good
on,
point,
So
Joseph.
Shasha.
what are
Bye.
we talking about?
Shasha. I'm about to dox Mike right now. Hold on. Breaking news. Trump promised aggressive housing reform next year.
God damn, man.
Dude, you got
Got your
him.
fucking ass.
You got him.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I got you,
Yeah.
bitch.
Stop
Nah,
playing with me,
Gotcha,
Mike.
nah, nah.
Hey,
bitch.
knowledge.
Kazi's
Knowledge, are you
fucking
there?
retarded.
Knowledge, are you
I'm
there?
about to dox
Okay.
AK
Okay.
right
So
now.
Kazi just doxed me, and he did,
Yeah, Kazi
and
read his
I think
name,
it's
his
time for
IP
I think
address,
it's
and
time for him to
everything.
go.
He got to get removed.
Since
Yeah, he
you're
got
It's
to
an
get
time for him to
removed
you're
and
an
go.
never come
attorney,
back.
can you represent me in suing Ozempic because it didn't work and I'm still fat? Can you represent
Yeah.
me because you're an
Knowledge. Can you
attorney?
ask
Yeah, can you
ask?
also represent me, please? Because I didn't have no
Nope.
idea you were a
He
lawyer.
doxed me.
This is amazing.
Fat is subjective.
No, he said, "Look, I'm doxing you right now. I'm putting it in the text," and he put something in the text, or he read something, and he doxed me.
Yeah, he doxed him.
He no, I think
What
the
the
way
fuck's
you
promoting it? No, what?
Wait. Somebody got doxxed and you're
wait,
telling people to
hold on,
stop promoting doxing? How?
wait, no. Look, hold on.
Knowledge
That's
just
what I'm
woke
talking
up.
about. Look, the
Don't
wait,
mind him.
wait. You know how we stop promoting it?
Look at the chat. He's putting his city. Look at the chat. Look in the chat. He put his city. Look in
Look,
the chat. Oh, he put his name.
knowledge. He just doxed me right now in the
Yeah,
chat, bro.
he put his name and his city in the
Yep,
chat. So remove him.
he did.
I want
Kick
to
him
hear
out.
what Nala is saying though.
Kick.
Yeah, you don't know what you're saying.
Tell you exactly what he said. He said,
What,
"I'm
what
gonna
is going
dox." He
on? Are
said,
we in do or something?
He said, "Hold on."
Yes,
He
we
said,
are.
Yes.
He said, I'm going to dox you right now. I have your information due to your IP address that you clicked that didn't come directly from me." And he just put something in the chat. So the way we prevent doxing from occurring is by setting a standard that if you even attempt to do it, you get booted. Okay, so bye. Tell him to go. Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, look,
And
God is good, just like
delete the
Gustavo.
chat
Gustavo.
too. Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Okay, so real quick, the
Got
consensus is
him.
that
It's a
Lord of the
good man,
Rings is better than
Savannah.
Harry Potter.
Say again, Mochi.
No, no, we would never.
What does promoting
What?
doxing look like?
Harry Potter's like a word for word ripoff
Um,
of Star Wars.
Yeah, what does
Is
that
Brother
it
Nathan,
really?
your
What?
It
picture is
it
figure it
is.
out?
It
degenerate.
is.
We should figure out what
Can
that
I
Oh
ask
well,
that
yeah. I
means.
guess you
Promote.
think about it.
knowledge?
Yeah, we
He will
should
never
figure
What
that
explain
what
the
can
out.
you give
plot
me an
to his like
example of what
Dumbledore
promoting
setting up Harry.
doxing will look like?
What is promoting doxing look like? What does that look like?
Okay.
I think that would be more like antagonizing, but yeah. We said that 10 times.
What if somebody already knows? Like me. What if I already know? Right? And I say, yo, knowledge, you talk more shit, I'm gonna put your mother's fucking address up. Right? And then if you turn no, I wanna ask you. I wanna ask you. If you turn around and say, bitch ass nigga, I don't care, do it. Are you promoting doxing? Okay. You're clearer now.
You're clearer.
I'm gonna just go ahead and give a little bit. So AK is trying to start some shit between Carolyn
Huh?
and Concrete right now.
What?
What?
What are you talking about? Don't do that, bro.
Huh?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I asked that man, stop doing that. When you have your evil thoughts, don't put that on nobody else. That's crazy.
You're taking after your father, Rich, quite well. You have turned to the dark side.
And you taking
Yeah,
after
this
your
room,
father, the devil,
Yo, is
very
Rich
well yourself.
dead?
this room
No,
smells
after I
like
What?
broke up
alcohol.
with him, he never came back.
No, no, no. He
Oh,
got banned.
damn.
No, Rich
He
is
got
banned.
banned? No way.
Rich got
Yeah.
banned?
Yes.
How he
Hey,
get banned?
Nathan,
He
just an
got.
update.
He got.
Kazi, Doc.
He got.
What'd he do?
He got banned for doxing Kendo and Kazi.
No way.
Yeah.
And Kazi wants to go ahead and dox Mike? Crazy.
Yo, that
Yeah.
nigga lost his mind,
That's
bro.
nasty word.
Shit, I'm glad I fucking detached from that nigga before he did that.
Oh yeah, he posted screenshots of addresses.
Well,
Oh
y'all,
my
well,
god.
Real
When he
quick.
docks, he docks all the
AK, you know
Um.
you
way.
still tear to that nigga on the side. Shut your
AK.
ass up.
Nah, I got a new number.
AK. I got a
question
quick
is,
question for you, real
my
quick.
question is attached to
Do
where
you,
exactly?
AK? Do you
From dick to
realize
dick.
that you now have to, Mr. AK? Do you realize you have to tell us that we were right and you were
No,
wrong
you guys were wrong. All right, so what I said, right,
about
about
Rich?
Rich, yeah, what I said was this, right, that even because you guys had this campaign of everybody has a voice, it was people that were annoying to me that I was asking to be removed, to be
That
set
was
down,
never
to
a
be
campaign
right.
that
Come on,
everyone has a
let me finish.
voice.
Come on, let me finish, sir.
You wrong. Just telling you
Shut
You
that
the
can
wasn't
tell
our
me
block
I'm
ass
wrong
campaign.
when
up.
I'm done.
Nathan,
Thank
shut
you.
the block ass up.
Yeah, I don't know
He
why you be
lying,
so
y'all.
rude, bro. But look, it was a campaign for everybody to have a voice in here, right? Freedom of speechish or whatever, right? And there was particular people that were getting on my nerves. They were, disrupting conversations and things like that. And people told me like, "Oh, they are part of the room. They have a voice. Also, this is what we're doing here, right?" And then when it came to Rich, it seemed to be the case that based on his past, you guys were, putting your foot on his neck, right? What I witnessed was that even if he was abiding by the rules, he would still get shut out, right? So I turned around and said that I'm going to vouch for, support anytime he's doing things correctly, anytime he's following the rules, anytime he's not disrupting and he's adding value to the stage. That's what I was supporting in Rich. When I started doing that, I feel like he continued to thrive during conversations more than he did before. You guys accepted him in cues more, and things happened for the better. He, for a good amount of time, he stopped saying the N word, right? And that was a big one for me
Yeah, that's
because you guys
hilarious.
said, hold on. You guys said that he would say it. So when I wasn't around, I guess he was saying it and stuff like that. You guys would tell me and I'd be like, okay, I believe you guys. And then when he finally said it in front of me is when I severed with supporting him. Now my last thing is this: I felt like I achieved what I wanted to achieve, which was him being accepted and right, and not the favoritism of, okay, this is my jester and this is my dummy and this is my clown, so he's accepted in the room, but he can't be accepted in the room because he's not my dummy and my clown. So that one of that, I really didn't fucking love Rich like niggas want to make it seem. They made it seem that
Oh,
because the
you
point.
love
Hold
that.
on, real quick. They made it seem like that because the point I was making was towards the higher ups in this room, right? So certain people deemed it, oh, butt buddy, oh, blase blue, to negate the point and the goal that I was trying to achieve.
Baby, lock them doors and turn the lights
I never
down.
said that Rich was
Sometimes it's
a
just
great person.
best.
I never
And
said that.
sometimes it's just best to listen to the leadership because they know more than a random person who just popped into the room. You
What? I never
understand?
said you
Like
were wrong,
sometimes it's
Nathan.
best to listen. No. You
No,
said
just
that
tell me what I disagree
what
with.
you said. One sec. You said when you first got here, it appeared that hey, Rich was given access to what we call the freedom of speech,
Right.
right? And it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was the fact that Rich is a disorderly person, and you can't control him.
Okay.
Like after you witnessed. So the point what I'm trying to say is this: instead of you trying to do your own experiment, just trust the leadership, trust the people who are in charge. That way, you wouldn't have to do your own test. Like
Right. I
matter of
understand
fact,
that.
it was if you would have listened to us instead of saying like being that hard headed, ignorant baboon. I know
I'm
what
not a
love our
baboon.
Hold
brother.
on,
I
easy
was
on the
I was
baboons.
listening.
Easy
Yeah, I
on
was
the
listening
baboons.
up
Easy
until
on
then.
the
I don't know why that
baboons.
came in. You're
You're
smart,
a little
but go
bit
ahead.
baboon, bro. You're a little bit
No, but it's
baboon.
okay. It's a better way to say it. But go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Instead of doing
Easy
that,
on the
just say,
baboons,
you know what?
Nathan.
They have a point. They've been doing this for a long time. I think they know
Understood.
what's best for the run they're trying to run, you know?
Could I respond real quick? All I want to say to that is you're right. You guys do have more experience with people, and I never negating anything you guys said as far as him being deplorable. I understood that, right? I never pushed back against that. My thing is this: the process that you were pushing onto us, you guys weren't following yourself, right? So I understand someone has a
What does that
past.
mean?
The
A
you guys,
process that you will push.
yeah. So the process of letting people speak, right? Not holding, oh, just because someone says something flagrant that you don't like, that they get silenced. Like that whole process that we are a part of in here. You guys are pushing that on the stage members, right? This is what we do in here. And it seemed to omit certain people. It's not just Rich, right? I picked Rich because he was the most volatile, right? To stress test this standard operating procedure in here, right?
I
So
believe
yeah,
it because he's the most
I
white.
never I never say he wasn't deplorable. If
And
somebody could
that
tell me something
and
that
you
I
told
said,
me that you were gonna
if somebody could tell me something that
What?
they told me
Hello?
about Rich that I said they were wrong about, I would like to hear that.
I told you he was a filthy Jew. You denied this.
Can y'all hear that walkie talkie?
Cap.
I
Yeah,
told you
so
all everything that comes out of his mouth is lies, and all he does is try to basically be Jerry Springer in the room.
okay, I remember that, and I did respond to that by saying I never heard him lie.
Of
And then you
course.
guys went on to show me. And once I seen, I accepted. It was days after that, Dr. Girth came in here and he explained the situation with like where Rich told a lie to another room. So after that, I accepted. Okay, Rich lies.
All right. let me ask you a question.
Sure.
More pertinent to what we were talking about earlier with the room. Were you here when Rob was responding to atheism being incoherent, quote unquote?
Yeah, it was in. I was in and out. Yeah.
Pause. Bro,
You don't know if it's female or
I,
male, but
I
go ahead.
wanna I wanna I wanna see how consistent you are. If you heard that conversation, yo, Rob was cooking them one by one. He was cooking, and I just want to ask you, who do you think won that one?
Between Robin Psych or Robin
No, no, this is way
and the
earlier. This is
room.
way earlier. This was him versus someone named, I think, John. Him versus someone named John.
No. I wasn't. No, I wasn't here for that.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
So let me ask you: if someone makes a statement something like atheism is incoherent, person number one. Person
Atheism
number
is a what?
two, incoherent.
Okay.
It's okay. Person number two says something like, by incoherent, I'm assuming you mean there's something contradictory of the view. By something being contradictory, I'm assuming there's some sort of form of P and not P within the view. And the guy goes, yeah. All right, there you go. There's an understanding what incoherent means. So the person number two says, okay, go ahead. Tell me how it's incoherent. Person number one says something like, oh, because you believe everything is subjective. Everything is subjective. He goes, okay, yeah. Where's the incoherency? How can you say things are bad? He goes, by saying things are bad. He goes, there you go, incoherent. He goes, where's the P? Where's the not P? He goes, because you can't say things are bad if you believe everything is subjective. I just did. Those things are bad. Where's the P and not P? He's like, because you can't say that. He's like, I just did. Bro, it's bad. The other person could not comprehend
So the person that
what
said that.
P and not P meant.
So the person that said that the thing was bad is also the person that holds the view that everything is subjective.
Yes.
So the bad that they're saying, they agree that it's subjective.
Well,
Yes.
So,
well, Rob,
so
So where's the
Rob,
P? Where's the not P?
Rob is here, AK. That could be interesting to hear you run it with him because it is it
How
is
many
true that
times does a room have to back up Rob?
John.
Like
John said.
I don't. You're
John.
That
sending
one,
like
Oh
No, no,
wait, there you
no,
go.
no.
Okay,
But
hold on, shot, shot. Do you
I get
answer?
what person B is
I
saying.
have
well,
ready. I have already packed
Oh,
up
okay, okay,
Rob
okay.
knowledge.
Where's the
I don't
P?
know
Where's
if
the
you
P
were
and not P? Okay,
here.
just
said
answer
it
that
was
one
I
question.
I don't know.
John.
I don't know what you. I don't answer
Answer that one
questions.
question. Where's the
I
P and
don't
not P?
answer
But
questions.
you packed
John,
them up. Answer
John
that
said.
easy question. Where's the P and not
I
P?
don't answer questions. Are you gonna
Exactly.
pay me?
You know
No
what?
one could, no
Pay
one
me to
could
answer the
point
question,
out the
then I'll
point and
answer the
not P.
question.
And they're saying he got packed up.
You said, what are you saying? The P? What are you saying?
P and
The
not P.
contradiction.
Oh,
That's the
okay, okay, okay.
contradiction.
Thank you, Nathan. I'm glad you're here.
Said that atheism was illogical. Okay, and so Rob was just like, okay, well, if it's incoherent or illogical, which may not be the same thing, but he's saying if it's incoherent, and John was fine with that, he gets signing off on said. So he's like, so Rob's like, okay, what's the A, not A, or whatever. And John never really provided that. He tried, but I don't think that that panned
Yeah,
out very
no
Is
well.
one,
it me or is
no one,
Andrew's mic
no one,
muffled?
I don't know.
A
no
little
one
I
was
muffled.
think the
able.
opposite.
No,
Yeah,
no
I'll
I
one,
say.
think
Andrew, can you change your
no,
mic, bro,
no
move your
one
mic
was
around?
able.
Pause.
I
No one was
think
able. No one was able to
Wiggle your
provide a
mic.
P and not P.
okay, no problem. I think we'll have a better like
Hey, yo,
use
what?
of our time. Oh, I'll
I
wait till
don't know what
Louis
Samoa
time.
will be on. Yeah.
Hey, AK, you're a Christian,
What
right?
the
Are
hell
you
was
okay,
that,
For
bro?
Louis?
sure.
Okay.
You
Okay,
just, bro.
So I think we'll
I
find
think
better
you and
use of
Rob
our
could have a
time
good
if we talk
conversation.
about like better topics rather than trying to like fucking destroy Rob for the
Well,
Jeez.
that's what I'm attacking. I don't think anybody
I think it's the
did.
right,
argument,
right.
though.
So I think we should move on
Atheism
to
bro,
is
I
something
inco.
else, like mental
Atheism
health.
is incoherent.
We should
Okay,
focus on the DSM five.
incoherent means a contradiction. Okay, contradiction means P and not P. Okay, where is the contradiction in atheism?
They didn't
No
show.
one was able to
Yeah, they
provide an
didn't.
argument for that
But
very
what
specific
can I
question.
ask you something, Knowledge? How can something
No
be
problem.
something,
Can we
right?
talk about the
Real
DSM
quick,
five?
Sasha, let me just ask him this last question. I'll get out your way. The if some
no, no,
how
no,
can
no. Yeah,
something
go.
be something, right? And also be subjective, meaning like other either other situations will make you look at it different, or other people would look at it different,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
I got
So
the answer.
so bad, right? The person that believes that everything is subjective, they're saying a subjective term, bad, which means that this is not constant, right? So if to me, if you're defining something, then it should be constant, shouldn't it? It should always be this. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
I knew you was gonna say that, bitch. Nah,
watch your
like
mouth. How about this one?
my fault, my fault.
Let's
I take the
let's
bitch back.
let's let's say that I'm God, or I say God told me, and there's billions of people
No,
listening
don't
to
don't
me.
start your own thread. I
No,
want
wait,
you to deal with what I
no,
said.
this is I'm dealing with it right now. So I'm saying God told me this is bad. Now I convince a billion people, to now take upon them their minds to see this thing as being bad. Am I the objective moral to these billions of people? Okay.
Yo, my fault. Are you the wait, say that a God told you
The
that something
object.
was wrong.
Yep. So God told me, and now I'm going to convey it to billions of people. I say
Uh-huh.
this is wrong, and everybody says, "Yep, that's the guy."
hmm
Is this an objective moral, um, like, yeah, objective moral example here?
No, I think it would be subjective because it's like, you know, what God are you hearing? Like what God is speaking to you.
He's
Right.
questioning me. I'm the authority.
You said it from God. God told you something.
Yeah, me personally, I say,
So
"Yep, God told me
so
this."
who's the
The
authority?
billions of
God,
people.
God or you?
No, the yeah. So this is kind of like the hierarchy. So my authority is God.
Correct.
Their me.
Your authority is God or given by
Yep.
God.
Yes. So my authority, or
Uh-huh.
to yeah, God is my authority, like
Uh-huh.
above me. The billions of people, I am their
And you're asking me
authority.
if this is objective morality.
Yes.
And
Yep.
I'm saying to you that the source, right, that
Yep.
you got it from, the person that gave you authority,
It doesn't matter where
right?
I got it from. To them, to the billions of people underneath me.
I'm telling you it matters,
What? What? What?
right? Because
Hold on.
someone else
Why does it
may
matter?
not believe that the person that the
They're not
God you got
questioning
the
me.
hold on. So for your scenario, I must not question. So you're saying, okay, go ahead. Present your
Yeah.
scenario,
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
vacuum.
Yeah, I'm Kim Jong Un. You live in North
Okay, they're
Korea.
not questioning you. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I'm Kim Jong Un. You live in North Korea.
Oh,
You're
good.
one of
There
my
you go.
subjects. And God, in my
Okay,
mind, in
understood.
my solemn,
Understood. There's
right?
no question there, right? So you receive something
Yeah.
from God. There's no question, right? I'm not allowed to question. I think there's a difference between there's no question and I'm not allowed to question, right?
No, you don't have the intellectual curiosity to even go against it because I am the authority. You're like, oh, bro, this guy? Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
so I don't even
Just
have
the
the
guy.
inkling. I don't even have the inkling to challenge this. Okay,
Yeah,
I accept that. What's your point?
there's no questions. Right. Is this an example of an objective moral like opinion? Or is this subjective? Because I'm a man.
Well, it to me the like objective morality is like it would be like outside of what you think, right? So outside of what I
Oh, all right, so
think
you
is
need
going
to think for it to be subjective. You
right.
need to think.
No, for you where's subjective coming in? You said objective, right? This is
Yeah,
what we're defining.
yes,
We're trying to see if your scenario is objective, right? So don't throw
yes,
subjective in there. What I'm
yep,
saying is, in order for something to be objective, it must be even outside of my opinion and thought. You know what I mean?
yes,
Right? Do you agree?
yes.
Right. Okay.
So,
So
yeah, so what I'm saying is in order
so
for
in
it
that
to be
in that
subjective, you have to
in
think.
your scenario, people just must not have opinion.
I'm the authority. Everybody
Right. But
trusts
what I'm
me.
saying, and you
I
have
got
to
the big
take
bucks.
the ability to have opinion away from the scenario for me to agree that it's subjective.
Yeah, yeah, there's billions of people, like let's say cultish types of people, that have a tendency to follow my every word because of whatever the reason. Because I have,
Tendency though. Tendency
yeah, that
leaves space for people not to do it too.
no,
You said
in
people have
this
a
example,
tendency to do it.
well, because there's something that they're all experiencing that allows them to surrender their own individual thoughts to my moral like meaning. So I'm above these people. God's above me. And I'm just asking you, if people within the Christian framework say that God is the objective, like moral, like sample, then why can't it work, or does it not work just because I'm a man?
Okay, for your vacuum, I will entertain like yes. I believe because you're human and you're fallible, right? That you do not just receive automatically the same authority that God has because
Hold on,
you
wait.
hold on.
Who said I was
Let me
fallible?
get my. Well, you didn't put that in your vacuum, bro. You didn't put that in your scenario. You didn't say that the humans in your scenario are not fallible.
No,
Are
it is
fal?
no. Wait, hold on.
All right, listen.
I, yeah,
I'm a
yeah. Hold on.
I think
Like in
somebody
the
smarter should do it. I'm a
no. So real
disengage.
quick, right? So remember, we said the billions of people, without question, see me as the authority. So I'm infallible in
No,
their
that's
eyes.
not interchangeable like that, bro. Just because you are the authority doesn't make you infallible as a human.
To them,
But you didn't say that. You're saying that now after. That's
bro,
what I'm saying.
I gave you the structure. I said God is
Yeah, you
above
gave me
me.
this. All right, bro.
So then the way I see God is unfallible. I'm above them. So the way they see me is I'm infallible. Like this holds.
What's the end goal? What's your stance that God is not objective moral? God does not deploy objective morality.
No, I'm saying God is objective
Uh
morality.
huh. Okay.
Okay.
And you're
But if
saying that
I,
the human below God should also
yeah,
have objective morality. That's what you're
in
saying.
the perception of the
Of
billions of
Christianity.
people that I'm subjugating. Yes.
Okay, I receive your point and your opinion. I'll juggle that. I appreciate you.
So is it objective? Would you say it's objective? Like everybody wants these people to kind of fit in their worldview. I'm purposely saying that if it's just because of their being a quote unquote fallible person that makes it subjective, that would only be from the perception of the bottom rung. But anybody looking up at an authority would never say that they're fallible. They would always take what they say as it being the authority. I think it's
In a
subjective.
certain
Me personally.
context, I give yeah. I think they will be infallible in the context of um, spread God's word. You know what I mean? There's certain segments that they can be infallible in, I believe, but infallible as a human,
Bro, do
I
you
think
see
that
these
people
liberals,
under them would look
AK?
at. Yeah, I hear you.
The Democrats can't do nothing wrong in the eyes of a liberal. Like, all these Democrats that be on
That's
stage
your
all the time.
opinion, though. You can't
Joe
really say that as a
Biden,
blanket statement, right?
Kamala. Yes,
Are
they
you're
all, they
being
all
hyperbolic,
finesse.
Samoa? You're being a
Why
little
is
hyperbolic.
this wrong?
Listen,
Wait,
huh?
No, but
Samoa.
come on, let me just ask him this last question. I'll get out the way. Because the politics shit gonna get niggas triggered, and I don't want to do it. But could you say that you're being hyperbolic? That I need to accept it as a hyperbolic statement because every one of the Dems are not. Every one of the liberals are not doing this, right? I could find one case or two of people that didn't do this, right?
Bro,
So
who
I'm just
said
asking you how I
everyone
should listen to. Yeah, you said these liberals,
on
and
stage?
no, you didn't say on stage, bro.
Bro, I didn't say here on stage,
Okay,
bro.
all right.
What? I wasn't talking about the
I
liberals
must have
on stage,
misheard you.
bro.
I'm sorry.
But anyways, let's just say, yeah, the liberals that turn a blind eye to the Democrats' debauchery.
Now you go back to what the fuck you said originally, bitch. Excuse my
Who,
bitch. Like,
bro?
excuse my
Who
bitch.
care?
That don't
Who?
mean nothing. You feel me? Don't fight me for that. But you
I'm
went
just
back.
trying. Yeah, I'm just trying to just wherever you want to go. It doesn't matter. It still applies
All right.
because I don't want to fight if I said it or not. Like if anybody heard me say like here the liberals here on stage, like I'm literally taking a shot on the stage for a reason, but I don't know why I would exclude that. Just saying.
But even under what you're saying, the liberals on the stage, I could find cases where they didn't support a Democrat just because they're liberal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, give me one.
So I'm just asking you, in order to listen to you further, should I listen with ears of okay, I'm listening to somebody that's being hyperbolic to make a point? That's all I'm asking you. If I should
Yes,
take,
give me an
okay.
example. You said that you can give an example of like a liberal
I
that.
said I'm sure I can give an example, but I didn't sign up for a homework assignment right now. I was trying to get.
How about Louis being hypercritical about Mayor Eric Adams, prominent Democrat?
All right, so let me just point out this right here.
Just say
As
you're being
soon as
hyperbolic to make a point.
I'm not, I'm not.
I got another
So
one.
all right, so let me just point out like where Louis just cut himself. Louis only had an issue with him as soon as he felt like he was a traitor.
No. My issue was with his embezzlement of foreign funds.
Yeah, when he was a traitor.
When he did something wrong.
Wait, he's always did something wrong. Remember the mass checks that went to the illegal immigrants, the hotels? These things are all wrong, right? The FEMA funds that were reallocated for the sheltering in place program, the 97 million, huh?
No, wrong is that's now that gets subjective. Why is it wrong? Based on
Because
your subjective framework,
no.
how funds should be
Because
used. Yes, it is based on your own subjective.
no, no,
Yes,
no,
it's based on your own subjective framework on how
no.
funds
It's based on the laws of our land.
I can't. Okay.
Yo, can somebody mute me?
Yeah, it's based off the laws of our land. Spending federal dollars to house illegal immigrants. That's wrong. It goes against the law. Yeah, no social programs or money from taxpayers are to be given to illegal immigrants undocumented. Like that's why they can't get on. Well, that's why these guys say they can't be on Social
What law says
Security. They
that?
can't.
What law is that?
Oh, let's talk about it. Uh huh.
that federal funding can't go or shouldn't go or will not go to migrants? Because I think the terminology that you're using is like a trigger word terminology, illegal aliens, to try to
Uh huh.
dehumanize individuals. But let's keep it real, they're
Of
migrants.
course.
So where does it say federal funding can go to migrants?
Yes. So when you look at the actual designations of protected classes or statuses, you have
Mm-hmm.
refugees, you
Mm-hmm.
have asylee, you have
Mm-hmm.
temporary protective. So these are all designations that allow them to get some sort of resource.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody outside of that, this would be the illegal population, aren't eligible because they're not within these groups
Okay.
federally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm pointing out that if a state, like, and I'll give you an example of elementary school, if a state does not require your proof of citizenship before giving your child a tray, one would say that because there's a lot of illegal immigrants that are going to this school, that's why they're sanctuary cities and states, like you just said, they're getting federal money.
Well, no, that's not why they're getting federal money in regards to free lunches, because there are Americans that need free lunches.
Okay?
Fuck a damn undocumented immigrant.
Yeah, but
What
how do
about
you
the
know the difference?
Americans that need free money? See, that's the thing. When you try to gloss and
No, how
generalize,
do you know the
like,
difference, Coco?
what do you mean? What do you
Like,
mean? Are there
um,
not
like
Americans that need free lunches? Did you not have
no,
to pay for
no,
your lunch when you were growing up? I don't know about you, but I had to pay $2.50 for my lunch.
no. Hold on, hold on. No, what I'm saying is, if the school doesn't ask you to prove your citizenship or your
But
child's
why would a
citizenship, how
public
do they
school
know the
have to
difference?
ask you to prove your citizenship
So then they know the
if
difference,
for public schools you don't necessarily need to be a legal in
and
terms
that's the point.
legal person to get an
And
education?
And that's the point. And the point is, they don't have a system to distinguish between citizens and non citizens. All they have is a poverty line. So, because the non citizen is within a certain poverty line or under the poverty line, they
Mm-hmm.
are eligible for federal funded lunches.
Okay, in
Yes.
regards to the poverty line, but in regards to the poverty line, that they don't just get that from school lunches or regards of like kids that go hungry in school. They get poverty line criteria from a lot of different aspects within a county, within the district, not just the school.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm just pointing out one example of how illegal immigrants are absorbing federal dollars. That's it. I think we can agree.
But how are illegal immigrants absorbing federal dollars when those same federal dollars are also going to Americans?
Well, they should go to
Actual
Americans.
Americans like you, like me, like
Yeah, but
our,
it should go
our
to us,
children.
right?
If those same dollars are to Americans, how is that? Because in your point, you're basically trying to say that they're draining
No,
all of
no,
the
no,
federal
no, no, no,
funds.
no.
But if those same federal funds are also being used for actual documented Americans, then I don't think that I don't think that that supports your point.
I'm saying that Americans are, or us right here, we're getting the same free lunches, but there's more money being spent on people that aren't eligible for free lunches. If you were to use the requirement of citizenship, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And yeah, and if we were to break it down in a fairness context, we would say for every dollar an illegal immigrant gets, it's one less dollar you and I get. Could you agree?
I could not agree with that. And the reason
Okay.
why I could not agree with that is simply because so the funding, right? The funding for schools are mainly state based, right? You're a state mainly comes up with majority of the funds for their, in this case, public school system, right? And so, with that being said, when there are federal funds that are allocated to schools, it must go to certain programs, not school. The state is over the school lunch thing. Like that's why in certain states you have some states that have a whole free, like everybody get free lunch. It's all state based. So your state is the one that kind of depicts that. When you get federal funding, it has to go to a particular thing that you're getting it for. You just can't. You just can't. You just aren't given federal funds in regards to public schools, and then you could just use it for whatever the fuck you want to use it for. When you request federal funds, it must go to what you're requesting it for. I have a lot of educators in my family, and I say this all the time. I have an uncle that goes around training principals. So with that being said, they talk about this. My uncles, my mom, my aunties, whatever have, they talk about this all the time. To where federal fundings, they have to go to the thing that you're requesting it for. So when you're conflating things that state funding covers to federal funding, then you're saying they're getting the federal funds that really federal funds don't even cover that. Then your point is mute because federal funds don't even go to that. Now, if they come up
I
with a
think that's a fair
legislation,
point.
now landing here, if the Department of Education came up with a federal legislation to say that all schools across the board, public schools across the board, should get free lunches, then that's when I can see you trying to make your point in regards of federal dollars, federal taxpayer money going to quote unquote illegal immigrants. But in regards to school lunches or free lunches, your state controls that. So
Yeah,
you have to
yeah,
take it up with your state.
I think that's a beautiful point. But if I could just ask you this, just in the realm of fairness, if you and I were to split a pie, to be fair, we would both get half a pie, right? Like you would agree to that? All right. What happens when Julio needs to get some of the pie? Are you gonna give him some of your half?
He gonna have to get his own pie because the pie is already gone. Unless you're gonna give him some of yours and I give him some of mine, that's where humanity comes into
Okay. All right.
play.
All
But
right. All
if you
right.
want to
All
be
right.
stingy and I want to be stingy, he's just gonna have to get his own motherfucking pie. I
But
mean,
what if?
that's A or
What
B.
if? But Coco. But what if the chef, the United States government, comes in and takes half of your half of the pie, and says, in all fairness, Julio, Bendeja, Pablo,
Why doesn't the
they
government
need
make
to
more
eat too.
pie?
Excuse
Easy
me, they take
fix.
your no, they're taking your pie. That's the
They could
analogy
just
here.
make more
So
pie.
no, because
Yes.
if you have more, hold on, the more pies you make, the less value your pie has, right?
But the value still
Government
feels
has
the
to
What's
same
the
in my
how
stomach.
much?
So I'm huh?
Hold on.
He's
Samoa,
trying to
right?
simplify the
Yeah, I'm
argument.
crying on
Samoa,
mute,
Take
Samoa.
take his analogy to
Samoa,
him,
let me give you an example.
That was
Samoa,
and
good.
take it slow.
every year people buy
They
probably
really are
Thanks,
slow.
brother. Thanks,
billions.
brother.
Samoa, every year people buy billions worth of probably pumpkin pie. Does that change the fact that like the next year that all of a sudden the value of that is going to go down because people buy it less? Samoa?
I'll let these guys take it away, but I got to do this workout real quick, bro.
He's talking about inflation.
Go ahead,
He
Mark.
Samoa said the opposite, King. He said that the more demand, like the the more you make the pie, the less valuable that one pie is going to be. So you asking them if people buying it less the next year will make the price go down was like,
But
That
now,
would that would be Samoa's point.
now you're
no, no,
Samoa
saying
saying
no,
the more
no,
you make,
no.
He's
It
talking about
listen, Samoa saying the
inflation.
more you make, the more the value go down. So he's saying,
right.
okay, if
No,
that's the
but what
case,
I'm
then
saying
okay,
is,
if
Okay.
you
but
don't buy as
nonetheless, we
much, will
see
the
everything
value go up?
giving.
statement
People
No,
still
Kang
cash
enforced.
said
out.
the value go down. That's why I'm speaking.
He's saying, will the value
No,
go
I
down?
know
He's
what he
asking,
should
will
have
that
said, right? But he's
he
saying
said that? Will
he
that
said
affect the value?
no. He said, will the value go down? Why would the
Yeah.
value go down if what Lion is
He,
saying? I mean, if what
he said, will the value
Samoa is
go up?
saying is the more Samoa said the more cake, the more pies, the less valuable that one pie,
So he said,
right?
if you buy,
So
if
Kang
so,
turned around
one
and
year
asked if
it
you
was
buy
less pies,
less.
would the value go up?
No, he
Yeah,
said if you buy
I was so
less.
here's my intent. I was stress testing him
God,
because
man.
we know that every year people still cash out on pie every
He's
fucking
gonna call that.
Thanksgiving.
He's gonna call that a
Is he,
worshipology.
ladies
He's
and
gonna
gentlemen?
call it a straw
Is he
man
A straw
also?
fallacy.
man, not me. Samoa might.
Hmm.
Yo, Nathan, last night, yo, oh my goodness, bro. Pause. But Samoa, I'm sorry. Yo, Nathan cooked your boots, nigga. And then he flipped you and cooked you on your stomach, nigga, like a goddamn rotisserie swine, nigga. Yo, wherever you wanted to go, the nigga went with you, bro.
Nathan was on that
Yo,
BJJ shit last
it was
night.
good last night, bro.
Hey, AK, you
Uh,
gotta learn how to track.
Samoa, what happened to the workout, Samoa?
Samoa, come on, bro. I was there
Yeah,
for the
I just had to get this set
whole.
up.
Yo, up until Mike, I had to leave when Mike started doing this thing because
Mike cooked him too. Shout out to
nah,
Hey,
Mike.
nah,
hey,
I can't speak on that one.
I don't want to rehash this, but let me just point this out. If Samoa in a closed system
right.
and
Wait, do
people
it
want
again.
to
Do it
talk about
again
an
in front
ultra,
of. No, do it
well,
again.
if
Do the Matt.
no,
I'm. Say what you
listen,
say. You say
listen, listen.
you were representing Matt, right? And Matt's perspective only. So anything
No, no,
outside
no,
of
no, no.
that's what you said.
Here, let me say what I said so you don't make us like lose a lot of time. I said that my explanation is a response to Matt's answer. Okay? All right. So the explanation is tethered, point intended, to Matt. So this is a specific response with a with a specific conditioning process. What he wants to do is say, well, that means that this conditioning can happen to other people. And I'm saying, well, it could mean that, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's how simple it is, bro.
But how were you straw man?
So if I'm in a specific context, narrow, and somebody misrepresent that as being general, that's the first requirement for a straw man to misrepresent it. Then, when you apply a term called minor, the intention to the minor will kill the misrepresented version. That's the general context of a potential attraction to a minor, without actually addressing the specific context of Matt's experience. That's
Okay,
how that
so
works.
how would you have wanted Nathan to stress test your response to
Okay. Hey, Samoa, I heard what you just said. Your explanation talks about conditioning with Matt. Does this work over here in this other domain? How about
that's what
over
he did.
here? No.
He
The
asked you.
question,
Okay, go ahead.
fuck you. Look, it's all about how you do it to get there, okay? So
So it's not
if
what
he
you
would have
do, it's how
asked,
you do it.
yes, yes, yes. So if he asks, he allows me to do the expanding or the compressing. So in argumentation, and you can kind of look at the order of argumentation within Stanford philosophy, like these things are definitional. So like the clubhouse, like banter is like corny because there's an actual
I get you. I get
He's
you.
authority
just
that,
using
all right,
words
No,
right now. Don't
he's
get. Don't
no
just
listen.
no
Don't
just
get
no.
upset by
Let
the
him
words.
do
He's
it.
just talking.
just
No, he's
just hold on.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Come
He
on.
can't explain
By the
anything he just
defined
said just
terms
now.
of debate.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So you have, so yeah, the defined terms of argumentation. It's called the charitable principle, where you have to take a person's argument in its strongest form and attack that, not attack the weakest interpretation. So when we say steel man somebody's position, what you're doing is you are now executing the charitable principle. When you say, hey, no, this is what your actual position is, and it's the weakest interpretation, what are you doing?
That's
AK, what are you doing?
I would say that you're using another technique, right?
Okay,
Because charitable principle, that's just like
look it up.
it's
Look it
my
up.
prerogative. I would assume it's my prerogative though, right? If I'm having a conversation with you, I can choose this technique or this technique in a
Mm-hmm.
debate, right?
Wait,
That's
hold on.
you
Wait,
just disclosed a
wait,
technique
hold on.
that you would
you add
rather him.
charitability as well between
Wait,
people.
just hold on.
But you
So
said
think
let me.
about,
You said you
yeah, think
wanted to
about what
hear
you
me.
just said. You said there's two different techniques,
I
right?
didn't completely say anything.
If you want to finish, go ahead, brother, so we can like not waste time. I'm just trying to
I
get to the point.
forgot already. Go ahead.
All right. So there's two different techniques that you just illustrated there, or that you just described. I'll say yes, you're right. One is fallacious, one is not fallacious. One is ethical, one is not ethical. Take your
What do
pick.
you mean fallacious? What's the argument? What's the argument?
All right. So I said there's two categories. I have one with Matt. You
No,
have
no,
one
I'm
with the
talking about the fallacious. No, you said
yes,
one is
yes,
fallacious. Which one is like?
attacking
Give
a
me the example of the fallacious.
yes, attacking the weaker argument instead of addressing
Oh,
the
so
stronger
you're
one.
saying one is a straw man?
Yes.
No,
So
So
how?
no,
if
I
you
that's
make
not
a
straw
weak
man though.
argument,
how was my question? How was my question a straw man argument?
All right. So I just said the charitable principle is
Yep.
No,
See,
no, no,
taking
no,
a.
no, no. I said, listen to me.
Oh, I
How
don't
was
want to
my
redo that again, bro.
question?
You got packed up already yesterday. Come on, man.
no,
um,
let him
Come
but
on,
see it.
bro.
if
All
it's a
right, go
completely
ahead. Go
different
ahead.
on, if it's a completely different answer,
Let me entertain. Wait, let me
argument,
just. Yes,
then it would be a
if
No,
it's
straw
but
something
it's
man.
different.
not. No, but it's a
Thank you,
question.
thank you,
He's
thank you,
saying that the
Alexa.
question that I asked him was a straw man argument.
No, no, no. You strawman my argument. Yes,
Yeah, because I asked the question I did. I asked the question, and you're saying that the question I asked is a straw man argument.
yes, because your question assumes that in the society I described, these things exist, and they don't.
No, that's not what my. That's not what it assumes. It
All right, so
assumes that
oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you what it assumes. It assumes that society conditions your attraction.
There you go.
Just like you
And
said,
and no, that's
But
not what.
that was your
That was the
claim.
conversation.
Wait,
Yes.
hold on. All right, so real quick, listen to the words he used. I'm going to designate this as general. Okay? So if Samoa says, no, that's not what I'm saying this society conditioned Matt. Are we talking about the same thing, AK?
Yes, we're talking
Yes.
about society
Is
being
Matt
able
in
to
the
condition people.
society?
Not even that. We're talking
No.
about, he's talking about
Hold on.
society being
No.
able to
Oh my
condition
goodness.
people.
Yeah, hold on. No. Now what?
No,
What do
do
you
it.
do
Do
now?
it.
Machine
I
art.
can't do it with you right now
Samoa.
because Nathan
If
want
you're
to
gonna
do it.
make the Samoa, if you're
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead,
make
bro.
the claim that if you're making the claim that society conditions people and not
I'm
just
not.
people in general, a specific person,
Yes.
Matt, the
Yes.
claim that society has the ability to condition.
Matt.
Right.
I'm not saying that it
No,
can
no,
condition
listen to me,
anything else.
listen to me, listen to me. Yes, society conditioned Matt. So that
Thank you.
means that society
Has
has
the
the
ability
ability
to
to
condition
condition
Condition who?
people.
people in general.
No. Wait. Hold on.
If no,
Let's
no, 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 no.
come on,
If they
bro.
listen,
Come
if
on.
listen to what I'm saying. When you say society conditioned Matt, you're
Yes.
saying that society has the ability to condition people.
No.
So Matt's not a
No.
Tell
person.
me how is that no?
Just all right. All right. So there's a difference between a person and people.
No, no, no,
Not
no, but no,
just
no,
come
no,
on,
no. Tell
Nathan. Let
me
me just. I heard
because
what
you're
you
not
said.
I feel like by the beginning of your response, it's clearly that you just need a little guidance because you're not answering
All
my
right.
question. You're just talking
So
right
I'm going
now.
to answer your question. I'm saying that the logical entailment that
No, what I mean
society
is saying is
conditions
something like this.
people,
If you're saying that, hey, there's an
brother.
equation
I'll repeat what
and
you
one
said
plus one equals and 1 plus 1 equals 2, and I say, hey, you're talking about addition. You say, no, I'm talking about 1 plus 1 equals 2. How is that not addition?
because it. Hold on. It is in a general sense. In a specific
It
sense, I'm
is
only talking
addition,
about one
right?
plus one.
Okay, so you're talking about addition.
Brother, you're in a general context. I'm in a specific one. Let me just point this out. Do you guys think that what I'm saying is because the condition or because society conditioned Matt in this way, it conditions people in the same way?
That it has the
Your claim is
ability.
that society, yes,
No,
yeah, your claim is
no.
that,
I'm
yes, your claim,
I'm saying
Samoa, hear me
no.
out. How are you saying no? And your claim is that society conditioned Matt.
Yes, I'm saying this society conditioned Matt. I'm not
Doesn't
saying
matter
that.
what
Just hold on,
doesn't matter
bro.
if it's this society. You're
Hold on,
saying
man.
that society has the ability to condition.
Condition one person, not multiple people.
So that means that society has the ability to condition. Yep.
One person. Yes.
Okay,
So,
you
so
say
that
yes.
means that society has the ability to right?
Yes, one person. This
Okay,
society, one
okay,
person. Yes.
okay. Society
Thank
has the
you.
ability to condition, right?
I don't know why you keep on not saying Matt. Why do you keep leaving Matt out of it, bro? Everything's
because
tethered
it's
to
Because
Matt,
not
because
necessary.
because we know, yeah, because
brother.
we know that it affects. Listen, we know that it affects Matt, right? But I'm saying
Wait,
within
how do
there,
you
right?
know that it affects Matt, Nathan?
Because you
How,
said that. You
thank
said
you,
that.
thank you, thank you. Wait, hold on. Thank you, thank you,
But
thank
what
you.
affects Matt?
Because
What wait, what affects Matt?
yes, the society conditioning that I described affects
Okay, that's what
Matt.
I just said. So the claim is that society conditioned Matt, right?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes,
Okay, so I'm talking about the society conditioning.
yeah. Conditions who? Matt, right?
Yes, the claim is that society has the ability to condition. It has this ability and
To
it
condition
conditioned
one
Matt.
person.
Yes,
Am
so,
I
so you're
saying
saying
that
that. So
right? So are you saying that what I'm saying is society has the ability to condition people,
you're saying yes, you said that.
and I'm saying no.
So let me ask you this: when you say society conditions
Oh, come
Matt,
on, come on.
no,
Yes,
no, no,
thank you,
wait,
thank you,
hold on,
thank you.
hold on. When you say society conditions Matt, right?
Yes,
Are you implying that Matt is the only one that has been conditioned in that way by society?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
I'm no, no.
Ever.
I'm explicitly saying that.
Okay,
And
now
I'm
listen, now
explicitly
listen,
saying
now
that.
listen, now listen, now listen, right? Does it make sense to say that society has only conditioned one person?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you? I don't agree with you, right? And I
It's
think
like
that
I have to ask you as soon as you're done with this, and I'll ask you
okay,
a
look, and
question
I think if we
in
kind
return.
of examine, I think if we examine what we mean by society conditions, right? Um, just
Ah,
naturally, we can learn. Look, in order to even make some type of inference, right? Because you never presented a justification, you made a statement that someone has been conditioned. It means that you must have recognized that pattern through Matt from somewhere else or someone else, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to make such a claim. You would have to pull from some reference. And in order to do that, that means that something, right, made sense to you in the sense of Matt's pattern versus someone else's, which is conflicting with you saying that Matt is the only one.
All right, so let me just ask you this question: after you applied your disclaimer and everything that you applied, and it came back and said this is a narrow scope, why do you not adhere to that?
Okay, so
Yes.
the reason first of all, I didn't even have a problem with that. I don't think that matters, right?
Well, that's what we're arguing about right now. Is it a
No,
narrow scope or not?
no. Look. I know it might have started that way, right?
Oh,
But
that's where
what
we are right now, bro.
that no,
We're
no, we're
literally
not.
there
No,
right now.
the question that
we're
you
not
are,
talking about a narrow scope. No,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
not.
We're
We're talking
talking
about the
about
claim you made.
social conditioning, and to the extent that its effects apply to either a person or people.
There
Now
you
I know.
go.
Okay, you're
Person is
saying
narrow, people is general.
yes, and you're making the
Okay, okay, okay.
okay, hold on. You're making the claim that in the case that you're specifically talking about Matt, that he is the only one that has been conditioned by social conditioning,
Yes.
right? Okay, and I'm saying, if I were to look up right now, does it make sense to say that social conditioning only applies to one person?
Wait, who are you looking this up through?
I'm saying if I were to.
Yeah, then that means you would have to ask me about the society that I described within my
No,
argument, right?
no.
You
Look,
see what I mean, bro? You have
no,
to go outside of my
no.
society, bro.
Look. What? Look. Here's the thing. This is the Humpty Dumpty fallacy again. Okay, you're committing it again. Look, social conditioning has a general understanding, right?
Until yes,
Okay, perfect. Now,
until it does what?
I don't know. I don't even know how to answer the
Yes, and
question.
yes, until
So
you narrow it to a specific type.
it doesn't. No, look. In order for you to recognize that Matt was affected by social conditioning, what reference are you pulling from?
Who cares? From my mind.
From your
Who
mind.
cares?
So you made
Yes.
it up.
Then that means that
Yes, I made it
society
up.
has the ability to
That's your Humpty
condition.
Dump. That's the Humpty Dumptiness.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
making no. You're using
Man, you guys are
for
doing the same thing
so
that just happened, bro. You guys are just
okay. So
replaying it.
for everybody, we learned a new fallacy. It's called a Humpty Dumpty fallacy, where people make up their own specific definition to a word that has a general meaning to it, right? So you're saying social conditioning, right? In your view, can only apply to one person. right?
Yes, look at the structure of the sentence. So the
No,
problem
you're
is you
saying,
guys are
look,
using. Let me just say this because I'm at the gym, bro. So there's
go ahead.
social conditioning, but then there's anchoring of what type of social conditioning in the actual argument. So
I
when I
will.
provide just on, but this distinguishes this or this distinguishes this society from other societies. So in the argument, it says this conditioning does one type of thing, one type of attraction. What it doesn't say is this conditioning can do all types of attractions,
Okay,
right?
I don't understand why you're saying that. Doesn't matter to me, dude. Like
Yeah,
I know you're
because if
saying.
we're
I'll
addressing
go after
one,
Mike.
I know what you're saying. You're labeling it as narrow because you're only talking to Matt. I get that.
wait, that's not the only reason. The other reason is because the society's conditioning is described by what it does, a type of function. So this leaves this as a type of society, not all societies. So when you say this society does this one thing,
Wait.
heteronorm, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, look, the function. You never explain the function. You explain the outcome.
Absolutely.
No, you explain the outcome of the function. Okay,
No. So
the function would be
hold on.
the function.
You've been conditioned
Look,
by
let me ask
society
you
to
this:
do what?
do you agree that the
How
mechanism?
did you get conditioned?
Did you? Yeah. Do you agree that the
Hey, how's it
mechanism?
going?
Do you agree that Do you agree that the mechanism to Matt's answer was due to social conditioning,
What type of social conditioning?
whatever type you meant it to be?
It doesn't matter.
Thank
Just
you,
social.
bruh.
Listen,
Hey, man,
Samoa.
hey. Let me just ask you this question: does it matter if it's to make my point, or does it not matter because you want to make your point?
Both.
All
It
right.
doesn't matter it doesn't matter
Let
because
me
your
hold on.
point still
Let me tell
works
you why it
with it
matters
or
first,
without
and
it.
then you can tell me why it doesn't matter.
I just
So
told
if I'm
you
talking,
because your points works with it or not. Your points works.
listen, listen. The reason why it matters is because it excludes this society from being grouped up with the other ones.
No, okay,
I
cool,
don't
that's
know how that
cool.
means
But the point
anything,
is
bro.
this, Samoa, yeah, that I'm telling you that doesn't matter because what in the look of something like this, all men are mortal, right? Socrates, how you justify it? Socrates is immortal, therefore he's Socrates is immortal, therefore he's a man. Some shit like that, right? And you're saying
Socrates
this,
is a man. Socrates is a
therefore he's
man.
immortal.
Therefore, he's
Therefore
more. Therefore,
he's
he's
immortal.
mortal.
Thank you,
Hey, no, did you ever hear about the Humpty
mortal.
Dumpty fallacy?
No.
Look it up. It's real,
Look
bro.
that one up, bro.
Look it up.
I'll
Look
look
it
it
up
up.
Look
right
I'll
that
now,
look it
shit
up.
up.
please.
I'll look it up.
Listen.
So,
So the problem that I
something like
have,
that. I made the claim,
come
right?
on,
And you're making
go
a
ahead.
claim. You're making a claim. You're saying that society has the ability to affect who you are attracted to.
No,
And you're saying that
I just said
I'm
no.
gonna put that, I'm gonna show you why you're saying because now you're saying that, hey, because of this ability, Matt's reason why he chose heterosexuality over homosexuality is because when society has used that ability, it's conditioning Matt in a very specific, narrow way. Right? Did I break up? Was I in
Yeah,
the
so I
matrix?
disagree with the first part. I agree with the second part. In the argument in
How you
itself, there's two
wait.
anchoring.
How you disagree with the first part?
All right, so the first part it was general. It was
No, the
you
first part
said
is the
society
claim.
condition. Hold on, man. The word you used
Yo,
was
psych.
society conditions. Society
What's up, bud?
conditions.
Real quick, psych.
Uh,
Like, I just looked up the
damn,
Humpty
brother.
Dumpty fallacy. Samoa is a personification of that, dude. It is crazy.
Y'all look
It
Wait,
is
crazy.
crazy.
Y'all look crazy.
You're just
real
Chill.
quick,
learning. Man,
Let
chaos.
Samoa do his thing, yo.
Yeah, chaos. Let me ask you this
Samoa,
question, chaos.
I didn't say that.
Come
I didn't
on,
say that though,
bro.
Samoa. I'm
Why do you
telling you,
keep on
I did
interrupting me,
not say
bro?
that
Listen,
because
I'm
you're
listening to you,
repeating
Nathan.
something I didn't say.
What did I? So what did I repeat?
Okay, I will tell you. I said that society has the ability to affect. That's the first part. To affect
Wait. Affect
what
what?
a person's attraction.
No, you're wrong.
Okay,
Matt's attraction. Go ahead. Now, what was the
it's
rest?
matter person. It's matter person.
Matt is
That's what
the
you should have
person.
been
Now
asked him.
tell me how redundant.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
how
Hold
tell me
on.
how redundant this sounds because that's the no, that's the second part of it.
Hold
The
on.
first part
Hold
is
on.
wait.
Let me just answer your
But I just
question.
told you. You just
Matt.
asked.
Hold
Look.
on.
No, wait. That was my second point. The first part was that society has the ability. Then the second part is that society having this ability affected Max specifically. That's the second
Thank
part.
you, thank you.
But you
So
hooked
just
up the first part.
no, hold on. The first part you said that society has the ability to
A
affect
person's
you.
attraction. A
Yes.
person's
So,
attraction. Yeah.
all right. So look at the difference here for AK. Just to track this real quick. There's a difference between saying is Matt a person or is Matt the person. If Matt's the person, then that
No,
excludes
no,
every other
no,
person.
not to me.
No, that's the
Hold on.
second part. The
Wait, hold on.
second part talks about the subject.
Hold on. If we were to say Matt's a person, that's in the general context. You're bringing him in with the rest of the quote unquote people, right? If you say Matt is the person, then you're excluding all of the other people, right?
But are you excluding that he's a person? Right?
Bro, y'all niggas gotta be
No,
trolling, bro.
I'm just asking you, right? Saying
Wait,
the
Samoa,
person.
say that again, Samoa. What did you
No,
just say?
can I
Four
ask him?
letters, one word. Nope.
Can I ask him this question, Nathan, real quick? Because he.
Wait. Can you? I just want
Okay.
ponder
Okay,
on it right quick. You got. I didn't get.
okay.
Can you repeat your
All right,
question right quick, Samoa?
all right. This is what I said. I said there's a difference between saying Matt is a person and Matt is the person.
Nathan, you hear that?
The
Okay.
person.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, AK.
So
I'll
All
go
right.
after you.
I'm asking if you
No,
disclose
hold on.
someone
What
as
do you
the.
think I
It's
meant by
nothing
that?
to hold on, right? I'm asking if you disclose someone as the person, does that negate
That's
the fact that they are a person?
yeah. That means that you're talking about the specific thing,
No,
not
answer my
everything.
question. Answer my question.
I just did.
No, I'm asking you one more time clearer, right? Is the
Bro, how can
person,
you not be a person
sir,
if you're the
sir,
person?
exactly.
You know how stupid that is?
Right? So you have to accept that the fact that the person is a person. And if we're speaking about a person, right, that society affected, right, that means you're saying that society can condition a person, right?
All right. How about this?
So
So we are
wait,
Right?
Samoa. Can I help
come
out?
on.
Can I
No,
try?
No,
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 is
real
it
no.
quick.
you say
Okay,
no?
Come
I'll go
on.
after. I'll
Yes,
go
I'm
after
saying no.
Samoa.
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying no.
Nathan.
So
You
let me give you an
I'll go
example
after
real
Samoa.
quick. So we are all persons on the stage right now. Okay. Let's say knowledge says something and it only hits one person. Knowledge can say, I affected AK. I'm not
right.
talking about all persons. I'm talking
Nathan,
about
just let me
this
respond two
person.
seconds to this.
Yeah, this person, AK specifically. So even though we all happen to be persons, only one person got the work, and that's AK.
Okay. So a true
There
statement
you go.
about knowledge would be he's able to affect people in chillism.
No, no,
Yes.
because it.
Yes. Because
But
I
hold
am
on,
a part of the stage and he
hold
affected
on,
me,
Can
sir.
I go after
hold,
you?
hold, hold on, real quick.
I'm done. Go ahead.
If if in the example, knowledge
I want to go
only
right quick, Mike.
affected you.
Is that a true
Yeah,
statement
Yeah.
or
yeah.
not
I want to go
knowledge?
after you,
You're
please.
No,
saying it's not a
no,
true
it's
Okay,
statement.
okay.
bro.
That
Stop looking for niggas, bro. Hold on. If you were to say you're the
who?
only person that knowledge affected, is it a true statement to say knowledge affected people? If you're the
No,
only
that's not what
person to
being
be
It
said though.
affected,
affected a
just hold,
person.
come on. Thank you.
There,
A
there,
person, not. Hey, brother, can
Wait,
therefore,
I
no, but
finish?
Samoa, dude, I can
Can I
take one
finish?
second. AK, you said
It, it's all about specificity, bro. You guys keep running away
okay.
from
So
that.
you didn't
I
specify.
clear,
Yes, you didn't specify the influence compared to what you did before, right? What you did was you
bro.
said that,
What?
hey, one second. Yes, what you did was this. Yeah, now I'll say this. Let me ask you this question. In
Yeah, go ahead.
order for Matt to be affected by societal condition, what societal condition have to, what it have to, what societal condition affecting people have to be true first?
No.
yo, what?
So some more. Listen to me. Hear me out. Maybe you don't understand the question. In order for you to make the claim,
Would you like me
in
to
order
repeat
for
it?
you to make listen, yeah, let me say it. In order for you to make the claim that society conditions Mac, right, into choosing heterosexual over homosexual, the ability for society to affect sexuality has to be true, right? Like that claim to
Wait,
you
wait.
has to be true.
No.
That society has the ability to do
Na-
that.
Nathan, why do you keep untethering Matt?
I'm talking about the claim you made about Mac.
All right, wait, hold on. The claim is this conditioning conditions Matt. You're saying
not this
first. Wait,
conditioning.
hold
I'm
on. No,
because
no,
what?
hold on.
No, not this conditioning. Society can condition.
In what way?
What does it matter
We can
what
get to the
way?
ways after. Yeah, it doesn't
Hey,
matter right
hey,
now because
hey, AK,
we can
AK,
get
come
All
to.
right,
on, bro.
I'll
Let
stop.
me
But
Like,
is
finish,
this
Samoa.
come
hard
on,
when
bro.
I'm
Hear me
hearing?
out, Samoa. So yes, Samoa, hear me out. It doesn't matter how.
And
It doesn't matter how. We're just talking about can it work.
yeah, I'm pointing out
So
that
okay, so
I.
my point is this: in order for you to make the
Uh,
claim about Matt being affected by the societal
yeah,
conditioning has to be able to work. This has to be able to work. You agree with that?
yeah. On who? On who?
Right? You're saying that it's gonna work on Matt, but I'm saying that
Only
it
Matt,
has
right?
to work. Yes, yes.
Yes,
But
only. Okay,
in
thank you, thank
order
you.
for in order for it to only work on Matt, it has to be able to work. Period. The ability has to occur.
Yes, with Matt. But does that
Okay,
mean that?
so yes,
Wait, hold
I'm
on. Wait, wait, hold on. Let me just add.
wait. What I'm doing is challenging that. You're saying that this ability has to work. I'm challenging the ability to work, to it working. That's not that's your direct argument right there. That's what you're
Okay.
saying. Hey, Matt got
Yeah, I'm.
affected by that. I'm talking about okay, if that's the case, is Matt is affected by that, right? This thing that affects you, right? Can it work like this? Because you're making the claim that that affects works.
You need to challenge why Matt's so
So
special.
yeah, because Matt
I don't think
offered a
so.
res. So let me just point this out. So Matt was asked a question. Matt answered the question. Samoa explained the question. That's why everything from the explanation is tethered to Matt. To generalize it by saying people or persons or all these things that have these like these added values or like this population of people is misrepresenting the specific scope that's applied to Matt. You have to untether my explanation from Matt. That's what he's doing right now. I'm saying in the explanation in itself, I am describing a societal conditioning specifically to Matt. And I'm not explicitly or implicitly saying that this works anywhere else. I'm not saying that. You're saying that.
Did you say
And
that it
that's where the
can't work anywhere else?
misrepresentation
Did
is.
you say that it can't work anywhere else?
I never said it could.
I know, but did you ever say it can't?
Nobody ever asked me if it could.
He asked you in the sense of the boundaries when he asked you about a social
No, he
conditioning.
didn't ask. No,
Yes, he
no.
did.
It,
He tested the
like,
parameters. Look,
we already went through this already, bro.
I don't care. I'm gonna go through it again, bro. Like you're acting as if this
Really?
is the first time we've been through everything, bro. This is a year old.
That's a
Look,
good point. Well, not a
look,
year, but that's a good point.
whatever, almost a year. Okay, look, he's testing the parameters of social conditioning. That's all he's interested in.
Wait, all right, and I'm saying that that's fair if you do it a certain way. For example, hey Samoa, does this actually work over here? That's allowing me to expand the scope. If asking the question, hey, how about if you were in this? You
That's
seen
what
a
he
woman you were?
did.
No, 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 no.
That's
He
what he
didn't ask
did.
me. No, the question is built in that there is a potential option for me to choose an attraction to a minor. That's not asking does minors exist there or does this mechanism work here.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean a potential option? What are you talking about?
Yes. So he said in the question to me, in response to the explanation, it's if you seen a woman you were attracted to, then you found out she was a minor, would you still be attracted to her? I could either say yes or no.
I thought he said if she comes closer, she's a man. I'm sorry to throw it off, but I thought that was
No,
the.
no, that's the first example so that's the first example with Matt. Then he looks at me and he asks me after
No,
the
that's not
explanation,
how it was, dude. Look,
brother, it was. He
no.
asked
So
me this
look,
question. He said,
what
Samoa,
I
if
feel
happened?
you
like
were
he
walk,
asked. Go ahead.
No, what
come
happened,
on,
AK?
let me just clear it up.
There was an Adam Apple like
With
scenario
Matt,
Yes, I remember.
okay, and then within that, Matt gives an answer, right? Matt says no, and then it triggers Samoa to make a claim. Okay, Samoa, watch Samoa. Don't worry. Samoa made a claim specifically
specific.
to
There
Matt.
you go. There you
Okay,
go.
I'm not gonna try to misrep you. Okay, specifically to
Brother.
Matt. But then after that, Samoa brings up a consenting age factor, where he says all over the world, the ages of consent varies, right? After that, there were no words between. And Samoa, and then Nathan asked Samoa, "Hey, look, if you were to approach what you thought was a woman, but then later found out it was a minor, would you continue track?" I'm paraphrasing, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yes.
that was the timeline.
Right. So notice what happened here. So Psych did it real time. Psych cut up my argument, put the part that he thought that was important with the consenting age varying, and he untethered it from the response to Matt. Everything is tethered to Matt. So the explanation is society conditioned you, Matt, to prefer this thing, and all across the world, consenting ages vary to contribute to this conditioning. Then it goes to the question about Samoa now. What does Samoa have to
No,
do?
when you went look, when
Come
you
on,
started talking about,
bro.
go ahead.
Yeah. Then he asked me, "Hey, Samoa, if you seen a woman you were attracted to, and then you found out she was a minor, would you still be attracted to her?" Immediately, I said, "Whoa, flag on the play," because he's assuming that I'm in the same society that was described for Matt. I didn't put myself there. He put me there
No,
by his
No, no,
question.
no, no. You got it wrong.
no.
Can I tell you why you're wrong? I'm not assuming that you're in the society. I'm assuming
So
that your claim is true, that society can condition you.
Yes, exactly.
You understand
wait,
that?
hold up,
That's what
Can
I
wait,
you make
said.
that? Because
That's what I
wait.
said a
because
while
because
Let's
you
ago.
said
no,
that.
let's walk through that. Let's walk through that. If you're
Do
assuming
you wait,
that
wait?
that's
Can you repeat the? Can you repeat what I just said?
yes,
Just so I know you
you're
understand what I'm saying.
yes, you're saying that you're assuming that what I am saying is true, that society can condition you, so you're probing to see if it can condition me, right?
Yeah, I'm probing to see if
Yeah,
if it
yes,
can
yes, yes.
condition. Yeah,
And
and to
and
see if you
all
believe
right,
that that's
so
true.
absolutely. So wouldn't I have to
Okay, go
be?
ahead.
Yeah, wouldn't I have to be a subject in that society for the condition to work on me? Aren't you
No,
making
you
that
would have to be
assumption?
a subject in your society.
In the society that was just described with a specific conditioning
No,
process.
no, no. In your society.
All right, hold on. So in my society, let's say that it didn't have the same qualities as that society. How is this analogous?
Because your claim is that society can condition who you're attracted to.
All right,
And
all right,
you
all
know
right. How about
why
this
it's
one?
your claim? And you know why that's your claim? Because you said that it affected Matt. You said that because society has this ability, that ability affected Matt on his decision on choosing
Absolutely,
heterosexual versus heterosexual. And I'm
absolutely. But
saying,
how?
oh, if society has that ability to choose, to make someone choose what they're attracted to,
Hmm.
okay. What about another type of attraction? Is society affecting that condition just like how you said society has that ability to?
All right. So you're doing it right now. So watch this. Samoa's
Doing
going to
what
answer
right
this.
now?
Right. So you're connecting the mechanism in the Matt example to Samoa's society. I'm going to tell you now. Samoa doesn't have social conditioning here. Now what?
So society being able to condition you, it's not a true statement then.
Not over here. Over there it is. Not over here.
What do you mean by that? Over here it is.
Yeah.
Wait. So
So in
society,
this,
you're telling me that society doesn't affect your choice and if you choose someone so what
not
you
over
call it?
here.
Someone attractive or not?
Not over here. Nope. In Matt society, it does, but you're making the assumption by placing me into that same type of conditioning that was being described as if I could be affected by that same thing. I'm telling you, you're making
No,
an
I'm
assumption
saying
here that
that.
we're
So,
part of
so,
the
so
same society.
you're telling me that in your society, so,
There's no conditioning.
society doesn't in your society doesn't have an effect on hey
Nope.
a person being able to see a minor attractive or not.
Nope.
That's I'm gonna get specific. No,
Nope. Nope.
so you could
Doesn't
so
exist.
in your society minors can be attractive.
What I said, there's no conditioning. Minors are not attracted to because it's a biology thing. We understand that the development of a brain, the infancy, the
So how
immaturity,
does one know what it is? How does one know what's a minor?
observation.
Okay.
No,
Are
no,
they
no, no.
different?
Talking about infant.
Wait. I'm
Yeah,
asking a
go.
question. Are there they are the ages of consent varies in different societies?
All right, so you're back to Matt's argument, or are you talking about mine?
I'm asking about. I'm trying to understand your society.
All right, so my society has no social conditioning. It only has mandates
I
that are
know that.
derived from. Okay.
Wait. What do you say? Mandates that are who are doing the mandate? Who are doing the
Yes,
mandating?
yes. So the people of my society are utilizing a biological observation to say these people are
So
not
how
to
is
be
that not
attracted to,
social conditioning?
because it's where you attribute it to. Does society tell you this, or is this an innate property? I'm saying it's an innate property.
The society is looking at their innate property
No,
and
we're
saying,
looking at our
hey,
kids.
this is what we designate. Yeah, society is made up of people. Yeah, they're saying, hey,
No,
this is
we're
what we
looking at our
designate.
own kids, and we're saying that these kids should be protected so that
Yes,
no. And,
you
yes,
as a member of the society.
no, hold on. We have to be able to parse things out so you don't like trip
Listen,
over it,
repeat
right?
what you just said, bro.
All right.
And
I'm
give me an
saying
example of that.
all right, in my society, I'm attributing this innate property to biology, how we observe our children when having them as being vulnerable. So we protect them. We stand in front of them in the like view of like harm. Okay. I'm not saying that we are telling each other that this is something you should do, that it's a learned behavior. It's an innate property. That's what I'm saying. In Matt's situation, or in Matt's society, it's quite different because the conditioning there was very
Wait. Stop right there.
specific.
Let's don't get to mass
Uh,
society. Let's get to your society. In your society, is there a
oh, now we're talking about
prohibition
my
on a
society.
specific?
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to talk about, like the longest. In your society, is there a prohibition on the age of consent?
Is there a prohibition on the age of consent? What does that mean?
Okay, on minors. Sorry.
Yeah, in my society, we
Hmm.
do not. We're just not attracted, just like how you're not attracted to your brother or your sister. Yeah, there's no attraction to
Yeah.
these people. Yeah,
So
yeah.
what
It
is that
doesn't
age of
exist in my
attraction?
society.
What is that
There isn't
age?
one.
What is that? So there's no age of
Nope.
consent in your society.
No.
So if a person feel like a 2-year-old, right, is a woman, they feel that way, right, because
Do
they
you
are
know
a
how
person in
weird
your
this is?
society. What I
You,
know, I'm trying to understand how you think, bro.
all right. So can we acknowledge
Let
that
me
we are
ask the question.
now?
Let me ask the question. One
Wait,
second. Let me
because
ask the question,
hold
bro.
on. You're asking the
Come on,
question
Samoa.
because
Let
you
me
think
just
my.
ask the question, and then you can
Go
tell
ahead,
me
bro.
more, bro. Okay, my question to you is this: within Samoa society, where there's no age of consent, right? If a person says that, hey, I feel like a 2-year-old is attractive, right? Would the 2-year-old now be attracted to that person, Samoa, within your society where there's no age of consent?
Yeah, that's the nurturing side. I'm not over there. I'm saying that doesn't happen here. There isn't any potential of an attraction to something that is deemed as vulnerable here in my
What's
society.
stopping that?
The innate properties of understanding the biological differences between an adult or of I guess you would use the word minor or adolescent.
What if someone disagrees with you that lives in your society?
Yeah, see, this is the problem. Nobody in my society, and I've said this explicitly 3 times, nobody in my society could do that. What's
So
your next question?
no one in your society. So you're telling me right now, Samoa, there's no one in your society that engages with minors.
Yes. So remember,
Within your
my,
society, is there a
oh
prison?
my gosh,
Is a so-called prison?
no. So in my society, this
You
is innate.
wait, Samoa,
Come
Samoa. I'm
on, bro.
talking
You said
about.
I can go right
Hear
after
me
you're
out.
done,
Hear
bro.
me out. What I'm talking about ontologically. We're
I don't
not
even know what
talking
that
about
means.
you you can like Samoa. If you're saying that you live in this hypothetical society, that's not
Yep.
true. We're talking about Samoa. You, the person right now, all right, that individual,
See
the
that? Now he
Samoa,
wants to
live in this.
take me out of my society now. You see that? What
You're
is this
not.
right here?
I'm putting. How am I taking you out your society? I'm putting you inside your society.
All right, hold on, hold on.
Does your
So I
society Does
wait, hold
your
on.
society, the one that you live in, the one that you share with many,
You
because
see?
it's what you, it seems like you're telling me that you live in a society only with yourself.
Right. So let me just point this out. So Samoa's created a society, an argument that's in front of Nathan to address, and what he wants to do is remove me from the society that I just described and place me into a society that actually fits his perception of how this should be viewed. What do you call that? What are you doing right now?
I don't know. I don't know what you just said, bro.
All right.
Repeat
So
that again.
Samoa, yes, Samoa created a hypothetical society for you to deal with. It's an argument that's right in front of
Okay,
you.
why did Samoa do that?
Just, just, just hold on. Just to,
That
just to
doesn't
make,
make any sense to me. If I'm asking you about your
brother,
society, why make up a
you
hype? Well, I'm trying to make it make sense to me first,
Hey
so I
man,
can ask you a
why
question.
do you get to talk for 2 minutes? I only get to talk for 5 seconds, bro. That's not even
You
a fair
can. I'm just
distribution of
trying to
my
say that.
time.
Can you please make that make sense to me? If I'm talking about
Yes,
your society, why did you make up a society to talk about in order to have the conversation to me about your society?
yes. So the society that I just created was a society that contrasts itself against Matt's society. So I'm showing you the point that questions that are asked of Matt aren't assumed upon my experience. So I gave you the nature in my society and the nurture in his society. You're not comfortable with that. So you need to uproot me from the nature side of my society to place me in a conditioned, nurturing society so that your questions have relevance. You're doing it right now, like real time. That's what you're
Wait,
doing, bro.
wait.
And you,
Uh, you said that, hey,
hold on. I'm not talking
wait,
about
are you saying something
Samoa.
like this? I'm just trying if I understood you. Are you saying that I'm asking you questions to see if the hypothetical society that you made up for Matt isn't able to actually work? That's what you're saying. To me, I'm asking you
Yes,
questions to check to see if that hypothetical society that I made up for Matt can actually work.
yes. I'm telling you that what works for Matt, and it doesn't work anywhere else unless I tell you it does.
So it's a special pleading argument.
Absolutely not. It's a narrow argument.
What's a special pleading argument?
Something that starts with a conclusion doesn't have a justification to it. But if you want to expand, I can
No,
expand.
no,
Like asking,
that's not a
all right. So
special
then what?
pleading. Let's take a
Or
peek
so
at
what's
it
a special
again.
pleading?
No, take a peek at it.
Yeah, what's a special pleading? So we can just get past this. I just demonstrated
Special
real
ple-
time like how you were strawmanning me again.
a special pleading argument is like, hey, things generally work like this, but no, not in this case, right? This is the only
How does
case
that?
where this worked this specific way.
All right. Yes. So if Samoa is talking about conditioning for Matt, let's say Matt's in New York,
No,
and
if
I'm
Samoa is
using.
talking about
Come
conditioning,
on,
that's what we're
come on,
talking
man.
about, conditioning.
You see,
And
if
you
we're
said,
talking about hold on, if we're talking about Matt's
go ahead.
conditioning, all right, is Matt's conditioning the same as Samoa's conditioning?
That was never my claim.
So then, why would a question that's asked to Matt have any relevance with Samoa?
Okay, because you were talking about conditioning, right? Conditioning being able to affect Matt, and I'm challenging that conditioning even has that ability by asking you a question about
It affects
the
me,
thing that
right?
you claim, affected Matt.
So you're testing if it affects me, right?
No, I'm testing your claim to see if you actually think that's true.
If it affects Matt, yes. That's why he answered the way that he answered.
So then it is a special pleading.
Oh my
It only
gosh,
can
bro.
affect
Look,
conditioning, only
you
affect Matt.
literally just did it in front of everybody just now. You were uncomfortable with your position, so you had to say, I'm not talking about your hypothetical Samoa. I want to know the real Samoa. So you're substituting the
Right?
hypothetical
What's the
Samoa for
claim?
the.
What's the claim within the nature
See, bro,
argument?
now you're getting uncomfortable, bro. Come on.
Come on, bro.
Why?
I'm asking the
Why are
question.
you getting uncomfortable?
What
I'm
is the
trying to offer
claim?
an answer.
Yeah. Okay. Can you answer that question too? And my question
Go
is, what is
ahead.
the
What
claim
was it?
in in the nurture argument? Go ahead.
Yeah, so my claim, are you talking about math specifically, or are you talking about in general?
Yeah. In general, in the nurture argument,
Uh-huh.
like why is that? Yeah. What is that? What is the nurture argument basically? Because you're
Yeah, so it
given a
talks about,
variation of the nurture argument. What is the nurture argument?
there you go. So you identified a type of nurturing, not the general sense of the nurturing, right?
You're arguing about nurturing.
Wait, whoa, hold on.
And yes, the sense
Hold
of
on,
nurturing.
hold on. You just pointed out that I am focusing on a a variation or a type of nurturing argument, not the whole comprehensive nurturing, all right?
Ge- In general, you're talking about nurturing.
See, there you go. Look, man, it's pretty clear
You
you
just
don't.
said it. I didn't want to. You just said it. I didn't
No,
want to
I
contend
did
to your
not say that.
nurturing argument.
No.
You
I
just
asked
said.
you. I said, do you mean Matt, or are you speaking in general? That's what I asked you
No,
verbatim.
before that, you used the words, I did not want to contend to your nurturing argument.
Hold on. So I said I'm taking a nature position in my hypothetical society. I'm saying all of it's
So it's
biological.
nature.
In my
You're not saying
society,
that.
brother. All
You didn't
right.
say that for
So
Matt.
I know I didn't say that for Matt. I
That's
never
what we're
said I said
talking
that for
about,
Matt.
bro. So why you? So let me. I'm going to use your words. Why are you? Why are you now removing yourself from out of Max, the specific domain the narrow domain that you say you were in, and why are you taking that scope and now pointing it to you?
Because that's what your question does, Nathan.
No, it doesn't. My
Your
question
question.
is
Hold
about.
on.
I'm gonna tell
Your
you why.
question
My
test.
question was the. I'm gonna tell you. My question was not about nature or biology. My question was in the specific domain of nurture that you attached Matt to.
Oh, okay. Watch this. Watch this. So now you're saying nurture. If the conditioning of the society that's
No,
being
no, no.
described is
That's what we were
just
talking
hold on.
about.
Just hold on. So when you said a variation, what I was talking about heteronormity, right, or like heterosexual or homosexual. So this describes the domain right here. This says this society conditions you to prefer this. So this isn't a general nurture thing. This is a specific type of thing. It describes the society in a specific context. Not only does it describe it in a specific context, it's tethered to Matt. A person that has its own unique experiences that are different from all the other things or people that might occupy society. Samoa is not saying that this conditioning works on any other person besides the person, which would be who?
Yeah, yeah,
Would
yeah.
be Matt.
And that's my point. You're saying that conditioning works.
With who?
Right now, to me, it doesn't matter.
There
I'm
you,
trying to
and
probe.
that's the
Hear me
misrepresentation.
out. No, 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 no. Tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Why? Why you trying to say, hey, I'm only talking about Matt? You're saying like the overall claim is that conditioning works, right? And
With
how you
Matt.
know it works? Wait. And how you know it works is because your example is Matt.
But
I'm challenging. Hey, if that conditioning works, right?
how about this? If it
That
only works
so
with Matt,
that's in the so that's within the narrow domain of what you were talking about
no,
conditioning. Hear me
no.
out. Hear me out. That's the narrow domain that you were talking about conditioning having that ability, right? Like you gotta admit, like before you got to Matt, right? It affected Matt. You had to get to that. Hey, it has the ability to affect, right?
You hear that? So now you're going down this like reasoning that's outside of the parameters that I've set. Like you're literally trying to
No,
make it
this
make
is the
sense. Wait, hold
presupposition.
on,
No, this is the
wait,
presupposition built
bro.
into your statement.
All right, so then let's test it. So then you ask, hey, does this conditioning work on anybody else? Samoa says no. Now what do you do?
No. That's not what I'm
Yeah, yeah,
saying.
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
saying
It's a
that
presupposition. So you're gonna, does this
no,
work on anybody
listen.
else?
No. I'm saying that
Okay,
you
go ahead.
believe that it. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is the presupposition. You believe that society can condition.
One person.
No, listen. We know that you believe that, right? We know that you believe that it affected one person. But the point is that you believe that society can do it. It's just able to do it.
Do you not see how you're oversimplifying like the function? If you look at exactly what the function is, it's described in the argument. This function does this. This does this, and this
Yes, the
affects. Right.
function.
So
I'm
function
saying that the
X
function has
affects Y.
listen. I'm saying that you think
It's
that the
not saying it
function is at
affects
least.
Z.
No, I'm saying that you're saying that the function is at least true.
In this one case,
So yeah, yes, but I'm saying in order for the case to work, the function would have to be true.
with this one case, is that saying that it
No,
works anywhere
does it?
else?
Is
No,
it true or not,
listen. I'm
bro?
saying that. Yes, that's
I
all
just
I'm
I
trying to
said,
say. In
hey,
order,
hey, bro. When you
hear
hear
me out.
me
Hear me out,
say
bro.
in this one
Let,
case, isn't that saying it's true in this
It's
one case?
unnecessary. It's like, why can't you say yes?
like
It's
in the
true.
one case, it's a, yeah. In the one case
If it's
doesn't.
hold on,
I'm
if I
trying to
think
get
it's
you to understand
necessary to
that.
keep Matt
Wait,
tied
why?
in,
Okay,
and he
why would it
thinks
be
that it's not
necessary?
necessary, don't you think we should wrestle over that point?
Okay,
No,
just tell
he's
me why you
including
think
Matt
it's
also.
necessary then.
No, he's not, bro.
Yes, he is.
So why isn't he
Why am
saying
I
his name?
excluding that?
Because when you say people, you're now
Because I think that you
excluding.
no,
Hold
I
on.
think that you need a you skip. Hear me out, man. Hear me out, bro. You're skipping
Yeah, do
a
you think?
step. I'm saying that you're skipping a step before you have to get the map. You have to first know that society can do that, and I'm saying that you know that society can do that. That's why you. That's why you're telling Matt that hey, your society did that to you. That makes sense.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm challenging right there.
Wait. All right. So first, I have to know that society's conditioning works on Matt, or it's worked before Matt's even a part of it, right? So then that would say that the society that I gave was before I heard Matt's response. That it works somewhere else before I get to Matt. I'm saying that that's out of order. Matt's response garnered the explanation. And what I'm saying is it's pretty clear that when you say, and you're purposely untethering him because it's only his response that matters here, nobody else's. And I'm saying that the reason why you have to do that is to generalize it, which is the misrepresentation from the beginning. I don't understand why you can't see what just happened to you, bro. You're
I don't
literally like
understand what
move.
you can you say tell me what I'm saying, right? Instead of like just
Yes.
like get like please tell me what I'm saying, right? And
Yeah.
then tell me what I'm not doing. What am I saying?
All right. You're saying that in order for me to say that Matt was conditioned by society, you have to first presuppose that the conditioning works before you can apply it. Then you're saying
Okay,
that
now
if it works,
wait. What okay. Do you believe that?
I guess, yeah, go ahead. Who cares? Yeah, go ahead.
No. I'm being like is that like do you actually think that it works that way? Like that's what I'm asking you.
Well, you don't know. Listen, just to be like straight up with you, you don't know if it's
No,
going to
no,
work until it does. So you have an
no.
idea
I'm
that,
saying,
hey, just
yes,
hold on. Come
yes,
on, bro.
yes. I'm saying
I'm
that
going to give you an example.
I'm saying something like this, right? Like before you pick up your keys and you start driving, you you have to have the a car, right? You know what I mean? To pick up your keys means that you have a car. You know
Yes,
what I
but
mean?
does the car work?
That doesn't matter right
Is
now.
your
But I'm
battery
saying
dead?
that ability. No, I'm saying that ability has to be there. Like like the motivation for you to pick up your keys has to come from something that's true.
Yes. And what I'm
The
saying is,
truthness is that you have a car. And
uh,
I'm saying that about your claim.
yeah, Nate, if we cannot waste time, I'm saying that you can put a commercial
But that's
together.
important. In order if you understand
What,
that, then we can move to the next step. Like if you don't
all right.
understand that, you can keep running into your problem right now where you feel like I'm strawmanning you.
All right, how about this? Can you put a commercial together to get people to vote for you, and it not work? But your intention or your motivation was that it would work?
Yeah.
All right, cool. But if it only worked on one person, like let's say the person's name was Matt, he voted for you, right? Then you would say
Hmm.
that the conditioning or the commercial that you put together is in scope. It specifically addressed one person's motive to vote for you, not everybody.
But
So
it's
then
true
bringing
that it. But wait. Time out. It's true that it works, right?
on one person, yeah, yes, on one person.
No. No. What I mean that the commercial. It's true that the commercial worked, regardless if it's on one person.
Wait, how do you
We
know if it
know.
worked?
Wait. We know that it's not false. That it don't work. We know that it's true. That it does
Wait,
work because it
how do
worked
you
on
know
one
it?
person.
Okay, cool. But because it worked on one person, does it mean it worked on other people too?
No, that means that it works.
Brother, So we both agree that you don't know if it
Okay,
works
so
until
you
it
you
does.
you believe that, yes, you believe that that works, right?
Yes,
That a
and
commercial can inform
wait, hold
someone.
on. Right. And what told us that what I described worked was his answer. When his answer was
Yes,
my
and I'm
attraction.
saying that. I'm saying that. Look, you gave an answer, right? You gave an answer. We know that Matt gave an answer, but you gave an answer, and your answer was that this thing works, right? There has to be a
No,
process.
no,
That,
no,
yes,
that's
listen,
backwards.
listen some more. No, no, that's just how it works. Look, just like how you said about the thing with Matt, there had to been some type of process that got you to that being able to work.
All right. So just
What
real
I
quick.
mean by that
So,
is, what I mean by that is the reason why you quoted it, right, about Matt is because that is true to you.
all right. So Samoa's explanation is the commercial. The proof that Samoa's commercial worked was Matt's answer. So
Yes.
how would right? All right. So how would Samoa's commercial be true without Matt's answer?
No, I'm honestly, I'm lost. I don't.
All right. So
Make it make
Samoa has
sense
the
to me.
commercial. Samoa's explanation is the commercial. So vote for Samoa. How do I know that it works without Matt's answer?
Well, what is the point for commercials?
To attempt for an outcome.
Did it work with other people in the
No,
past?
no. To attempt to
No, it did.
achieve
No, I'm
an
asking. Wait, wait,
outcome.
wait. I'm asking a question. I get that, but I'm asking you a question. Did it work in the past with other people?
No,
Commercials.
no.
No, it never did.
Wait, in
That's the wrong
general?
question,
Or are you talking
Nathan.
about this one? Yeah, in general or in this situation?
I'm talking about commercials now.
All right, so general. Yeah, commercials have worked
You
in the
did.
past in
You
general,
you
yes.
said that you gave it a commercial, right?
All right, so now that's specific. Okay, so in
Did you
this,
not say? Wait, wait. Did you not say you gave him a
uh,
commercial?
Yeah,
bro,
but he
I'm
said
literally,
it was only the
I'm lit.
Matt that
Please,
it
AK,
that.
AK, calm down,
Okay,
AK,
all
for a
right, all
second.
All
right.
right,
Can you
For a
look,
give me
second.
some
Did you
space
I'm
to
say that
speak
you
at
gave
some
him?
point?
yeah, so I'm
Yes,
perfect
go
because
ahead.
because I gotta get to this workout, Nathan. But I'm specifically yelling out the word general and specific so you know when we're changing lanes. Okay, so when I'm talking about the commercial, that how
Samoa,
like how do we?
I'm asking. I'm
You're not
trying.
even
Listen, hear
listening,
me
bro.
out.
Come on, man. How are we supposed to get past this?
Because
I'm supposed to be doing these trap bar deadlifts real soon,
we
bro.
know that you tailored a commercial for Matt
Yes, but I don't know if it works until what?
until Matt watches it.
Until he answers it, not watches it. He can
Okay,
watch it and it not
until
affect
he
him.
okay, until he and whatever he does, until he answers it. Now I'm
Okay.
talking about your prescription. Your prescription was the commercial, right?
Well, oh, yes. Okay, go ahead. No,
The thing
description,
that you gave
description,
him, the thing that you
description.
yes, the thing that no, the prescription. You gave them a commercial and you expected an outcome.
All right, so then we'll do that. Prescription. It doesn't matter. Come on.
Okay, yes, you gave them, you prescribed commercial to him. My question is to you now, why commercial?
Because it's a
What
form of
makes
communication. It's
commercial
try to
what what makes commercial a thing that can do that?
communication. I'm trying to
So
communicate a message to somebody
that
to
means
attempt to
that
get to an out.
so
Come on,
so my
Nathan.
so
You
my
asked
thing,
me a question.
I thought you gave an
Yeah.
answer.
What was the answer?
You said communication.
For what? For what purpose?
I guess the attempt to convince them, right?
Right. To attempt for an
Okay,
outcome. Yes.
so my thing is that my thing is that you believe that the communication works, right? To convince.
That it could work. What do you mean? It could work,
Yes,
and it could not work.
yes, that it can. Okay, that it can work, and that's
Yes.
what I'm challenging.
Wait, you're challenging. So let's use these words since the new words you want to present. So now you're challenging. If it works with Matt, does it work with Samoa?
Yes, I'm challenging
Thank
your
you.
prescription.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
listen.
Thank
If you
you.
said that, look, wait. Look,
Bro, that was the
if
nail in the
Matt,
coffin, bro.
let me explain. I don't think you understand what just happened, bro. And I'm gonna be fair with you,
Yes.
but
You're you're
let me just
comparing.
try and use some other words to explain what I'm trying to say. and then you tell me what you think. You tell me if we're saying the same thing,
Yes,
right?
you
What I'm
said
trying to
yes.
say is this.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is this, right? Matt gave you an explanation for his sexuality, right? And you said no. The prescription, right, is um culture influencing you and your society, right? And I'm saying that the prescription, culture influencing you, that prescription is not a good prescription because all it doesn't fix all attractions, right?
Thank you. So that means
Yes,
you're
because you
assuming that. Hold on. Isn't that mean? Doesn't that mean the reason why you think it's a weak argument is because you think that my argument is that it does fit all attractions?
no, yeah, that okay, that it affects attractions in general. Then, yeah, that
No.
part right there. You think that it,
See, that's the
bro? You
misrepresentation.
no, listen. You think that it works.
In
Period.
in
You
in
think that
one
society
for one
can do it.
attraction. Wait, for one
It
type of
doesn't
attraction.
matter. But you're not saying no attraction.
I'm not saying all attraction.
Yeah, but you're not saying no attraction though.
I'm saying one attraction
But you're not saying no attraction. You're saying it works.
with one attraction. And you just
Okay,
you just
but it
you
works,
just
right? It works, right?
Nathan, you just suffocated yourself by bringing in all attractions.
I'm asking.
Because
No, no, no. But it works, right?
with one attraction, yes. Does that mean that it works with all
Okay,
attractions?
we don't know. We
Wait,
all know it. We all know that it works.
wait. When you say we don't know, how do you find out? Don't you just say,
We
hey, does
we
that work
probe
with
and
all
ask
attractions?
questions.
No, no, wait. But isn't the fastest way to do it by saying, hey, Samoa, does it work with all attractions? And then Samoa would either say yes or no, right? Because
Yeah,
you don't
or you could
know.
get specific. Or you could get specific, right?
I'm already in the specific. I'm already saying that this only affects Matt within this type of a conditioning, within this type of attraction. What you want to do is you want to investigate the general property or the general attraction, all attraction. Does it work here, 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 here?
No,
I'm
no,
saying,
the claim. No, some more. I'm telling you, it's the claim, bro.
so what's the claim? All attractions?
No, society can affect attraction.
See, look, you hear that? Attractions. He did it again. He doesn't know how not to do it.
You
If I
have to get to
say,
society affecting attraction to get to it affecting man.
right, so if I say society affects attraction one specifically, am I saying that it affects attraction two, three, four, and five? Answer: no. By
No, but
you
you're
putting
saying
the
that
S at
you're
the end of
saying
attraction tells you where you messed
no.
up, bro.
Listen, you're saying that it has the ability to affect attraction. That's what I'm talking about. You're not saying
Yep.
that it affects all attraction. No one said that you said that. I never
Oh,
made that
good.
claim.
Oh, hold on.
But you're saying that
So,
it has the ability to affect attractions.
all right. So you're saying that I never said all attractions. So why would you possibly think that it exists in a society with an attraction to a minor? If it does, if I never said all attractions, because that's a different attraction, like, right? Like adults with gender, sex orientation is different from pedophilia, right?
It's a societal attraction, right? And you were
Uh,
talking about societal attractions, right?
Wait, you just said I wasn't. You just said I was talking about a specific attraction, not all attractions. Can you agree that the attraction
Yes, the
between gender?
specific attract. Yeah, no, some more. The specific attraction was societal.
Mm, you use the word societal purposely to broaden it out,
Yo, he's starting to
and
cook you, Nathan.
yeah, you're using that word purposefully because you don't like the specificity
No,
that you've
I'm
been boxed
using,
in.
bro. Come on, bro. Some more. You said that.
Wait, the
No,
society. Wait,
yes,
hold on.
Samoa did.
All right,
Samoa
wait, hold
said.
on.
Samoa, did you not say? Did you like? Come on, bro. Did you not say that society affects what you're attracted to?
What Matt? Again, you see that you keep using these words to get away from Matt. Why do you keep running away from Matt?
Because
Just
you were
because
talking
it worked
about
on
Matt,
Matt.
and I felt
Look,
yes, you were talking about Matt, right? But I don't feel
yes,
like it. I don't feel like that because we all know that we're talking about the Matt situation, right? I don't feel the
So
need
then,
to be redundant and said too bad. When you were talking about Matt,
wait, hold on. The reason why you have to be specific to Matt is that the assumption that you're making is that the conditioning that I described would also affect me by asking me the question about the minor. You're making that
so,
assumption. I'm telling you, I'm not in
no,
that society.
there's some. Listen, no, no, no. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about a specific society. The assumption you made was that society conditions you, right? That's the assumption you made,
Wait,
right? And I'm
conditions Matt.
challenging if that's
I'm not making an assumption. I'm
the
out.
assumption is that society can condition
No,
because
I'm adding a justification to the question and
to
answer that was
why you
offered by
believe
you and
that
Matt.
society can condition. You're adding a justification to why you believe that society can condition.
No, 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 no. I'm adding a justification to the question and answer that was given by you and Matt. Matt gave a response, an answer. I'm offering an explanation that justifies that within the nurture context or the societal context.
Yes, what is the nurture context? The nurture is that society, right? Your environment affects what you're attracted to,
Wait, that this specific society with hetero prioritizing affected Matt.
affects what you're
Why?
attracted to.
No, hold on. Affected Matt why he answered the way he did.
Yes, that's the nurturing argument. That's
No, it's
now
not.
all you're saying that I made. Yes, the argument is that, and you're saying that I have a nurturing argument for Matt. But the
So
nurturing
this is a
argument
fair.
is the same thing you just said, bro.
All right. So
Society, environment, having an effect on what you are attracted to.
all right. So he's generalizing again. I just keep pointing this out. If I'm talking
That's the
about adults
nurture.
with sex, wait,
Okay,
hold on. All
AK,
right.
you can
So
take
do
over,
you,
bro.
yeah, yeah. Do you acknowledge that there's different facets to the nurturing argument? Like you can say that nature or that nurture plays more of a part in category A than category B. Nurture plays more of a part in category A than category B. That's not
How would
saying
I know that?
category and A category
I'm
How would I
a,
know
by
that?
listening
I
by
want to be
listening to
real
the
quick,
argument.
real quick. I want to ask you. So
Yeah, AK, you could
if
do it, bro.
no, I just have a couple questions I want to ask. That if Mac, if it can affect Mac, right? Society can affect Mac, or let's say the commercial affected Mac, right? Samoa,
Yep.
does it have the possibility of affecting another person?
This argument, no,
And why is that?
because it's tethered to Matt's experience. So if I were interviewing you and I say, "Hey, how do you feel in America?" I can't apply your experience to anybody else, even though
So
you're exposed to the same conditioning within America.
so you're
It's your
saying that
own unique experience.
it's impossible for someone to have a shared experience with someone else.
Yeah, in this argument, yes.
No, but this argument is supposed to be reflective of the real world, right?
No,
No,
Matt's
this are
world. Yes,
it.
Matt's world.
When Matt
Look,
answered the
look, look, look,
question,
look,
wait,
look.
hold on, let me ask you this:
look
when
yeah, go ahead.
Matt answered the question that you're representing, did he say that he was only answering this in his world, or was he answering a question about society?
Doesn't matter.
It
He was
does
answering
matter.
the question. Hold on,
It
man.
does matter because if I answer the question about
He
society and
brought
then you,
so Samoa brought in society.
right,
Samoa was the one that brought it to the conversation.
but when
Thank
Matt
you.
answered
Thank
the
you.
question, he was under the umbrella of society, like he was answering
No,
it from. No, hold on, because I was there. Right? When Matt answered his question about the Adam's apple and shit like that, he was under society. He didn't say, well, in my own world, this is the way I'm going to answer this question.
he
Right?
didn't add
So, but
anything,
what I'm
brother.
saying, no, but it's inferred when you're speaking to somebody, like
Inferred what?
that he's speaking from on planet Earth. These perspective he has from planet Earth, right? It's not inferred that he's making a vacuum and this is a world only for him when he's
Hey,
answering the question,
let
right?
me
Can I
ask
try?
you
So
this,
no, let me
AK.
finish. Let me
Can
finish.
I
Let me
try
finish.
after AK? Can I try
Of
something?
course, of course, of course. And
Well, you guys got
so
to be able to focus
no,
on what we're
just
talking about, man. Come
bro,
on.
we been
Like we're
listening to
wasting
you,
time.
bro. I've been on the mic for 30 seconds. Relax. All I'm asking you is why would you turn around and vacuum for Matt to be correct? Like when he answered the question, he didn't answer the question in that same venue. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? You added all relations and you made a vacuum just for what?
All right, thank you. Yeah, so the
No,
vacuum is
I'm asking
created
you.
by.
I'm asking. I want an answer. I've been waiting to ask those two questions. Right?
Yeah, so
Is
it's
it possible
it's.
for someone else? And if not, why did you make this vacuum if Matt didn't do it?
All right, so to answer your question, brother, Matt offered a response. I'm offering an explanation
Hmm.
to his response.
Okay, but why is it in the
Anybody,
forum
just,
that you chose?
just
Like, why is it in that forum? Because
because I'm
Matt didn't
taking
put
us up.
himself in that forum. He
Damn, this is
answered
horrible.
from Earth. Like he's like this. He's answering the question from planet fucking
Hey,
Earth
AK, man,
and his
can you just
perspective.
listen so we can move forward,
I'm
bro? Like, can
listening,
you
but
just
you're not
listen a sec?
answering me,
No, and
bro.
All
I
right,
want to run something by
all right, so
Samoa to see.
absolutely, brother.
All right,
So
fuck my question then.
if
Don't
No,
answer
no,
it.
no,
Go
no.
ahead. No,
I
nigga,
not
I
I'm
you.
trying to
didn't.
Samoa
answer
don't
the
want to
question,
answer
bro.
that shit. Okay,
Nigga, I keep on trying to answer it and you keep talking.
go ahead. Cause you.
See, you're doing it again. You're
Go
doing it
ahead,
again.
bro. It's too
All right,
many
so
words.
he didn't offer anything except for an answer.
Oh, he didn't
Why
offer
do you?
anything. Okay. But what's inferred when he answered the question? That he was on Mars or in a different dimension?
Okay, hold on. If you infer that he was affected by his society, and he says no, it's the Bible, then you would say that it's something outside of what his society affected him, right? That he's like the minority in the society, right?
Minority is not the same as what you did with the vacuum. Made it his world, his terms. Nothing else from society or like the real world experience was applied to that. But go ahead,
Yeah, man, you guys gotta
Mac.
listen more, bro.
Okay,
Talk less, listen more.
let
Am
me
I
ask you a question.
wrong? You made a vacuum
Yes.
on your own.
Samoa, let me ask you a question. Let me ask
No,
you a
he
question.
made a vacuum for asking
No,
the
he
question
did
Samoa,
specifically
not.
to Matt.
Matt did.
Samoa,
Who
let me
is he,
ask
It, bro.
Nathan?
wait, Samoa,
Yes.
Samoa, let me ask you a question. Let me see if you agree with this, right? If I said premise one, social conditioning must apply to more than one person in totality to be considered social conditioning. Would you agree with that?
Social conditioning, what?
Social conditioning must apply to more than one person in totality to be considered social conditioning.
Yeah, in a general sense, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so in a specific sense, it would have to be your own type of definition, right?
No. So
No.
when it says society conditioning, if you put a descriptor on the function of that society is specific, then that literally is not what you're talking about, right?
Hold
So when
on.
you say, yeah, go
No,
ahead.
no, I didn't say society, right? I said social
Oh
conditioning
yeah, oh yeah, social, yes, society, yeah,
must
social
apply. So,
conditioning.
so for you to use that word, right, you're talking about more than one person.
Hey, do this for me. Can you type in a specific type of social conditioning and then run the premise?
What do you mean? Why? Hold on, I'm
Why?
doing something right now.
That's not even important, bro.
Yeah, hold on. I'm not. Look,
Listen.
hold
I
on.
know what's important for you guys, and I know what's important for me.
Okay,
What's
thank.
important for you guys is to generalize it, okay?
You
What's
know,
important for me is to be specific about it.
look,
That's why
It's
hey,
we're
important for us
tussling
to
over this,
speak English first.
hold on, brother. Look. If I said,
bro. You know you
uh,
died, bro.
hold on, hold
Good
on.
afternoon to Nathan.
If I said this, if I was like, premise one, social
Are we
conditioning.
finished with this? No.
Hello, Monica.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
afternoon to you as
Hey man, you
well.
guys go and do your thing, bro. I gotta get to this workout, bro.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
So if I said like
I
social
gotta say it.
conditioning,
Run away. Run away.
did he leave? No, I don't think he left. So social, what did I say?
Yeah, I'm still
Social
listening, bro.
condition. Okay, social condition. In order to be called social conditioning, right? By definition, right, it has to apply itself to more than one person in totality. Otherwise, you can't use that word unless you have unless you're going to commit some Humpty Dumpty fallacy. So if I said that, and then I said Matt has been socially conditioned, then the conclusion must follow as Matt is one of multiple people who have been socially conditioned. So let me think here. So okay, wait. You know what? Let me try something real quick. I'm
Yeah.
actually
So
gonna do.
so if Matt
Hold on.
shares his experience, do you think it'd be identical to anybody else's experience,
Hold on.
Does it have to be
or
identical?
similar, or similar? Yeah.
It don't have to be identical.
Like a for it to work, right? Like if you say commercial for people to vote, you only know if it worked if people vote, right?
Okay, hold on. I just ran this syllogism right now. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Hold on. Let me just make sure. Okay, look. All right. So premise one,
Social conditioning must apply to more than one person in totality to be considered social conditioning. You agree to that, right? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Premise 2, Matt has been socially conditioned. You agree to that, right? You have to, because that was your claim.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Conclusion, Matt is one of multiple people who have been socially conditioned. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. That's exactly why Matt. Yeah.
What?
All right. So,
How do you agree to
hey,
that?
AK. Yeah, this is the reason why I agree with that.
That's
As
it.
soon as,
That's it, man.
That's
He
it.
conceded.
Am I
hold
He
on,
stupid?
bro.
disagreed.
And then
Hold on, bro.
He
Yo,
disagreed.
am I
hold on,
retarded?
hold on, and then
Yes.
just when I
Sorry, brother.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
well, hold on,
retarded.
Yeah. Sorry, brother.
last thing, and then just to let you know that syllogism, according to my machine, which someone else can run, it says it's sound.
Absolutely, and I guarantee. So this is the point I'm making quickly. The reason why I answer this question so we can get through with it. He's clearly in a general context. If you look at the way that he prompted the first premise, the reason why he asked me, did I agree? I said yes, because I know exactly where we are in the general context. Why did I ask him to put
Oh, you
in a
talking about
specific?
in a
Hold
hypothetical
on,
universe?
hold on.
He,
Why do you
Yeah,
think
yeah, that's what
I?
he's
he's talking
saying.
about
When
the
you say
Humpty Dumpty
general,
Hold
he's
universe.
saying in my
on,
hypothetical
It's the Humpty
universe
Dumpty
thing
bro. That
universe,
ain't
bro.
gonna. Hey man,
opposite
hey man,
works.
why
That
don't
he
you
So
guys
just
it's
just try,
true.
bro?
randomly dreamt up.
No, yeah, why don't you guys just try? So that's the reason why I asked Psych. I said, why don't you prompt it to a specific type of social conditioning and then ask it the same question? The reason why he didn't do it is because he doesn't like the narrow scope that I'm
No,
placing him
it
in.
doesn't matter. I'm saying,
Well, then
look,
do it then,
look.
if it doesn't matter.
Okay, look. I will do. I'll do it for you. Okay.
Thank you,
Look,
thank you, thank
what
you,
I'm
thank you.
saying is this. I'm saying, look, in order for you even to consider
Use the
that,
term.
in order for you to even to use the term social conditioning to Matt, right? It automatically implies that Matt is one of multiple in that specific domain. Otherwise, you can't call it social conditioning.
All right, let me ask you this question since you said in that domain. You're in the domain of social conditioning, right? What if I'm talking about a type of social conditioning? Are you still in the general domain, or now are you going to like a special?
What I'm saying, if
No, can you answer
I'm
the question
yeah,
just
you're
so
not
AK can
you're in a
follow?
specific domain that social
Fuck
conditioning
you.
has applied itself to. How about that? Fine.
Wait, no, no. There's a specific function that social conditioning does. Not all functions,
Wait,
but a specific one.
a specific
Like,
function. Look. The
yes,
function. Look, the function. Right. The mechanism is
this society.
conditioning.
Wait, to do what? That's the
To
question. To do what?
condition.
To do what?
Condition.
All right, as soon as you answer that question, to do what, you're going to see the numbers that
What do
you're
you mean
factoring in disappear.
to do?
All right,
What do you mean
man,
to
I got to
do
get to
what?
the trap, bro.
Okay.
No,
Why he
he didn't
say
say to
my
do.
name
He
like I
said to
wasn't tracking when
condition
this?
what? See, he's trying to say to condition what? To condition
What
what?
does it
Not
matter
to
when his claim was to condition that society has the
Yeah.
because
ability
he
to
because he
condition?
thinks that we're trying to say that hey, the thing what he thinks that we're changing the conversation from I guess to what he was talking about, and he was talking about that it was conditioning this specific thing, but we
Yeah,
were saying that no, we're challenging the whole claim about the conditioning.
but even what Mike just used, he asked them, okay, make us specific conditioning, right? Even in the specific conditioning scenario, it would need to have more than one person that was affected by this, was conditioned by this, for it to be considered conditioning, right? Even
Yeah, but
under
you heard his response to that though. He said that yes, those things are true, and this is what I heard. Those things are true in reality, but I'm not talking about reality right now. I'm
right.
talking about a hypothetical. That's what I
Okay,
heard.
okay. I'm asking you this, Nathan. Why did the hypothetical have to happen in order to explain Matt's position? And was Matt answering from a hypothetical point of view when he answered your
No,
question?
Matt was answering from reality. What I
From
think was happening,
right,
yeah, what I think is happening right now, Samoa like is saying like, hey, and I don't know how he does this, but this is what I think is going on. Hey, I don't want to admit that what actually happened, so I'm gonna stay in the realm
I'm
of
gonna
a
make a vacuum.
hypothetical.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, that would make me right, right? So when we like, and you see him when he do this, like, hey, when you look up the prompt that was sent this time, and you look at, so to me, what I think he's saying is like, I don't want to talk about what actually happened right now because that's not important to what I'm trying to say at this moment. So it
Well,
is as though like
yeah,
he
but
steps out of
also
like what actually happened, and he steps like into like this hypothetical chat
yeah, but
GPT
in that
prompt that
hypothetical,
he
in that vacuum, he can make the terms, he can make the definitions, right? And he can
exactly he's the king
so
in that he's the king
so
in his
that's what I'm
own world,
saying.
right?
You gotta attack that. Like, why are we in this
That was the point
hypothetical?
when I was attacking. I was saying, hey, within your own world, you claim that this thing works. Let's see how it works. Let's see how it
You
works.
can't be in his
Because this
world.
thing, right?
Everything's gonna work for him in his world. That's what I was telling you. You gotta ask him. You gotta defeat the reason why he even went into his world, right?
That's what I did.
Because that's got
That's
to
what
be
I
some
did.
kind of fallacy right there.
It was a special pleading. He's saying that, hey, society can condition. And then he is saying that, no, society can condition. Society only conditions when it conditions math. And it's like, well, how do you know society has the ability to condition? And that's when he is like, oh, now you're changing it. Do you see what we're talking? That's when he
But
goes back into the
also, wouldn't
circle.
you need some type of foresight to say that it only conditions Matt and it only will condition Matt?
Exactly, exactly.
That's
But
when I
that's the
hit him
thing.
with
You
the
have to know
I'm
that
not
it. You
God.
have to know that it's true or false first, in order to even bring that up. Like it could work. That had to come from some place of knowledge. Like, hey, I know it works in this situation, so that's why I'm saying that it works for Matt. You know.
Okay, cool. I mean, as long as I know I was tracking that, and it was
But
the
let me ask you
same
this:
shit
Could
from
you
last
track? Could
night.
you track Samoa?
He hit a stone wall when it came to um it only being applied to Mac. Like, I couldn't follow him past that because I couldn't see why that was the case. And when I could make sense of it, it was only the case because of his scenario. Now I'm asking, why are we in this scenario? And he couldn't really explain as to why he had to go into a different reality in order to explain Matt's position, who answered from
I can tell you
reality.
why.
But look, if
Because
Matt answered from reality, Matt can give a explanation from reality. If you want to steel man him or explain for him, then you should dwell in reality.
and then he would be strawmanning Matt because he would be taking one part of what Matt
One
said
part of yeah,
and making it into a totally
but
different
that's
argument
reductive.
to attack that. You know what I'm saying? But
But he wasn't
but
attacking
you know
Matt.
why? The reason why he's doing this though, because in order for him not to admit that he lost, he has to he has to argue from this position because
Yeah, but
that's
I
the
think
only
also it was
position
to justify
where he could win.
not answering the pedophilic question. I think this is also
Yeah,
part
yeah,
to
yeah.
justify
And
not.
it seemed like he was going down there. It was like, whoa, 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 whoa. It kind of get weird, right?
I don't answer questions. But that was good. It was way better than the 7 months that y'all took because it was it was 6 months of drawn out bullshit. Y'all were very concise last night and this morning.
I know it did.
I think that this one, I think it's clear that we could say that Samoa lost again, again, bro. It's like every time me and him have this debate, bro, I have to come on my
Yeah,
phone and whoop
four
that ass.
letters, one word, lost.
Yeah,
No,
man, I have to whoop that ass.
Did you say
No.
lost with a T or two S's?
I said lost.
Oh, I see. Like he lost.
No, 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 just lost.
And,
It's four letters, one word. Come on
and
now.
The nigga
Samoa's
don't
my
know what's
boy,
going
man.
on. He a wanderer.
Samoa made it fun. Don't lie.
He did not. You know what?
But his
He
argument
made
was
it fun, but
different
he
a
made it
couple months
difficult
ago,
because
though.
No, it was
Well,
his
his
stuff did
tactic was
change.
different.
His stuff did.
now,
You know
now
what?
let me ask you this question, Mike. Where
Yeah,
do you put him now on a ranking scale after last night?
I put him. I still put him high
Yeah,
because I
because he's
feel
able to
like
fight. Look at that.
yeah, I feel like he's
I,
always able to maintain his calmness and like sometimes you can hear him run into a wall, but to me, like he kind of has like a permanent like.
All he's
Can
saying,
I
like you said, he
describe it?
has good form.
To me, when
He
I
has
see a
no tech. He has no skills,
look,
but he has form.
Well, look,
to me,
okay,
it looks like
hold on one
this when
second.
like Beyonce's performing and she trips, but she makes it looks like a part of the show. That's what I feel like when I'm watching some more. Even
That's
though
actually
he may have made a mistake or ran into a wall. You know what I mean?
That's if you get tricked by the words. But if you try to make sense of what he's saying.
Well,
It
some people
doesn't
will see
make
that she
sense.
tripped.
no. I sometimes when he was speaking last night, I did not follow what he was saying at
He was
all.
not make. He just used words. He was not like what I mean. Like it. Like in his head, they maybe connect to something, But
Yeah,
like when you try to like draw it out into like, or you try to paint a picture or whatever, that's how I describe it. I think in pictures. If you try to like draw it out, the shit doesn't connect. It's like a whole bunch of
it's fucking
words.
It's Humpty Dumpty about the
It's like
best
what the
spouse.
like what did you say, bro? Yeah, the
Yeah,
domain outside, and to me it seems like he makes it up as he goes. Like, hey, I
I
got a
think he,
glob of clay, and I'm just gonna stop sticking it all over the place. Like, what the fuck are you talking
I
about,
think he
bro?
has some type of like legal training, and I think he's applying it from that side. Like, I think he would be like
Mm.
objection. That's what I think. If I noticed that like he seems like
Oh, he's a
trained on the
lawyer
legal
like
side.
you?
I don't. I'm not fuck. I ain't no like a lawyer. You hear me?
Nah, that's what's his name said earlier. What's his name? Kazi?
Oh god, that hey, how about that, Nathan? Kazi fucking threatens to dox me. Everyone's been trying to dox me lately.
Shitting me, man.
No, bro, he tried to put like he goes, "Oh, I got your IP address." He put my my name, my occupation as an attorney in the chat. Fucking knowledge at the boot him.
Fucking dick.
It's like, and I had to explain not just to him but to the room. Look, like when I first got on this app, it was for different reasons, and I used to have all my stuff hanging out. Pause. I didn't mind it, and like I said, the reason why I took it off is because, and this is credit to Toxic as well, because he immediately got rid of the guy. When I was in Toxic's room, some guy fucking came in, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna rape your daughter," and at this time, my daughter's 3. I was like, that shit fucking shook me for real. Um, I wasn't as built as the way I am now, but after that, I was like, I'm not like showing like my.
Wait, hold on, Mike. Are you talking about analytical breakfast?
No, it was a random
Okay,
Middle
okay,
Eastern
okay.
guy.
Never mind.
Yeah, it was a
Because I
random
know
Middle Eastern.
analytical breakfast, you can do that to everybody. Whether you have a daughter or not, you would just say
Yeah,
something triggering like,
no,
I'm going to come all over your daughter's head or something
yeah,
like
he
that.
would. That guy did say something. He was like, "Yeah, you sleep with your sister." He said some stuff like that, so I know that. But well, let's put it this way: when he said that to me, bro, that it fucked with me for a couple of days. I'm not gonna lie, and uh, like I didn't even want my wife to know because that would, I'd probably not be able to even fucking be on this app anymore.
What do you mean it fucked
Uh,
you? Like you were you mad that you couldn't do something, or were you
yeah,
hurt?
I just like
Yeah, okay. It's just the
I
fact that
was
you couldn't really do
I
nothing.
was angry, bro. Like some fucking blah, 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 guy
Yeah,
comes
Yo,
I
in
had
and he's
a
like,
real,
couple of
"Hey."
those first season.
Yeah, and so
yo,
I was like,
real,
"Fuck it."
but real talk though. I think we
Yeah,
are getting
AK
desensitized quite a
AK
bit
makes me like
by
that
hanging
every
out like
day.
that.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
thought you would have
surprised
grew up
anymore.
by this season.
But
Why?
what I did was I just basically I took away any access to like my personal life, except the few people that I shared with. Some of them are in this room even now. So like when somebody wants to like threaten to dox me, first I don't think that like anybody's ever just gonna come and get me. I don't feel like I've done anything that bad to anybody necessarily, right? Although you can never like whatever, but I'm also not very concerned about that. It just has everything to do with, hey, look, like I have a
You forgot
private.
what you did to me?
Who, no, I'll never forget that, bud. Um, but like,
Wow, it was just a moment for you, but it was my whole life. You
it's
don't
Did
really.
it
even.
happen last summer?
I don't.
Louis, did it happen last summer?
It did happen last summer.
I know what you did last
That
summer.
was a good
A
one, chaos.
moment like this.
Hi
So,
Oh,
anyways,
there
my
was
point is that like saying like, hey, blah blah, whatever.
everyone.
But that fool got it wrong too, bro. He's like, you're Mike Strickland from fucking New Jersey. Anyways,
Happy New Year's Eve.
happy New Year's
The
Eve, bud.
same to you.
You mean Eve Eve?
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
And tomorrow's New Year's Eve, but same thing, same
I
difference.
mean, this week, it's like the
Yeah, I'm
week where
gonna
you don't
make
know
it
what
masculine.
you don't know what day
Happy
of the
New
week
Year,
it is.
Adam. Happy New Year's, Adam.
I'm off all week,
Happy New
so
Year's Eve, Eve.
it's all one big like blur.
Happy New Year's Eve, Eve, you little peach ass.
So where are my Trumpers in here?
Not here, but
Yo.
Nicolations, this is the worst iteration of your PTR and name. I still call you Nicolations because I think that was the best iteration of your name. I don't know what this PTR is. I still think it looks like a butt.
Yo, I want to say I'm still let
Really?
down.
PTR?
And this is on everything, yo. Chillism let me down today.
For real, what happened?
What's his name? My nigga, what's the guy's name? Rob, bro. It was an easy ass
Who's
argument.
Wait, what
Rob?
happened? I wasn't even really tapped in.
Rob
What
is Rob is Andrew's boy.
No, I know
Yo,
Rob. I know Rob. What,
Andrew,
what
Of
was
course
the
they
yeah,
what was
did.
bro.
the
Of
what was
course.
the debate?
It was such a simple statement that he made. And what made me go crazy in my head was, yo, they thought they was dunking. They really thought they was dunking.
Was it
And
regarding
I was
God and whether
disappointed.
God can do
Bro,
evil or stuff, something like that?
some named John made a statement. The statement was atheism is 100% incoherent. That's it. That's the base level. And everybody in Chillism was backing that up. All the Christians, all the God believers, they were all backing that up.
No,
And then
not
Rob was
not
like, yeah,
everybody.
he
Not in the chat.
Rob was like, yeah, you know what? I'll attack that argument. Yeah. If by incoherent you mean there's some sort of contradiction, if by contradiction you mean there's some form of P and not P, yeah, sure. Let's talk about it. Where's the P and not P? And the guy agreed with those premises. And not one single person could point out a P and not P. Bro, it was so bad that I heard him say, like, you believe that everything is subjective. Uh-huh. Yes.
Is P
So
not
how
P the only kind of
contradiction? Yes, yes,
that
yes.
It's not, I don't think
that's
it's
the
only. I think
definition
it's the
of a
basics of it.
contradiction?
That's what a contradiction means
Okay,
by definition.
I'm not
By
No, the
definition and the
basics of it.
By,
classical
by
rules of
definition.
logic.
Yes, yes. By
Yeah.
definition,
I'm not
classical
too
rules of
I
logic.
I skipped the formal
No, it's
logic
fine.
and
Just look up three
Yeah,
classical laws of
I just
logic.
looked it up when they
Look up
taught me to.
three classical laws of logic. One of them is going
Word.
to be the contradictions. Contradiction is going to be P or not P. It's completely basic. So yeah, that's all he said. That's literally all he said, and people thought they were dunking on him. They thought
Hey,
they were dunking. They were like, okay, so you believe everything is subjective? Yes. Everything is subjective. That's fine. So how can you say some things are bad? Like this, they're bad. But how can you say subjectively bad? I can't. I can say subjectively bad. Aha, contradiction.
Wait, because you said it's
Subjectively.
subjectively
Why are we
bad?
rehashing this?
Yeah, that
What is
Yes,
doesn't
the
cut it.
value
yes.
of this
That doesn't
Bro,
cut it.
it
recasting?
was bad, bro. But they thought they was dunking.
no, but I feel like
They
they wasn't
thought they was
understanding that he was
dunking.
critiquing their worldview, and they kept
Wait,
on going
who's
back to
they?
his
Who's they?
worldview.
Call some names out, bro. Call some names
Bro,
out.
I mean,
I
Yeah,
will
y'all
give the
gotta
it was
names
throw
a
some
out.
bullets
It
on it.
was
so it was
Shashai. It was John.
yeah,
It
John.
was
I mean, even
my
chaos,
Okay,
kind of
chaos
piggyback.
here
Who the
right
hell
now.
is
so
John?
I'm
Okay,
lost. I'm
Chaos
lost.
too?
a
So
little
No,
bit,
that
a
ain't
little bit, just a
Wait,
no.
little
who's
bit, just a
John?
little bit.
Yo,
so
yo,
knowledge,
Hold on.
knowledge,
Also King,
knowledge.
Wait, I was arguing his
Wait,
point.
knowledge.
Nani?
Wait,
Not
Yo,
King,
no,
not
yes,
no, no.
no.
yes, bro.
No,
So
no.
knowledge.
I was
Everybody
arguing
yo,
his
let
thought
me
point. I
go
was
look at the records.
arguing his
Look at
point.
the records. I
it was
actually like when the
bad.
It was
go look at
actually
the records.
John Sienna,
Well,
Shy, and then Chaos and I were asking
I
questions, but we
I,
weren't
Yeah,
spec-
I
arguing a
wasn't.
Wait, did you say
point.
I
John
specifically
Cena?
remember K.
No, she said
Yeah, his
Sienna.
name
She
is
said
John Sienna
Sienna.
on
No,
here.
really
It's
quick.
Cena.
John
It's Cena.
Cena?
It's John
I shoot
Cena, not
Chaos some bets
John
Sienna.
because
Cena.
I
John Cena.
remember this
I'm gonna call him
morning. I
whatever I want to
remember in
call
the
Wait,
him.
chat specifically, Chaos said that he
John
doesn't think
Cena?
atheism is like a illogical position.
exactly.
I
Said that. I
remember
give.
him. I forget. I don't know about anything else. I remember him typing that.
No, I'm
I
talking.
don't know why that.
I'm referring to like how people kept on like going back to Rob's worldview, like saying, "Well, how can you put these moral
obligations on God when you're an atheist and
I
you
also
know,
didn't say that, by the way. What I said
it was a
was, if he says something is good or bad, I was asking him a clarifying question. It's like, what are you talking about, good or bad? Is it because of sensations or morality? That was my question. I don't know why Dennis has to like say things that I didn't say.
just
Nah,
saying a lot of things
Gustavo
that was
be
along those
gassing.
lines.
Yo, I'm telling you, Louis, it was my people. I was disappointed. I
Wait,
thought my
what?
people, my
But
chillism
I don't
crew,
think
You're
Chaos
I
was
thought
calling
my
getting into
me?
that
chillism,
argument.
You're
I don't
I thought
calling
think he
my
was
me?
saying it was
chillism, I
illogical.
thought my chillism crew would have had better arguments. I was
No,
disappointed, my
I'm
Who's
guy.
your
not saying
crew? I'm
that there
not a part
weren't
of your
people
crew.
with bad arguments, but I think you lump Chaos in there, and I just remember, I specifically
Chaos and
remember
I
him
were not a
saying
part of
the
that
opposite.
argument. We
If you
weren't a part of
ask,
it.
if you
Chaos be
ask,
The
making some
argument was
bad
between
arguments, bro.
John and Rob and Shy Shy.
if you ask, how do you determine something is good or bad? You're referring back to Rob's worldview, but he's critiquing the Christian worldview, where he's asking, well, how is this consistent with the all good God? I mean, Chaos is probably the only one that had a different position than everybody else, because everybody else said that God was all good, and Chaos pretty much said something different.
Concrete
But
didn't.
yeah, but when you ask, how do you
Nah,
determine if
Lion
something
didn't
is good or
either.
yeah, well, yeah,
Oh,
lying
you
too.
was talking
No,
you
But
talking about
I
like
don't count because
early
I'm not a
Gustavo.
Christian. I don't count because I'm not a Christian.
so you're
Concrete
not a follower of
did.
Oh,
Christ, bro. You're not a follower of
No,
Christ,
I'm
bro.
no,
nah, he's
not
an
in the sense
Israelite.
that not in the sense
No,
that they claim that they are by the tenets that they
Point
claim
is,
they are.
he's not a Christian. He's not a Christian.
But concrete is a Christian, and he also didn't hold up to those same values that Rob was trying to pose on Christians.
I think Andrew didn't either.
Concrete was here for like
wait, what were
10
the
minutes
values that he was
screaming.
trying
What are
to
you talking
pose?
about? He didn't have an opinion at all.
What were the values, Lion?
One of the values about God being all good all the time. He didn't hold up to that. So
The
that the
omni
argument,
values. You see now, I
no,
kind of want to
being
dive
all
into this a
good all
bit
the time. That was the point.
because Nathan, I don't know if you're there, Nathan, but I remember you discussing earlier that these were like attributes that are associated with like Greek theology and Greek literature, and these are actually this is probably attributes that were passed on
Yeah.
by
Nathan,
like the
Nathan doesn't
Greek
hold.
interpret.
Yeah, Nathan doesn't hold to the omni properties. A
Right,
lot of a lot of people that were in the part of this were not in possession of the omni properties.
but
Yeah, the
I don't know if
inconsistent.
Nathan could talk, but I'm kind of
I
interested
have
in
answers
like
to all of them.
It might be more.
Hey, knowledge.
Answer all
Make
of them.
Nathan up real quick so he can answer.
no, he probably can't talk if he has a
Yeah, I was
thing
thinking
off
the
mic.
same
No.
thing.
You're lying. Look, he has his thumb in his mouth, and I would feel
I'm
terrible.
screaming.
I would feel terrible
You
if
sure
I had
that's
to
a
stroke
thumb?
him.
Hold on one second.
Hey, come on, man. How do you mistake a thumb for that? There's three other fingers attached. Come on, man.
Albedo, your PSP looks very familiar.
No. But look,
Andrew was like
one
freaking
stack. Yeah,
out.
one
I was like,
stack. I was a four.
Andrew,
Sorry,
see,
go ahead,
MJ,
Albedo.
William Lane Craig agrees with me. He's like, no, he would never. And I was like, your boy MJ said so. Dun, dun, dun.
Who are these nerds?
Yo, that's my man's. Yeah, Beto. Yo, we go
I popped into your
way
DMs,
back. That's
Albedo.
my man's.
His name is
That
Libido.
libido
Yeah.
is
Albedo.
nuts. Albedo.
Okay.
Nigga gonna say libido.
Then we had to have an
I've been called
education
that too.
on doxing. That was such a great interruption of the conversation. That intermission was so much needed.
Yeah, one of the first L's I ever took was actually to Albedo way back in the days, bro. I
And
took
your
an L
last L
Was
was to
the
on
who?
was it is Albedo
Louis.
a God
It
believer?
was it was about
I'm a
it was about
wannabe Catholic.
it was about the
Albedo, you
different
believe in
it was
God?
about the different it was about
Yes,
the
sir.
difference it was about the difference between soundness and validity. Bro, if you would have heard my confidence in this, we were this was on Discourse. We were like screen sharing the definitions of each and different philosophies in each. And I was like, yo, you know what? You fucking know what, Albedo? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yo, Albedo, what's the argument you feel like you're ironclad on? No one really could fuck with you with it.
Uh, But there's so many. No,
Okay,
actually, the
talk
one
your
that it,
shit, big dog.
no.
There are
Actually, there is
impossible
one I
objects.
feel very ironclad on, and it's gonna sound really controversial, but I think when I walk people through it, they don't think it's a big deal. But the fact that most people believe thing is the reason to believe it.
That's the position that most people believe in something is a reason to believe in something.
Yeah, like if you were like unsure about something and that was like an information that you had. Well, let's just say, okay, we're gonna call it X because we don't want to say. But if you were to find out, oh yeah, most of the world believed it, do you think it would just make you think, well, maybe that's like more likely right then? Just given that information, do you think like just naturally you might think there's some inclination towards
I
that?
think that's just human. That's just like humanistic in nature. The fact, like the more that we kind of tend to go with the majority.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now if you want to like know why we have that inclination, we can go through that, but that's the
What stops
more
that
fun.
from being a fallacy,
You
though?
think the inclination is downstream from some phenomena that's true.
Yeah, like a real
Right?
actual thing that we track that actually tracks the truth. Yeah.
Right. What's
And
that?
I
Okay.
can give
What
you a
stops
bunch of
that from
reasons
being
for it.
a fallacy?
Yeah. So let's just talk about the fallacy thing real quick. Who decides which ones are fallacies?
The terms. I guess we
I
would have
said
to
that when I
agree
first
to.
met them.
I could agree to the terms. Are we going off of logical debate form?
No, I just mean like where do we get to decide that? Is
I
it
would say
like you
there
decide that or
logical debate.
The answer is the Greeks. That's who
What
determined
would I call it?
it.
Logical debate standards. There we go.
You're not answering
okay,
the
but who
question.
made those
Who?
standards?
Who? Yeah.
Like where
Whoever's
do
in
those
charge of the
standards come
logical
from?
debate standards.
Who's in
Oh,
charge of it?
is it
and
appeal to authority that you're doing? Is the people in
yeah,
charge?
that
See, like
exactly.
no matter what, we're gonna
It's
end
the
up in
people
like some
that
kind
we
of fallacy
trusted.
of that.
It's the people that we
Hey,
trusted
knowledge,
with
didn't I say the
the.
same thing
Why
about
is
that dog?
Lion keep doing this shit?
Nigga, you
Yeah,
ain't the only
you
one
make
talking,
you
bitch
make
ass
it.
nigga.
Yeah, but I'm not talking over you. Like
Hey,
what
but
the
remember
fuck?
that knowledge?
You
Remember that when
make
I
it so
said
that
that?
I have to
Yeah,
talk
I
over
saw.
you.
I was here.
Go
All right,
ahead.
go ahead, little sissy ass
No,
nigga. Go
I'm
ahead
telling
now.
you, you seeming like a child, bro. Stop that shit. Why you keep doing that?
Nigga, shut your black ass up. You've been doing that every time somebody start
That's
fucking
always the
talking.
go-to. You do it. Like, come on,
Every
bro.
fucking time somebody
Just
start talking. Shut the
stop
fuck up
doing
and
it,
finish
bro. All
talking. Shut
right.
the fuck
All
up
right.
and
Back to
talk.
the question.
It
Back to the
doesn't
question. Back
matter.
to the
Just
question.
stop doing it.
Back to the question. So,
God damn. He
Og,
act like he don't see something
all
going
right,
Yeah,
on right
hello,
now.
let it go. Let it go.
hello.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Fucking
Let it go. All right.
child.
Back to the question. Back to the question. So, who decides?
Whoever we trusted to, make the decisions based off of research and, accredited sources, things like that. Right? Same people like that we might trust for like when you Google something, you know that it's coming from an accredited source.
Okay. Is that
Something that's
now
well
just to be
studied. Go
clear?
ahead, Albedo.
That sounds to me like at least a potential for an appeal to authority. Like it has that same kind of
Understood.
form, right? So do you think that like you're making a mistake when you do that?
No, because
Right. I don't either.
because we all agree that this is the standard, right?
No, I
So
actually don't think it has anything to do with that.
okay, what do
I
you
think
think it has to do?
the when we assign someone as an authority, at least in like a given field, like of research or whatever, the reason why we would defer to them is we think that because they've spent a lot more time in that field, that they know more than we know. And so when they say something, they have access to information that you don't. And it's usually like, based on like the success of whatever the field is that we think that they're more likely
Can you
right
give me a
because they've
field?
been successful.
It's
Could you
also based
could you
on that. It's also based
Can I?
on the fact that they're not deceiving
No, no, come on,
us.
come on, come on,
real
come on,
quick,
y'all.
real
Come
quick?
on, y'all.
Can you
Come on,
give me a field where
Oh, one on one.
1v1.
It's one on one.
1v1. 1v1.
Albedo? Can you give me a
Yeah,
Albedo,
like
field?
biology.
Right. So in biology, I'm not able to go get my own knowledge. I just have to trust them.
Yeah, me too.
No,
Now,
I'm saying that's not the case. Like I can go and get the information. I can go do research for multiple
But the point
biological
is, you didn't, and they
God
did.
fucking
Hold on,
damn, bro.
line. Hold on, line.
Go
Come on.
ahead.
1v1.
No, I got shit to do anyway, bro.
Don't run away. Come on, man.
Don't
You in the
don't
middle.
try and make it seem like you're busy, so you seem more
Oh yeah,
important than
because I'm
No,
us.
never busy.
You're not
you
more
ain't never
important than us.
busy, nigga.
Hey, can I
One,
ask a
you go
question
ahead
about
and
that
do it, bro.
appealing to authority?
No, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking
I
with
just
you.
want no, it ain't you. I just want y'all to know
Is there a
when I'm
difference, if
speaking,
I could ask?
everybody can talk over me. That's all I want y'all to
Right.
know. So I do it for that very reason,
Yo,
and
Yeah,
I
I'm
will
giving him a
continue.
cop
doesn't it?
out.
Listen, I
Yeah,
will
I'm giving him
continue
a
to
cop
do it.
out.
Do
It
it,
Yeah,
happens
I'm
to
AK.
me
giving him a
too.
cop
No,
out.
I'm always here for convos, bro. But it's like when I'm talking, I'm a nigger, right? So
Y'all
Whoa.
I
are
will
treating him like a
continue.
nigga right now,
I
though.
will continue to be a loud motherfucker in here, bro. And I'm gonna go
All
back
right.
to
Okay, can I
changing
just
the
ask a
steering
clarifying
column.
question? So clarifying question. Is creating the rules an appeal to authority that people engage in, like the rules of combat? Is
No, it's
those that
not.
decide what that is that would that be considered a appeal to authority?
It's not.
I think appeal to authority
No,
is
you're deferring to
you don't
authority.
have. I think appeal to authority is you don't have any
To
other.
play the game.
You're deferring to authority.
No. It tells you how to play the game, and you're adhering to like the rules and regulations, like in football, right? Somebody comes up with a
An
rule book.
appeal to authority is something that's not like you don't have
So the
to.
fallacy per se,
It's not
I think.
mandated. It's not,
So Louis, I'll just like say this one thing. An appeal to authority, especially when used in a fallacy, is because it just says that, hey, I have authority on this. Trust me on this, bro. It's basically them saying, trust me, bro, and then because I have a degree.
Thank you,
And
thank you,
usually it
chaos.
doesn't have, yeah, it doesn't usually like all like every time when someone has a proof, the appeal to authority fallacy doesn't apply. If someone like is a virologist and say, hey, like, listen, I did a study on this. This is the paper. This is the proof. If someone says that and they say, hey, this is what I claim, that you can, and then you can reference a claim that's on appeal to authority. That actually is like substantiating a claim with proof. When someone says an appeal to authority is like, for instance, I'm just like saying this out loud. Um, I have a car, and I'm saying like, hey, trust me, bro, a car has like 5 wheels. Just making this up. Like I know it's there's a spare tire you can get, but it runs on 5 wheels. Like I'm saying that, and you don't have to like believe anything. I'm just like saying this, and because I have a car, uh, you should trust me. That's what I would say is a fallacy. It's fallacious because you're not like adding any proof behind it.
Yeah, but Avito, like, aren't you saying why do we even trust these rules of what a fallacy is? Like, isn't
Yeah.
that what you're questioning?
Well, I mean, there's a lot to say on this. I've done a lot of thought on this stuff. The first thing about the fallacies, as far as I can tell, every single one of them, there are times that it's actually the right thing to do. And we can go through each one if you really want to, but the appeal to
Just give
authority
us one.
one,
Yeah, just give us one.
yeah, the appeal to authority one. I think if someone said, "Hey, I'm a cop," which I'm that they are an authority about like, policing or whatever. If they said, "But and from my authority, I'm going to tell you about biology." Like even though he's an authority, he's not the right kind of authority. So that's why it's bad to listen to him about biology. But for you to listen to your doctor about the way that he's telling you to treat yourself, I think that's right. I think you should do that. But he's an authority in the relevant thing that he's telling you about. So that's just one example.
I've made this
Okay.
argument many a times, and people are like, "Oh no, fallacy, fallacy, fallacy."
Well, I mean,
yeah,
just
I
No, but
think
I
that
isn't
just
there a
think that
difference
specific
from
No,
what
the
chaos
fallacy.
appeal to
just said?
I
don't
think
think the
it's the
appeal to authority.
Chaos describes something totally different.
Yeah, I don't think
It's like
I don't think like
something like fuck. I watched a video with every single fallacy. It's like your argument. You're arguing. You're like appealing to the majority or like what's popular. That's pretty much Albedo's initial thing. I don't
Appealing
know
to
what
Just
this.
add
popular.
popular.
That's not
yeah,
what he said.
you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to know why that one is like why should we do that?